mainly to the women. So it becomes all more important that women are given the power to make decisions. They are also trained in the process of decision making. How will they get the power, that power for decision making? Well, that comes with access to resources, ownership of land, access to ownership of land and technology. I'm not talking only of digital technology, I am talking of the other technology also, the agri-tech that is used in our farm. We were talking about TSR and zero tillage. How many custom hiring centers and farm machinery banks are owned by women? We need to ponder. We need to give access to women of these technologies, these centers, so that they can give them on rent for their villagers to use. This will give them a power to decide, to help farmers also decide and guide the farmers about the crop rotation, about the cycle of crops that would suit the present conditions. So women need to be at the center of policy making, not as participants only, but as equal stakeholders. Their participation in the true sense will only lead to inclusive, sustainable agricultural systems. We talk of half the population to be engaged productively in all sectors. Let us begin with agriculture. Let us ensure their participation and their participation as equal stakeholders in the agriculture sector. I'll leave you with a thought from Amartya Sen's. Equality to access is crucial for economic empowerment to create gender equality. So I'll leave this house with this thought to ponder over. Thank you so much. Good day.
What an insightful thought, and how well you differentiated between participation and what we call as an empowerment, and how access, ownership, decision powers are very critical when we talk about women in agriculture, and not just talk about their mere participation in the agricultural operations and other processes. So with this, we have set a beautiful stage today to start with our next plenary sessions. But before we move on to that, I would really like to thank Monica ma'am to be here and inaugurate the day too, as we get into a busy day. And as a token of appreciation, I would request Dr. Kohli to felicitate ma'am for her august presence and encouraging the gathering and the team behind this whole arrangement. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so I request my staff and all the volunteers to arrange the stage for as we get ready to next plenary. So I request meanwhile all the participants and audience to keep seated.
Moderator of the session, Dr. Sugandha Munsi from International Rice Research Institute, to come on the stage and take it over from me.
Thank you so much, Swati.
A very warm good morning,
And what a tone you have set, ma'am. Really humbled and privileged. And that's how we start the session, Leading with Women in India. I would like to welcome
all the esteemed panelists who will be the part of this session.
session, Sabarmati ji,
Please give her a big round of applause.
Dr. Malvika Dadlani ji, Prabhakar Adhikari ji,
Prakash
Singh ji, and Archana Yadav ji. You all are mostly welcome to take your stage, please.
A big round of applause
For all of the stalwart. So we will now, in this plenary session, when we were inviting the panelists, we were very particular that we also listen to the voices of unheard being heard. As APC ma'am has very well said, women does a lot of work, but they don't have identity. So how do we work for the women identity in agriculture? Whole value chain. Not only the seed system, but also when it comes to FPCs, when it comes to custom hiring centers. India is on the pathway of women-led development. And when it comes to youth, we have the youngest country in the world. Since ancient times, across the globe, women have served as the custodian of seeds, preserving the best crops and local cultivars, producing high-quality seeds. In each agrarian household, when we go to the rural areas, what we find? We find women carry vast experience in seed selection, cleaning, storage, and distribution. And when I say seed selection, it's not only to one segment of the agriculture, but you can think about different value chain as well. They also play a critical role in building robust social networks, community level cohesion, and collective identity to share the seeds, harvest, and popularize dissemination of new information, knowledge, and attain skill sets. India has the world's largest youth population, and that's why today in this session, we're also talking about youth and smallholder farmers. With 66% of its population under the age of 35, we are the proud youngest country of the globe. And when we say youth, they are not only boys. We also have to reflect they are girls. So that's how the role of women and girls have increasingly increased in the Indian agriculture system. So with this, whenever I talk in the plenary session, there are 4 things which is needed in every agriculture sector. As ma'am, you said, identity is the key. If I don't have an identity as a farmer, I really feel segregated. Knowledge bank. We have to reach out with right, correct knowledge bank to women farmers. Leadership. Giving them opportunity for financial inclusion, giving them opportunity to lead. And last but not least, we have to also think and give them equal status for economic empowerment. With this, I would like to introduce formally the stalwart sitting on the stage. To start with, Honorable Sabarmati ji, the Padma Shri awardee and also the Nari Sashaktikaran Puraskar awardee 2018, has pioneered ecological land regeneration and sustainable farming since 1993. Sambhav, the organization she founded and co-founded, transformed barren land into a rich ecosystem, housing hundreds of plants and animal species. A proponent of organic farming and biodiversity conservation, her innovative ideas like adopt a seed and buy food, not disease, inspire sustainable practices across India. She has received multiple national awards for her work, and she is here representing the voices of unheard, whom we are going to hear today. And to the next panelist, Dr. Malvika Dadlani ji, your experience is immense when it comes to science and talking about research. Dr. Dadlani is a renowned seed scientist with a career spanning 4 decades. She has supervised over 21 postgraduate and doctoral research programs and contributed to developing India's seed system. Dr. Dadlani has published more than 200 scientific articles and authored influential books such as The Art and Science of
frugal innovation, and seed science and technology. She has also provided consultancy to FAO and Biodiversity International, furthering sustainable agriculture and women empowerment globally. And then Mr. Prabhakar Adhikari. Mr. Adhikari is a dedicated social worker and development professional with over 30 years of services to marginalized communities in Orissa. He established Pragati Koraput in 1994 to empower tribal and forest-dependent communities. His work in sustainable development has impacted over 50,000 households, and he has led conservation efforts spanning 131,000 hectares of forest. A big round of applause for him and his team. His innovation agriculture initiatives such as System of Rice Intensification (SRI) have earned him national and international accolades, including the Kyoto Grand World Water Prize and Keeling Pearl Prize. Welcome, Mr. Adhikari. Now moving ahead, we have a young panelist. Now when we talk about youth in agriculture, Ms. Archana Yadav. A warm welcome to you, madam. Ms. Yadav is a skilled professional with experience in rural livelihoods, women empowerment, and infrastructure development. She has worked with leading organizations like Transforming Rural India Foundation, focusing on women-centric projects and stakeholder collaboration. And just before the session, I was speaking to her and she said she directly works with 7,000 women farmers. So what will she share with us is the voices of those 7,000 unheard directly here. We are privileged, madam. Moving ahead, Prakash Singh Raghuvanshi ji is a smallholder farmer who has developed over 80 improved seed varieties of wheat, paddy, and pulses using indigenous method. He distributes seeds for free under the Beej Daan Mahadan. Beej Daan Mahadan के अंतर्गत हमारे आदरणीय किसान जो है प्रकाश सिंह जी वो बीज को फ्री में बांटते हैं किसानों में. His varieties कुदरत 5, इनका जो variety है कुदरत 9 have significantly increased the production among the farmers. इन्हें NIF के द्वारा सम्मानित किया गया है प्लांट जीनोम सेवियर रिकॉग्निशन सर्टिफिकेट से. रघुवंशी जी की जो डेडिकेशन और जो इनका मैं कहूंगी कि कर्मठ एफर्ट है किसानों के साथ, उसके लिए हम आपका अभिनंदन और स्वागत करते हैं प्रकाश सिंह रघुवंशी जी. एक बार जोरदार तालियों से हमें अपने किसान भाई का और बहनों का भी स्वागत करना चाहिए. हमने कल से सुना है किसान ही भारतीय कृषि की रीढ़ की हड्डी है और जब सीड सिस्टम आता है तो दे आर द कस्टोडियन ऑफ सीड. मूविंग अहेड
With this session, I would just have a round of questions from all the esteemed panelists. So if we see, now we are globally, we are going to have a lot of production increase which is needed to feed the population. When this increase in demand of the production is coming, how do you see the role of women and youth contributing into it? So whoever want to start, I would really request the plenary. हमारा सवाल ये है सारे प्लेनरी से कि अभी जो जिस तरह से जनसंख्या विश्व में बढ़ रही है, हमें अभी काफी जरूरत है कि प्रोडक्शन में पैदावार में इसे बढ़ाया जाए. तो आप जो सम्मानित गणमान्य यहाँ बैठे हैं, आपको महिलाओं एवं युवाओं की भूमिका कैसे दिखती है इसको अचीव करने में?
Thank you very much for inviting us to this wonderful session and the Congress as well. And Madam has already said the context very well. When we talk about feeding the global population, increasing global population, when the Green Revolution started way back in 60s, that was also the concern. And now this is also the concern after all these investments of money, grain, everything. There is malnutrition issues. On the other hand, actually the population increase is not the concern now in many places. It's the decrease in population. The rate of decrease is a concern in many places. So even I found that youth are very hesitant to marry as well. So what will be the scenario that we don't know by 2050 is going, and the food habits are changing very fast. So the scenario will be completely different. But women will continue to contribute very substantially to this. And if we ignore their roles over the years again and again, we'll commit a historical mistake because they are the seed saviors all through the ages, since beginning of the agriculture probably. So if we really think about the hunger issue, let me tell you that it's a very complex issue. It's not just straight away increasing the production and feeding the millions. Till now, after all the increase in production, or say yield, people are still hungry and malnourished all through the globe, all over the globe, even including the richest countries. So it's a very, very complex geopolitical, economic, and social issue. Inside a rich country, inside the very rich households also, there is a lot of inequality in eating the food. We don't have just food culture, we also have the meal culture. So that, women are the most affected people in that, but though they contribute a lot to the agriculture. So, with destruction of more and more natural resources, the problem is going to be aggravated more. Destruction of natural resources, I mean, human-made as well as natural, like natural disasters, then destruction of soil, water, biodiversity, all these things. So, women are going to be impacted more, and we need to have a special strategy designed for that. We have to address the hunger issue.
Thank you, ma'am. And you said a very valid point that there has to be special subjective strategies which need to be designed, which varies from one place to another. Yeah, thank you for that. Dr. Dadlani, over to you.
Thank you, Sugandha. Women have played a very central role in our agriculture. Madam has very amply introduced that in her speech. So that is already known, that is already taken, and it will remain the same in the years to come. What you asked, Sugandha, is how we see it with the population rising, food demand rising, and the land remaining same, stagnant. How do we balance the two things? I think women will play a more crucial role in identifying the crops and varieties which are more resource efficient, because resource management is going to be of crucial importance in the years to come, whether that is water, healthy soil, nutrients, even disease and pest control. In every aspect, we have to go for more climate resilient and resource or input efficient varieties and crops. Already there is more and more farmers are now growing millets and minor millets, which we know are more climate resilient. होती हैं, जो माताएं होती हैं, वो ये डिसाइड करती हैं कि उनके परिवार में सबको भरपूर खाद्य मिले, साथ ही भरपूर पोषण भी मिले। मैडम ने बताया कि डाइवर्सिटी की तरफ महिलाओं का हमेशा से एक ध्यान रहा है। वो कहीं भी थोड़ी जगह मिलती है तो वहां सब्जी मूली कुछ उगा लेती हैं। 12 अनाज हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सिस्टम में शुरू से है कि you grow multiple crops, and this is more so when your land holdings are small, because you do not have the you cannot waste any land, so they grow multiple crops कि एक अगर फेल भी हो जाएगा कुछ तो मिलेगा, so there will be sustainability in that sense also, and therefore women also have the responsibility of seeing that there is availability of such seeds. That's why they are known as custodians of seeds. But unfortunately, the role is neither recognized within the family or even by various organizations. I am very sad to see. I also had been involved in some way. The Plant Variety PPVFR Authority, Plant Variety and Farmers' Rights Protection Authority, they recognize farmers with awards and with recognitions as genome saviors. And you will be surprised that out of 51 genome savior awardees, only 2 are women. And out of 80 genome savior recognition, those who had received recipients, only 6 are women. Whereas we all know that they are the main custodians of seed. But as I said, that sadly their role gets, untalked and unrecognized. But that's not going to dampen neither their spirits nor their involvement. But I only wish that, as Swati had said, that it is not the participation of women. We want empowerment of women more and more in agriculture. Thank you.
Very
Very important point you raised, as Swati also has raised, and Madam also in her.
It's not about only giving them an opportunity, it's about their empowerment. And what you said, recognition, identity, not only as a farmer, but also as a progressive scientist, also as the custodian of seed, and also in every walk of agriculture system. So that recognition is the key. That's very important. Thank you, ma'am. And moving ahead, I would request you to kindly answer the question again. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, basically, you see, we are talking about the food security and production. These are the different elements. Basically, हम लोग जो सोचते हैं जो प्रोडक्शन बढ़ेगा करके हम लोग all the scientists, all the institute, everybody are thinking about the production, not in sustainability. But in the particularly in food security, you see the rural India. Rural India, 80% of people, they are not using any hybrid seed. They are using their own seeds. You see but till that, we are not recognized as a custodian farmers. उनको पूरा हमारा जो सीड सिस्टम है, हमारा जो प्रोडक्शन सिस्टम है, जो लोग जो स्टेक होल्डर्स, डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स आर देयर, ओनली वी आर रिकॉग्नाइज ओनली द इंस्टीट्यूट, only institute and scientists. But you see the food security, particularly we are talking about the women and food security and the production system and how we feed our globes and a lot of people are depending on foods. ये जितने भी बात बोलने से भी हम लोग को थोड़ा अभी भी आज वो नेशनल कन्वेंशन जो हो रहा है इसमें से हम लोग उन लोगों के बारे में वो कस्टोडियन के बारे में सोचना चाहिए. बेसिकली मेरा दो बोलना है कि we are now everybody are talking about women and gender. Madam also, Monica Madam also, two things is well presented. No, particularly जो महिलाओं को इक्वालिटी का बात बोल रहे हैं. आज का दिन में हम लोग हर जगह पे बोल रहे हैं कि जेंडर इक्वालिटी, वो महिला को आगे लाना है, ये सब बोलते हैं हम लोग. लेकिन जो एक्ट में, जो पेपर्स में आना है, कस्टोडियन फार्मर्स, हम लोग अभी तक जो कस्टोडियन फार्मर्स का बात बोल रहे हैं, उन लोग को रिकॉग्निशन के लिए हम लोग को थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए. Basically, you see the food security challenges. Now the climate change is the biggest challenge in the entire world. जैसे कोविड आया है, कोई भी मेडिसिन हम लोग को नहीं मिला है. एग्जैक्ट मेडिसिन क्या है? जो कोल्ड कफ के लिए हम लोग मेडिसिन खाए हैं, कुछ वो किए हैं, वो ट्रेडिशनल जो जिंजर और वो ब्लैक पेपर, उसको भी खाना पड़ा, वो सब हुआ है. लेकिन नो फिजिशियंस जो एग्जैक्ट कोविड के लिए ये मेडिसिन है, ये आप 5 दिन खाने से अच्छा हो जाएगा, ये नहीं बोला है। The same thing in agriculture sector, women are doing 80% of agriculture activities in production, and more than 45% they are custodian. Out of the 80% workers, 40% are custodian of seeds, जो कि उनका घर में आप देखेंगे तो कुछ नहीं होगा तो आपका जो सिम बोलते हैं ना, जो पल्सेस का, वो भी कुछ रखेंगे, नहीं तो जो मेज जो बोलेंगे, मेज का जो कप को वो कंटिन्यू उनका घर के सामने रखेंगे, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट खरीफ में उसको वो दे आर नॉट डिपेंडिंग ऑन एक्सटर्नल प्रोडक्शन, कि एक्सटर्नल जो डिपेंडेंसी होता है वो उसको नहीं चाहते हैं कि वो हम कैसे खुद उसको करेंगे। तो मेरा जो कहना है कि आज का दिन में भी हम लोग को जो इंडिजिनियस और लोकल लैंड रेसेस जितने भी है वो है क्लाइमेट फ्रेंडली है, और उनका जो एरिया स्पेसिफिक होना चाहिए कि नेशनल लेवल में और जो स्टेट लेवल में हम लोग जो पॉलिसी बनाते हैं तो पर्टिकुलरली ये सब देखना है कि ग्राउंड में जो एरिया स्पेसिफिक होना चाहिए, और क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंट का जो बात बोल रहे हैं हम, वो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि एग्रो क्लाइमेट जोन वाइज का हम लोग को पॉलिसी में थोड़ा लाना है, क्योंकि जो एग्रो क्लाइमेटिक जोन होता है उसमें जो ट्रेडिशनल और लैंडलेस जो लोकल लैंडलेस का जितना अच्छे से प्रोडक्शन होता है, इसको थोड़ा हम ज्यादा और अनुसंधान करने से अच्छा है।
थैंक यू प्रकाश, थैंक यू। आपने जो बताया बहुत ही इनोवेटिव बात बताई कि आपको लोकल लेवल पर जाकर जो किसानों की, जो महिला किसानों की खुद की गुणवत्ता है उस पे काम करने की आवश्यकता है, रिसर्च करने की आवश्यकता है। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट। मूविंग अहेड, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी अर्चना जी, आप इसी सवाल पे अपने अनुभव और अपना विचार साझा करें। गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन, थोड़ा माइक ऊपर करें।
जैसा कि मैम और बाकी लोगों ने बताया, हम लोग अभी करीब 7,000 महिलाओं के साथ में काम कर रहे हैं, और जो हम लोगों ने चीजों को देखा है फील्ड पे, ऐसा है कि जो हमारा ग्रामीण भारत है उसमें 70 to 85% जो महिलाएं हैं वो कृषि पे निर्भर हैं, वो खेती करती हैं, वो महिला पुरुषों की ही तरीके से चाहे खेती कर रही हैं, और लेकिन उनको जो पहले में होता था कि महिलाएं जो हैं वो बीज का जो भंडारण होता था वो खुद के घर में ही करती थी, लेकिन आज के टाइम में जैसे लोग मार्केट की तरफ मूव हो रहे हैं, लोग ज्यादातर मार्केट से बीज लेते हैं, वहां से उनको ये नहीं समझ में आ पाता है, वो उस तरीके से पैकेजिंग, हालांकि चीजें होती हैं सारा कुछ, लेकिन फिर भी वो नहीं समझ पाते हैं कि वो जो सीड ले रहे हैं वो किस जनरेशन का है, उसकी प्रोडक्टिविटी रेट क्या है, और साथ ही उनको उसमें जो वैरायटीज हैं उसको उस तरीके से नहीं समझ पाते हैं। तो इसकी वजह से क्या है कि महिलाएं जो हैं उनको, क्योंकि वो घर से और खेत तक में ही या तक ही सीमित रहती हैं, तो वो मार्केट में उस तरीके से जा नहीं पाती हैं। तो ये जो बीज का निर्धारण है वो पूरी तरीके से ही कहीं ना कहीं पुरुषों पे ही निर्भर होता है, महिलाएं उसमें निर्धारण में उस तरीके से पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर पाती हैं। लेकिन जैसे क्लाइमेट चेंज होता है तो क्योंकि महिलाएं कृषि में भी पुरुषों की तरीके से योगदान दे रही हैं, लेकिन क्लाइमेट चेंज होता है तो उसका जो एक बड़ा इफेक्ट पड़ता है कृषि पे, वो कहीं ना कहीं उसका जो प्रभाव वो महिलाओं पर भी आता है, क्योंकि महिलाएं भी काम कर रही हैं खेती में, और कुछ भी फसल नुकसान हुआ या कुछ भी दिक्कतें आती है तो महिलाओं को भी झेलना पड़ जाता है। तो इसकी वजह से हमें लगता है कि जो सीड का ये प्रोडक्टिविटी का या उसकी वैरायटीज का या इस तरीके का जो निर्धारण है वो महिलाओं को भी उसमें शामिल होना चाहिए, उनको भी उस तरीके से उसमें चीजों को समझना चाहिए कि यदि हम अपने खेत में कोई सीड लगा रहे हैं या तो वो किस जनरेशन का है, उनको उस चीज की नॉलेज होनी चाहिए, जो कि आज के टाइम में वो एक महिलाओं की जो एक समझ है इन चीजों पे पूरी तरीके से नहीं है। उनको कह ले कि वो एक जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग है एग्रीकल्चर में वो महिलाओं को नहीं मिल पा रहा है। एंड यूथ की यदि हम बात करें तो जो आज के टाइम में हम यूथ जो है उनका एक टेक्निकल नॉलेज काफी अच्छा है, वो टेक्निकली वो चीजों को बहुत अच्छा समझते हैं। यदि हम उनको हाइब्रिड की या हाई एंडिंग जो वेराइटीज हैं या फिर जो अलग अलग वेराइटीज के सीड जो आ रहे हैं इस टाइम में, इम्प्रूव वेराइटीज जो आ रहे हैं, उसमें यदि हम उनको हैंड ऑन ट्रेनिंग देते हैं कि कैसे हम उनको सीड प्रोडक्शन का ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं या फिर मैनेजमेंट की ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं, एग्रीकल्चर में हम और क्या अच्छी चीजें कर रहे हैं साइंटिफिकली, वो यदि उनको टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग दें तो हमें लगता है कि एग्रीकल्चर में एक बहुत अच्छा चेंजेस आ सकता है। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अर्चना जी, आपने एक बहुत ही सटीक बात कही कि जो युवा हैं, फिर से मैं कहूंगी जब भी हम युवा बोले तो इसका मतलब युवती और युवक, तो जो युवा और युवती, युवक और युवती हैं मतलब पूरे भारत के एग्रीकल्चर में, कृषि में, उनको टेक्निकल नॉलेज है आज के जनरेशन में, तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। बहुत अपने अपने जीवन काल में महिलाओं की भूमिका, और अब अभी अगर आज के देश में देखें तो युवाओं की भूमिका क्या है और कैसे है सीधी।
यह बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि हमारे बनारस की धरती पर ईडी के प्रांगण में नेशनल सीड कांग्रेस का कार्यक्रम हो रहा है। देश विदेश के कृषि वैज्ञानिक, प्रगतिशील किसान लोग आए हैं, हम सबको सादर प्रणाम करते हैं। और बचपन में ही पेंसिलिन इंजेक्शन का रिएक्शन हो गया था सन 77 में। मेरी आंख पूरी तरह से खराब हो गई, मैं पढ़ाई नहीं पढ़ पाया। मेरे पिताजी प्राइमरी स्कूल के अध्यापक थे, लेकिन वो भी प्रगतिशील किसान थे। फिर हम माता जी से और पिताजी से कृषि के बारे में सीखे। फिर बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि 1982-84 में हमारे भारत देश के बहुत बड़े वैज्ञानिक डॉक्टर महात्म सिंह जी यहाँ निदेशक थे, उनसे भी मैंने कुछ सीखा। डॉक्टर उदय प्रताप सिंह जी हैं दलहन फसल के वैज्ञानिक, उनसे सीखा। 15-16 यूनिवर्सिटियों का मैं भ्रमण किया, वैज्ञानिकों से सीखा। जंगलों में, पहाड़ों पर, मैं गांव में गया, बूढ़े बुजुर्गों से सीखा। तो कुल मिला जुला करके हमारे जो पूर्वज कृषि करते थे, वो चयनित करके बीज अपने उन्नत किस्म के जो पौधे होते थे, उनसे वो बीज बना करके अपना भंडारण करते थे और भंडारण करके वो खेती करते थे। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी भूमिका हमारी माताओं का, बहनों का था। पुरुष मेहनत करके, श्रम करके फसल तो उगा देते थे, लेकिन उनके पास तमाम प्रकार के काम होने के कारण वो भंडारण का काम हमारी महिला माताएं करती थी। समय आने पर वही हमारी महिला किसान या माताएं वो पुरुष किसान को देती थी और बताती थी कि ये उस खेत का है, ये उस खेत का है, ये अगेती बुआई के लिए है, ये वैरायटी पीछे की बुआई के लिए है। और वो ये भी बताती थी, उनका पढ़ी लिखी नहीं होने के कारण भी वो किसी कृषि वैज्ञानिक से कम नहीं थी। आटा गूंथती थी किचन में, रसोई में, वो बता देती थी कि किस गेहूं का आटा बढ़िया है, गूंथने में अच्छा है, रोटी बेलने में अच्छा है, इसमें खुशबू कितना है। तो वो अपने अनुभव बताती थी। वो एक तरह से भी कृषि वैज्ञानिक थी। कौन सा दाल कितना खुशबूदार है, कितना जल्दी पकता है, और कौन सी वैरायटी का बीज अच्छा है, दाना देखने में अच्छा है, क्या है। तो आदिकाल से हमारी माताओं का भूमिका सराहनीय है, स्मरणीय है। और वर्तमान समय में हमारे कृषि वैज्ञानिक देश के कोने कोने में यह प्रयास कर रहे हैं। राज्य सरकार, भारत सरकार भी प्रयास कर रही है कि किसानों की आय दुगनी हो, किसान कर्ज मुक्त हो। इस विषय पर मैं किसान भाइयों से निवेदन और प्रार्थना गांव में जा करके करता हूं कि हे किसान साथियों, जागो और जगाओ। हमारे देश के जो रिटायर्ड कृषि वैज्ञानिक हैं, चाहे पूषा के, चाहे कल्याणपुर चंद्रशेखर कृषि विश्वविद्यालय के, चाहे आचार्य नरेंद्र के, या कहीं के किसी प्रांत के कृषि वैज्ञानिकों ने जो 30 साल, 40 साल, 50 साल पुरानी ओपी वैरायटी, रिसर्च वैरायटी बना दी है, वो वैरायटियां विलुप्त हो रही थी। ऐसे बीजों को मैं एकत्रित करके लगभग 30-40 प्रकार का सब्जियों के बीज का बीज बैंक बनाया हूँ। 10 ग्राम, 20 ग्राम, 50 ग्राम, 100 ग्राम भारत देश के लगभग कई लाख किसानों तक फ्री सैंपल बांट करके संरक्षित करवा चुका हूँ। और इसके बाद किसानों से बताता हूँ कि जितना हमारे देश के कृषि वैज्ञानिक रिसर्च करके, शोध करके, खोज करके जो नियम बता रहे हैं, बस उसी नियम पर आप चलिए तो आपका खेती जो है अच्छी होगी, उत्पादन बढ़ेगा, और जब उत्पादन बढ़ेगा तो आप कर्ज मुक्त होंगे, स्वावलंबी होंगे। सरकार भी जोर लगा रही है कि किसान स्वावलंबी हो। अंग्रेजी तो नहीं आता हमको, मोदी जी कहते हैं ग्लोबल क्या कहते हैं कि अपने सामानों का ब्रांडिंग करो, पैकिंग करो, प्रचार करो, मार्केटिंग करो। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि गांव के किसान गाय पाले, भैंस पाले, पशुपालन करें, उसका दूध, घी बेचे, मक्खन बेचे और उसके गोबर गोमूत्र से जैविक खेती करें। जैविक खेती कृषि की वह पद्धति है जो हमारी भूमि की मिट्टी को उर्वरा शक्ति से कायम रखते हुए पर्यावरण को शुद्ध रखेगी, और जो खाद्य पदार्थ उत्पादन होगा वो अमृत रूपी, औषधि रूपी होगा। उसके सेवन से मानव प्राणी बलशाली और दीर्घायु होंगे। वर्तमान समय में जो प्राण घातक बीमारियां फैल रही है वह केवल अंधाधुंध कीटनाशक दवा, डीएपी, यूरिया का देन है। हमारे मिट्टी के जीवांश मर गए, जो पोषक तत्व देते हैं पौधों को, बैक्टीरिया, वो निर्जीव हो गए। उनको फिर से सजीव करने के लिए गोबर की खाद, फसल चक्र अपनाने की जरूरत है। हमारे वैज्ञानिक गांव-गांव में जाकर के सेमिनार लग रही हैं। आज ये जो सीट का इंद्रेश लगा हुआ है, यहाँ पर जो बता रहे हैं, तो मैं तो यही चाहूंगा कि किसान भाई इस बात को माने। दूरदर्शन पर और आपके संगोष्ठियों में, आकाशवाणी में, चारों तरफ से यही प्रचार प्रसार किया जा रहा है। जो हमारा पर्यावरण का संतुलन बिगड़ गया है, उसको संतुलन में लाने के लिए फिर से हमें जैविक खेती पर आना होगा। प्राण घातक बीमारियों से बचने के लिए फिर से हमको जैविक खेती करना होगा। और जो पुरानी से पुरानी प्रजातियां हैं देसी की, उसमें स्वाद भी अच्छा है, पोषक तत्व भी अच्छा है, तो उसको भी लोग अपनावे। जो नए रिसर्च होकर के यूनिवर्सिटियों से बीज निकाली जा रही है, उसका ब्रीडर फाउंडेशन बीज लेकर के किसान बीज का प्रोडक्शन करें। सीड सर्टिफिकेशन विभाग है, वहाँ सर्टिफाइड करावे, अपना ब्रांडिंग पैकिंग करके खुद मार्केटिंग करें। गांव का पैसा गांव में, किसान का पैसा किसान के हाथ। गांव का विकास होगा तो राज्य का विकास होगा। और मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ, जो भी कृषि वैज्ञानिक कहे उसी को आप मानिए, और अपना भी सूझबूझ जो हो, आपका भी जो ज्ञान हो, किसान वैज्ञानिक, कृषि वैज्ञानिकों को बताइए। किसान और कृषि वैज्ञानिक दोनों मिल करके चाहेंगे तो बिगड़ी हुई व्यवस्था को बना देंगे। हमारे माताएं बहनें, मैं यूट्यूब पर देखता हूँ, अमेरिका से आकर के, विदेश से आकर के लड़कियां 100-200 गाय पाली हुई है राजस्थान में, उसके गोबर गोमूत्र से जैविक खाद बना रही है, जैविक खाद बेच रही है, और दूध, मक्खन, पनीर, घी बेच रही है और स्वरोजगार पा रही है। मैं लोगों से कहता हूँ कि जहाँ भी गौशाला हो, जहाँ भी हमारी माताएं हो, बहनें ये काम कर रही हो, उनका भी किसान भाई सपोर्ट करें, सहयोग करें, और उनके भी विचार को समझे और आगे बढ़ावे। हमको याद है बचपन में 1960 से लेकर के आज तक की बात है, पहले भले उत्पादन कम था, लेकिन फिर भी हर घर में एक पहलवान होता था। आज उत्पादन भले बढ़ गया है, लेकिन अभी हर व्यक्ति जो है बीमार है। हम अपने बचपन में 17, 18, 20 साल की अवस्था में 100 किलो का बोरा कर सर पर लेकर के 100-200 मीटर चला जाता था। कांख में दबा करके 60-70 किलो गेहूं का बोरा उठा करके चल देता था। लेकिन आज रेलवे स्टेशनों पर देखता हूँ तो अटैची लेकर के नए नए युवा बच्चे हाँफने लगते हैं। इसका क्या कारण है? पोषक तत्व उनको नहीं मिल रहा है। रोटी खा रहे हैं, चावल खा रहे हैं, सब कुछ खा रहे हैं, लेकिन स्वास्थ्य नहीं है, ताकत नहीं है। ताकत और स्वास्थ्य तभी आएगी जब वो पोषक तत्वों से भरपूर खाद्य पदार्थ खाएंगे, जैसे ज्वार है, बाजरा है, मक्का है, सावा है, कोदो है। अब देखिए सावा का चावल 150 रुपए किलो बाजार में बिक रहा है, बाजरा 50 रुपए किलो बिक रहा है, और दुनिया भर के पुरानी चीज जिसको लोग विलुप्त कर दिए थे, छोड़ दिए थे, ऐसे चीजों का भी बीज बैंक बनाने की जरूरत है। सरकार भी मदद कर रही है, इसी वैज्ञानिक भी बता रहे हैं, और युवा वर्गीय बच्चों को भी मैं गांव में जा करके बाल कृषि संस्कार केंद्र चला रहा हूँ, बच्चों को सिखा रहा हूँ कृषि के बारे में।
आदरणीय प्रकाश जी, आप जो अभी बता रहे हैं ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बात है। हम आपसे फिर नेक्स्ट अभी ये बात करेंगे अगले राउंड में कि किस प्रकार आप हमें ये सुझाव देते हैं कि चीजों को और बेहतर बनाया जाए जो अभी कर रहे हैं। तो अभी पैनल और चलेगी, तो पैनल को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं फिर आपके पास आऊंगी इस सवाल को लेके कि क्या क्या आपका अनुभव रहा और किस तरह से हम आज के समय में इसको और स्ट्रेंथन यानी कि मजबूत बना सकते हैं। तो फिर हम आपके पास वापस आएंगे। और आपने बहुत बड़ी बात कही कि आज आप यहाँ बैठ के हमें कम से कम 5 दशकों का अपना अनुभव बता रहे हैं। तो जो 5 दशकों का आप अनुभव बता रहे हैं, तो 5 दशक पहले भी महिलाएं, आपने जैसे बताया, माताएं बहनें जो थी वो बीज की प्रजातियों के बारे में बता देती थी, जबकि वो वैज्ञानिक नहीं थी। उनका कोई मैं इसको शिक्षा नहीं कहती, मैं कहती उनको लिखना पढ़ना अगर नहीं आता था, पर वो वैज्ञानिक यानी उनके पास जानकारी थी। तो ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बात बताया आपने कि 5 दशकों से ये चलते आ रहा है, आज भी है और आगे भी किस तरीके से महिलाएं अपनी भूमिका निभाती रहेंगी। मैं फिर आपके पास आऊंगी सवालों के साथ। Moving ahead, I would just ask you, Sabarmati ji, that the community seed bank come up as a very, very strong model these days, right? So, with your vast experience and work arena with farmers, how do you see these in India? The seed concept of women coming together for the seed bank creation has evolved, and what are your experience? Whereas in India, as a country, we are standing right now.
Thanks for the question. In last few decades, there is an increased interest and concern for our biodiversity loss as well as for conservation. Both things are going parallel because some people realize that there is a huge loss of biodiversity that is happening because of the modern agriculture system. And there is also a degeneration of natural habitats for which it is happening, and particularly many individuals and non-government organizations and civil society organizations, community-based organizations, they have taken a lead in promoting or say facilitating the community-based seed banks. So they don't really receive a huge amount of grant as you find to save the same amount of seeds, similar varieties of seeds. The mainstream institutions receive so much of funding for that. Suppose if I take the example of any rice research institute, say, or say any tuber crop research institute or any other institute for that matter, to conserve the biodiversity, they get huge facilities as well as scientific hands for that, technology is available for that, but for community banks, it's not. Despite all these things, community seed banks have taken a good say, but they're doing on their own in very small ways. Some have created very good impact in the local communities. I think it's very decentralized and it should be like that. So women have played a very, very important role directly and indirectly. Not only just conserving the seeds, also through cultivating the crops over the years, because they don't have any refrigerating system to conserve the seeds for many years as you have the system in mainstream institutions. So they have to work hard without having any kind of financial support, any kind of handholding support, any kind of modern technological support, any kind of infrastructure. They have been continuing doing that. So, and if you go to any typical biodiversity fairs done by some networks like Bharat Bhi Swaraj Manch, and many other networks are there. So it is just amazing. It's amazing to see the efforts done by the community people. Particularly, many people I have seen them from government and scientific not completed yet. They have mapped up to, I think, 300 community seed banks till now. So details are not yet available. I mean, the very details. So they have mapped, but the document is available. So a lot of more work need to be done. So, you know, their contribution, I don't have words to say that how much they have contributed to the conservation of the biodiversity. It's really immense. Yeah.
So very valid point you said that with your experience that only conserving the seed is not the solution. There has to be a progressive, sustainable farming, which we have to design for the women. So with your experience, you also said that there is a crunch of financial assistance, as I understood you said for the farmer. So what are your suggestions to work on that arena by different stakeholders who are here also? And also for the agriculture system, that we have a sustainable financial inclusion place for them. What are your suggestions or strategy you think we should adopt at the country level to do that?
I'm happy that at least in the National Seed Congress, you recognize the issue and brought it out to the audience here. And that itself is a big step, because this was not really discussed in the mainstream institutions for a very long time. They are neglected. So discussing these things, and then the step is to recognize that the PPVFRA is doing that up to a certain extent, but the conditions which are led to be awarded, sometimes people can't fulfill those things. So it becomes difficult. So the handholding support is very important for them, and no financial support is there for them. Imagine, they don't have a salary to do all these things, but they put all their labor, hard time and labor to conserve the sea. So should not they be supported financially as well to conserve the biodiversity in a decentralized way? And maintenance in a sustainable way is also very challenging. Like keeping the seeds clean, then like expiry date is gone, you have to remove that and replace it. So much things are there. So the technical support is also required for maintenance of the seed banks in a sustainable way. And the climate challenges and the wildlife related challenges are also there. And the mainstream system is not designed to address the issues of diversity. It's mostly, okay, rice area is lost, you get this much of compensation. Wheat area is lost, you get this much of compensation. But when it is very diverse, there is no system available for that. So regarding the suggestions, also I would say that there is no one best method available. And it should not be like that. It should be very region specific, very agroecological zone specific, very ethnic groups specific. People have their own systems. And truly speaking, if you go to the indigenous communities, household is a gene bank, I tell you. Each household is gene bank without any support. So those things need to be recognized and supported very well. And also the notification of seed standards for formal seed system need to be developed, which is not there in place for our own indigenous varieties and multiple crops. people have been growing 13, 14 crops together. And where is the standard given there in the mainstream framework? So you need to develop all those things. And we often legalize things in complicated ways and also criminalize to certain extent. Like you can't sell your own varieties, many things are there. So if we remove all those complications, I think people can do it well. And the other important thing is, we don't see seeds in isolation. It's a part of the holistic agriculture and food systems. So if we encourage eating the local variety, the traditional foods, which uses local varieties, then people will be interested to plant all those things. And by planting, so they also conserve those things. If we don't encourage the consumers to eat the traditional foods, which are very nutritious and which are very diverse, so then it will be very difficult to conserve. If you look at our food basket, it's getting very narrowed down. You can eat 10 items from potato only, but people don't know many tubers that has been existing, and they are cooked in many different ways. So that is very important to promote as well, besides seed alone. So attitudinal change is also a very important thing.
So very well, I would say timely intervention which you suggested was that when we talk about financial support or financial assistance, it has to be mapped according to the need of the place, right? As you said, every household has its own specific need and requirement. And also you spoke a very insightful thing that we need to converge. We need to come together as the different stakeholders working in agriculture or whoever want to do the seed system, what I can understand, putting the subjective local need into consideration, not having a blanket solution, but a solution which is subjective. Thank you for that, Sabarmati ji. And moving ahead to Dr. Malvika ji. So as we have seen, and you have also spoken, that there is a changing need right now. So how do you see in this current scenario the changing need and the change? How can we meet those changing need in agriculture scenario which is happening right now? Also specific to seed system for women and youth in India. Yeah.
Thank you, Sugandha. What Sabarmati ji just talked about, the community seed banks and role of women in that, and also about seed standards. And Pradhan ji also talked about the traditional varieties, traditional food, popularization of that. That's all fine, but with time, certain things change, and change is not always bad. I mean, change has to be there to meet the requirements of today. For example, traditionally, if you ask a farm woman that how do you cultivate, how do you grow rice in most of the rice growing belt? So transplanting is still there in their mind, that rice has to be, the field has to be budded, it has to be transplanted. Now there is a need for them to conserve water and go for methodologies like direct seeded rice. So they have to be introduced to these new methods of farming. And therefore, I feel that in India, we are so fortunate that we have a very strong agriculture research system. And large number of varieties have been developed which suit the requirements of different agroecology. So we need not shun them. They have a very important role to play in the larger picture. At the same time, these traditional varieties should be evaluated more and more, where women should be made a participant. We talk about participatory plant breeding. I would say that there the role of women farmer should be more than the men farmer, because they are the main selectors. They know which are the better varieties, which are the better seeds in terms of food quality or their digestibility or their therapeutic value and so on. So make them partners in the program of breeding. For example, the farmer bred variety Kudrat 5, it has now become commercial, but it has gone through the process of selection and breeding, and therefore there is nothing wrong in that. We have to have a very pragmatic view on taking women along with that. Yeah. They are already experienced in maintaining community feedback. Why not? Why should not? Why should the women be not made seed entrepreneurs? They have to be now move on to the next step. They need not just remain stuck there. There I have this opinion that they also have to move forward, being a partner in the growth and in the development. आपने कहा था कि हमारे जैसे अभी हमारी सेहत अच्छी नहीं रहती है और उतनी एनर्जी नहीं रहती है हमारे में. एट द सेम टाइम ये भी फैक्ट है कि हमारी आयु सीमा अब बहुत आगे बढ़ गई है. आज से 50 साल पहले जो हमारी लॉन्जिविटी थी और आज जो हमारी लॉन्जिविटी है वो अगर बढ़ी है तो कहीं ना कहीं उसमें मॉडर्न साइंस का भी हाथ है. सो द pragmatic way would be a combination of traditional wisdom with modern technologies which are resource saving, which are sustainable, and which will also meet our food requirement. That is of paramount importance. 50 years back, don't forget that we were food deficient, we were dependent on others. Today we are food sufficient, so let's not lose the focus on that. I would suggest that women should be made partner in this growth. अब पहले जमाने में जब नवरात्र के टाइम पे हम लोग जौ के और इसके गेहूं के बीज लगाते थे, सब घरों में लगाते थे, देखते थे भाई किसका अच्छा निकला है, किसकी जो है उसकी बालियां अच्छी, वो कलियां अच्छी निकली हैं, तो उनके हाथ से सीड आपस में बांट लेते थे. अब उसकी जरूरत नहीं है. मैं ये कहूंगी कि पहले जो हर घर में अपने रिक्वायरमेंट के सारा बीज इकट्ठा करती थी, अब वो कम हुआ है. आपने कहा कि 80% अपना बीज उपयोग करते हैं किसान. हमारे मऊ का जो इंस्टीट्यूट है, इन्होंने 3 साल बहुत अच्छे से स्टडी की है. उनका आंकड़ा कुछ और कहता है. उनका आंकड़ा ये कहता है कि आजकल इनफॉर्मल सीड सिस्टम से केवल 40% बीज का उपयोग होता है. उसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है भाई साहब. मैं ये सिर्फ कह रही हूँ डाइवर्सिटी इज अ मस्ट. ट्रेडिशनल वैरायटीज यस अ मस्ट, आइदर एज सच और एज अ germ plasm for breeding better varieties. And at the same time मैं ये कहूँगी कि men folks have migrated mostly into non-farm occupations. Everything is now a responsibility of women. So they have to be better informed, share knowledge with them, share technologies with them, because it is women now who have to take major decisions and plan their farming accordingly. कौन सा क्रॉप बोना है, कौन सी जाति प्रजाति उसकी बोनी है, प्रधानतः आजकल महिलाओं को ही देखना पड़ता है, क्योंकि जो मेन फोक हैं दे आर एंगेज समवेयर एल्स. तो उनको वो ज्ञान दीजिए, उनको वो टेक्नोलॉजी दीजिए, उनको इतना सक्षम कीजिए कि वो सही डिसीजन ले सके. और जो चीज अगर मान लीजिए कि गवर्नमेंट की बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं जिससे कि उनको बीज मिल सकता है उन्हीं वैरायटीज का, क्योंकि आप अपना स्वर्णा धान अपने घर में भंडारण करें, उसका स्टोर करें, या अगर आप किसी सर्टिफाइड एजेंसी से खरीदें तो उसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है, क्योंकि महिलाओं को और भी ज्यादा काम करना पड़ता है आज as compared to what they were doing 50 years back. So we cannot remain just stuck at where we were 50 years back, but we have to take a very pragmatic step in this life. Here comes the role of youth. Today, none of the rural youth is interested in taking farming. Farming is the last choice. कुछ नहीं हुआ, कहीं कुछ नहीं हुआ, तब वो फार्मिंग में आते हैं, खुशी से नहीं आते हैं। अगर आप एग्रीकल्चरल एंटरप्राइजेस को बढ़ावा देंगे विलेज लेवल में, मेकिंग विमेन एंड रूरल यूथ पार्टनर्स इन दैट, आई थिंक दैट विल बी एक ऐसा स्टेप होगा जिसमें युवाओं को हम कृषि में दोबारा से जोड़ पाएंगे। दिस इज माय ओपिनियन।
Thank you, Dr. Malvika. You just talked about a very crucial, the time need, which is how do we have a permutation combination of traditional wisdom and the modern technology, and how do we web a kind of a solution which is also tackling the climate stress? So when you spoke about the crisis in the water, how are we designing the policies, or how are we working with women and youth, which also talks about the climate change? 20 years back, it was not such a great issue. So as you said, transplanting in rice, we see that women only want to do transplanting, they into that knowledge. But direct seeded rice, the custom hiring centers, how are we going to mainstream them? Yeah, the custom hiring center. So they have to become an entrepreneur. It's the time now. And ma'am also said in her address that this is a time to empower them with economic empowerment. Moving ahead, I would request Prakash ji, Prabhakar ji, युवाओं के साथ अभी आप जो इतने सालों से कार्य कर रहे हैं अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के थ्रू, how do you see the role of youth in current time? We can leverage their expertise to strengthen the seed system, different components at the household level or at the village level you're working in.
Yeah, actually प्रगति कोरापुट ने एक अच्छा स्टडी किया था। ये एक बहुत बढ़िया अपॉर्चुनिटी था यूथ लोगों के साथ काम करने का। बेसिकली दिस प्रोजेक्ट इज सपोर्टेड बाय IFAD। तो वो 3 साल का प्रोजेक्ट था। बेसिकली हम लोग 1000 यूथ के लिए वो प्रोजेक्ट हम शुरू किए थे। 1000 यूथ कैसे, वो यूथ इन एग्रीकल्चर और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का जो बात बोल रहे हैं, हम देखेंगे तो आज का दिन में 95% यूथ आर रिलेक्टेड टू वर्क इन एग्रीकल्चर। जो मैडम भी बोल रहे थे 95%, बिकॉज दिस थिंग जो युवाओं को सोच है कि ये लास्ट जो कुछ फायदामंद नहीं है, उनको बेनिफिट नहीं मिलता है। तो बेसिकली वी थिंक अबाउट द एंगेजमेंट ऑफ यूथ इन एग्रीकल्चर एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करना है तो हम लोग को 2 चीज में ध्यान देना है। बेसिकली सीड सिस्टम में हमें यूथ और वुमेन को लाना है। तो वी थिंक अबाउट द एस्यूर्ड इरिगेशन सिस्टम इन डिफरेंट एरियाज। हम लोग अभी क्या है कि हम लोग ज्यादा जो बोल रहे हैं डैम है, डैम का पानी है, वो पानी है बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन 70% ऑफ एरिया हम लोग देखेंगे तो वो रेनफेड एरिया में, तो रेनफेड एरिया में जो एग्रीकल्चर का जो सिस्टम है, वो जो डिपेंडेंसी है उसमें मोर देन 70-80% है जो कि स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स है। तो उनको एश्योर करने के लिए वो जो सीड सिस्टम को लाने का और जो यूथ को एंगेज करने के लिए हम सोचते हैं, तो हमको छोटा वाटर इरिगेशन सिस्टम सब डेवलप करना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि अभी एंटायर ग्लोब इज थिंकिंग अबाउट द क्लाइमेट चेंज, क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस, पानी नहीं मिल रहा है, जो भी मिल रहा है। हम लोग का जो खुद हमारा एक्सपीरियंस है कोरापुट में, जो ओडिशा का ट्राइबल बेल्ट है, जो साउथ ओडिशा में ट्राइबल बेल्ट में हम लोग को ओनली 2 सीजन वी हैव सीन। मैं जो देखा है बच्चे से अभी जो लास्ट 5-7 ईयर बैक हम लोग को बारिश का 6 महीना और ठंडे का 6 महीना होता था, लेकिन अभी क्या है, बारिश का जो 6 महीने के बदले अभी हम लोग को 3 महीना भी नहीं होता है बारिश। और ऐसा है जो हमको जो पानी भी मिलता है, जो प्रोडक्शन के लिए जो रेनफेड एग्रीकल्चर का जो पानी भी मिलता है, बेसिकली द सेम थिंग वी हैव गेटिंग मोर देन 1600 mm पानी हमको मिलता है हर साल। लेकिन वो जो ड्यूरेशन था, रेनी डेज था, ये अभी क्या हुआ, वेरी फ्यू डेज वी आर गेटिंग मोर देन 1600 mm। जो रेन डेज का रिड्यूस हो गया, रेन डेज का रिड्यूस होने से क्या है कि जो बारिश ज्यादा हो जाने से people are suffering from different disasters. Particularly, you see the in tribal area landslide, flash flood, ये सब का भी प्रॉब्लम चैलेंज आ जाता है. सेकेंड थिंग, हम लोग जो इरिगेशन का सिस्टम नहीं होगा तो उनका फसल पूरा गया तो वो माइग्रेशन हो जाते हैं. यूथ लोग को ज्यादा ये बहुत खुश है क्योंकि माइग्रेशन ये दे आर बाउंड टू माइग्रेट. दिस इज ओनली डिस्ट्रेस माइग्रेशन है, ये से सेफ माइग्रेशन नहीं है. तो ये को इसको देखने के लिए मेरा जो सुझाव है, जो हम लोग यूथ को लेके जो सीड सिस्टम में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलप करने के लिए प्रगति ने लास्ट 5 years we have started some women empowerment programs in women entrepreneurship. वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप प्रोग्राम में हम लोग एक तो सीड सिस्टम का रखा है जिसमें मोर देन 500 सीड मदर्स वी हैव आइडेंटिफाइड सीड मदर्स. वो जो सीड मदर्स है वो लोग क्या है कि उनके पास कम्युनिटी में वो सीड को प्रिजर्व कर रहे थे और प्रोडक्शन भी कर रहे थे. तो उनको जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग होना चाहिए बेसिकली विदाउट एनी हार्मफुल केमिकल यूज करके कैसे नहीं होगा. जैसे कि हम लोग बोल रहे हैं कि बीजामृत, जीवामृत, हांडीखाद जो देसी खेती करना है और ये जो डीएपी जो बोल रहा है, अभी जो यूरिया बोल रहा है, हम लोग खुद देसी का यूरिया बनाते हैं जो कि जो गौशाला होता है ना, गौशाला के आगे हम लोग एक गड्ढा करके वो उनका जो गोमूत्र जो निकलता है उसमें से ऐसे कैसे वो लोग यूटिलाइज करके वो खेती में विदाउट केमिकल कैसे खेती करेंगे और वो सीड सिस्टम में हम लोग उनको लाए हैं. अभी एट प्रेजेंट वी आर फैसिलिटेट, हम लोग जो फैसिलिटेट किया है वेजिटेबल के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और मिलेट में हम लोग 18 वैरायटी मिलेट को आइडेंटिफाई किया है और आउट ऑफ दैट 2 मिलेट्स का अभी जो लोकल लैंडर्स का स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने भी उसको ये किया है कि सीड चेन में 2 लाए और 4 लाए 4 अभी जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने सीड चेन में लाए जो कि फार्मर्स लोगों को बेनिफिट होगा. जैसे कि आप पेड़ी के ऊपर बोलने से वी आर एट प्रेजेंट वी आर वर्किंग विद 18 एरोमेटिक वेराइटीज. आउट ऑफ 18 एरोमेटिक वेराइटी जो कोरापुट कलाजीरा, आप लोग को मालूम होगा कि जीआई टैगिंग लास्ट हम जीआई टैगिंग हमको मिला है. वो हमारा एक एपीओ है, एपीओ के 6 एपीओ प्रगति ने फैसिलिटेट किया है. वो जो सीड सिस्टम में मिलेट, वेजिटेबल एंड पेडी का सीड को हम लोग खुद सीड चेन में जो इनफॉर्मल सीड चेन में हम लोग लाए हैं थ्रू एपीओ. तो वो जो सीड अभी बेच रहे हैं डायरेक्ट स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स को वो बेनिफिट मिलता है. पहले क्या है कि वो लोग 10 रुपया, 12 रुपया, 20 रुपया में बेच रहे थे, लेकिन नाउ वी आर इंश्योर द फार्मर्स आर गेटिंग मिनिमम 40 rupees for their seed and 5 rupees are the differential amount should get the APO. APO का जो ट्रांजैक्शन वो सब जो खर्चा होता है उनको मिल रहा है. तो मेरा सुझाव ऐसा है कि आज के दिन में हम लोग को 2 चीज को इम्पोर्टेंट देना है. एक तो यूथ को एंटरप्रेन्योर बनाना है. जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बनाना है ऐसा नहीं है कि वो फिटर बनाना है, वो गाड़ी का चक्का खोलेगा, ये करेगा, वो रिपेयर करेगा. ऐसे तो रिक्वायर है, हम लोग को कंपनी होना चाहिए वो सेपरेट. लेकिन जो एग्रीकल्चर उनका जो रिसोर्स है, उनका जो लैंड है, उनका जो गांव में जो जमीन है, वो जमीन में कैसे वो खेती करेगा और उसको वहीं पे कैसे उनको इनकम होगा, कंटिन्यूटी रहेगा, ये थोड़ा हमको ध्यान देना है. सेकेंड थिंग, जो रूरल एरिया में हमारा जो पर्टिकुलरली कोरापुट में हम बोलेंगे तो हम सोचते हैं कि एनी प्रोडक्शन, सीड प्रोडक्शन के लिए आपको जो साइंटिफिक खोज है, जैसे कि पेस्ट अटैक नहीं होना चाहिए, पेस्ट अटैक होने से उसको हटाना चाहिए, जैसे कि जो क्वालिटी सीड होना चाहिए, ऐसे हम लोग भी क्वालिटी सीड का जो सीड बिफोर transplanting or broadcasting we are facilitate the seed treatment with organic way. This गोमूत्र, बीजामृत, ऐसे हम लोग कर रहे हैं. ऐसे पानी और नून डाल के, जो पोटैटो डाल के भी हम लोग एजुकेट किया है. तो दिस सेम थिंग जो गांव का जो यूथ है, ऐसे उन लोग के पास ऐसे जो डिफरेंट टेक्नोलॉजी विदाउट एनी केमिकल हजार्ड्स. क्योंकि आप देखिए, हम लोग ग्रीन रिवोल्यूशन का बात अलग था, क्योंकि हम लोग के पास खाना नहीं था. लेकिन खाना बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग जितने भी वेस्ट किया है ना लैंड, अभी कुछ नहीं मिलता है. ज्यादा लैंड जो particularly you go in our area also, some areas, rainfed areas, people are more interested to planting this eucalyptus plantation instead of vegetable और पेड़ी, मिलेट, ये सब नहीं हो रहा है. तो अभी जो चैलेंज है, यूथ का जो चैलेंज है, ये हमको थोड़ा देखना पड़ेगा इरिगेशन का. और सेकंड जो वुमेन एंड एंटरप्रेन्योर का बात हम बोल रहे हैं, हम लोग अभी लास्ट 2 साल लास्ट ईयर in association with ED also we are started some agriculture programs with the women, जो CGR और ED का जो gender equity का जो बात हो रहा है.
So प्रभाकर जी, आपने
वहीं पे हम लोग सीड का बैंक बनाया.
आपने एक बहुत बड़ी समय को पूरा ध्यान रखते हुए हम लोग एक अंतिम चरण और है हमारा.
Sure.
तो आपने जो एक दो चीजें बताई कि अगर युवाओं को हमें जोड़ना है तो हमें उन्हें इरिगेशन फैसिलिटी यानी पानी की सुविधा देनी है. That I think is one of the important observation from the field, that what actually we need. So with your experience, आप कह रहे हो कि अगर हम assured irrigation यानी पानी की सुविधा, जल की सुविधा पहुंचाएं तो शायद, या आपके एक्सपीरियंस से ये चांसेस है कि युवा आगे बढ़कर आएंगे और खेती में कंटिन्यू करेंगे. दूसरा आपने जो बताया सीड मदर वाला कॉन्सेप्ट, वो एक मुझे काफी इम्पोर्टेंट लगा, क्योंकि जब हम आइडेंटिटी की बात कर रहे हैं महिला किसान की, तो इस तरह का इनोवेटिव कॉन्सेप्ट कि आप सीड मदर यानी बीज माता का कॉन्सेप्ट लेके आ रहे हैं, वो अपने आप एक महिला का आइडेंटिटी स्टैब्लिश कर देता है धरातल पर. Right? और पॉलिसी मेकर्स के. तो ये जो है इसके लिए इट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इंटरवेंशन दैट यू आर डूइंग. सो आई कुड से दैट व्हाट यू शेयर आल्सो ब्रॉट अ लाइट फॉर अस, दैट how do you actually do a kind of a strategy where you check and bring all the untouched part of women active involvement in agriculture and her empowerment into context. अब मैं आगे बढ़ते हुए अर्चना जी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूं, अभी फिर हम नेक्स्ट राउंड में आएंगे, फिर आप और अपना अनुभव साझा करेंगे. समय का थोड़ा हमें ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा. सो अर्चना जी, अगर हम भारत में देखें तो स्वयं सहायता ग्रुप, क्योंकि आप 7,000 महिलाओं के साथ समूह में काम कर रही हैं, एक मौन क्रांति के तौर पर आया है. महिला समूह का जो ग्रुप है, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप का मॉडल. एंड व्हाट आई वेरी स्ट्रांगली से दैट SSG इज द कंडुइट टू वर्क फॉर विथ वुमेन इन एग्रीकल्चर. तो आपके अनुभव के अनुसार से जब आप समूहों में काम करती हैं, तो आप क्या ऐसी 3 या 4 चीजें हमें बताएंगी कि आज के टाइम पे उनको और हम बृहद रूप से सपोर्ट कर पाए, या उनको और किस तरीके से हम ये मदद कर सकते हैं या पॉलिसी डिजाइन कर सकते हैं जिसमें स्वयं सहायता ग्रुप आगे बढ़ चढ़ के सीड प्रणाली में, बीज प्रणाली में अपना योगदान दे पाए समूह के तौर पर.
ओके, तो जैसे कि हम लोग जिस समूहों में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, वो यदि हम एक पंचायत की भी बात करते हैं तो SSGs जो है वो ऑलमोस्ट पूरे पंचायत को कवर करती है. और ऐसे करेंगे हम लोग करीब जो हमारे वाराणसी का जो अराजी लाइन ब्लॉक है, उसमें जो 117 पंचायतें हैं, वो पूरे पंचायत में काम करते हैं. और यदि हम सीड को लेके यदि बात करें तो हम यदि, क्योंकि महिलाएं कृषि में फसल की कटाई से लेके उसकी पूरी बुआई तक में, बुआई से लेके पूरी कटाई तक में उनका पूरा योगदान है. तो ये महिलाओं को सबसे पहले जो एक हम लोगों को जो लगता है, या हम लोग जो जिन चीजों पे काम कर रहे हैं, वो उनको कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पे हम लोग ट्रेनिंग्स दें, ताकि उनको एक सीड की वैरायटीज को समझना, या हमें कैसे उसमें जो हमारी फसल है, जो क्रॉप है, उसकी मैनेजमेंट को कैसे हम लोग देख सकते हैं, ये सारी चीजों को लेकर उनकी एक समझ अच्छी होनी चाहिए, जो कि इस समय अभी कहीं ना कहीं उसकी कमी है. वो समझ नहीं पाते हैं महिलाएं, क्योंकि वो पूरी तरीके से मार्केट पे जो डिपेंड है, उनको कोई खेत में यदि कुछ किसी तरीके की कोई प्रॉब्लम्स होती है, कोई रोग हो गया है, उनको खेतों में फसल में कुछ किसी तरीके कीड़े लग रहे हैं, तो वो समझ नहीं पाते हैं कि वो क्या है। बस वो गए दुकान पे बताते हैं कि भैया हमारे यहाँ पे फसल में ये कीड़ा लग रहा है, धान की पत्तियां पीली हो रही हैं, या फिर कुछ सफेद कलर के माइट्स वगैरह लग रहे हैं, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग वो दवा दे देते हैं। उनको एक्चुअल प्रॉब्लम नहीं पता चल पाता है। तो मुझे या हम जो संस्था TRI जो काम कर रही है ईडी के साथ में भी मिलकर, कि हम उनको कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग को लेके ट्रेनिंग्स प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। और अभी इस समय में हम लोग FPO में, क्योंकि महिलाओं के साथ में हम काम कर रहे हैं, तो हम FPO की तरफ भी फोकस कर रहे हैं कि महिलाओं का FPO चला रहे हैं। अभी कुछ इधर राजतलाव साइड में ही FPO खुला गया है महिलाओं का। उसमें हम महिलाओं को बहुत ज्यादा से ज्यादा उसमें उनको शेयर होल्डर दिया जा रहा है, ताकि उनको उनके FPO के थ्रू जो अच्छी वेराइटीज की जो बीज हैं या जो हर्बिसाइड या पेस्टिसाइड्स वगैरह जो मिलते हैं, उसको हम लोग उनको सपोर्ट कर सके, उसके बारे में उनको प्रोवाइड भी करा सके। साथ में जो गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम है, बहुत सारे नहीं पता चल पाता है लोगों को, गवर्नमेंट की बहुत सारी स्कीम आते हैं अच्छे रेट पे, उनको ये कई सारे सीड्स वगैरह भी दिए जाते हैं। तो हम लोग उनको गवर्नमेंट के साथ में और अदर जो संस्थाएं हैं उनके साथ में लाइजनिंग करते हैं, लाइक KVK, और अभी हम लोग ईडी के साथ में भी काम कर रहे हैं। हाल फिलहाल में हमने DSR करवाया था SHG के थ्रू, और SHG में DSR करवाए थे, जिसमें कि हमने एक पूरे पंचायत को पकड़ा, उसमें DSR हम लोगों ने करवाया था जी। और इससे उनका लेबर कॉस्ट कम हुआ, वाटर कॉस्ट, उनका जो इरिगेशन कॉस्ट था उसमें काफी कमी आई, और उनके टाइम की बचत हुई। क्योंकि एक बार प्लांट का वो बीज बोना, फिर उनको यहाँ पे वाराणसी में या मे बी शायद UP में ये कॉन्सेप्ट है कि हम लोग 2-2 बार प्लांटेशन करते हैं। एक नर्सरी लगा, उसके बाद उसको नर्सरी को अलग से प्लांटेशन करेंगे, फिर उसको थर्ड टाइम फाइनल प्लांटेशन करते हैं। ये ऐसा एक चलन है यहाँ पे अपने वाराणसी में। अभी तो हम काम कर रहे हैं तो वाराणसी में हम देखते हैं ये चीजें हैं। तो DSR से उनका टाइम बहुत बचा, और उसका जो उपज था, उसकी जो यील्डिंग आई थी काफी अच्छी आई थी। लोगों ने, आसपास के लोग जो लोगों ने देखा, उनको भी काफी वो चीजें अच्छी लगी कि हमारा टाइम भी बच गया, इतना बहुत ज्यादा जो झंडा के बुआई करना, रोपाई और ये सारी चीजों से छूट गए। और उसके बाद प्रोडक्टिविटी काफी अच्छी आई है। तो जो पूरी पंचायत थी वो उन्होंने अब उसको अडॉप्ट करना सीखे। वो खुद चाहते हैं, हमारे साथ आते हैं, मिलते हैं कि हाँ मैडम हमें भी ये DSR करना है, क्या इसके प्रोसेस है, कैसे करना है। हालांकि अभी हम लोग कस्टम हायरिंग सेंटर, जैसे कि ये लोगों ने बात किया, हम उसके लिए भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं NRLM के साथ में, क्योंकि हम NRLM के साथ काम करते हैं। तो ये कस्टम हायरिंग सेंटर्स को भी काफी ज्यादा प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल, क्योंकि DSR एक सीड्रिल का पूरा प्रोसेस है, तो ये सीड्रिल का थोड़ा समस्या आता है कि मिल नहीं पाता है टाइम से। तो हम कस्टम हायरिंग सेंटर के थ्रू ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो सीड्रिल है वहां पे वो चीजें आए, और लोग उसको फिर और अच्छे से इजीली थोड़ा उस चीज को अडॉप्ट कर सके, और उस पर DSR को आगे फिर लेकर जा सकते हैं। एंड अभी जो इस टाइम में हम लोग और आगे भी कर रहे हैं कि हम PG को बहुत सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि FPO तक हर कोई यदि नहीं पहुंच पाता है, तो हम गांव में छोटे छोटे SHGs में PG को प्रमोट करते हैं, और PG के थ्रू हम महिलाओं को सीड को लेके या फिर उनसे जो क्रॉप मैनेजमेंट है, इन सब को लेके उनको काफी सारे ट्रेनिंग्स वगैरह प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू अर्चना जी। ये आपने अभी जो ये डिस्कशन चल रही है उसमें है कि हम मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी से कैसे महिलाओं को जोड़े, तो आपका बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हर। दैट्स व्हाट द रोल ऑफ अ यूथ इन अ पैनल ऑलवेज ब्रिंग टू। आपने जो बताया डायरेक्ट सीडेड राइस, यानी कि धान की सीधी बुआई जो कि मशीन से होती है। अब आप देखो एक महिला जिनको हम कहते हैं कि भाई इनके पास तो जानकारी नहीं है, शी डजंट हैव द नॉलेज, शी कैन नॉट रन अ मशीन, she cannot have the financial literacy. Now, so you have an example that when given an opportunity, a woman can become an entrepreneur. A woman can do direct seeded rice, which is quote unquote
presumed to be a men world. Yeah. So thank you इसको लाने के लिए, और मैं आपका साधुवाद करूंगी कि डायरेक्ट सीडेड राइस में महिलाएं जो आपने 3 चीज बताई वो पानी का भी बचत कर रही हैं. So what Dr. Dadlani was saying, bringing, we have to have technology for the women which save water. What Madam was saying, it has to be subjective and local. So in your area, as you said, there is a certain way of doing transplanting. So you are bringing the modern technology. आप आज की जो टेक्नोलॉजी डायरेक्ट सीडेड राइस है, जो कि मीथेन का भी सोल्यूशन है, एमिशन को सॉल्व करती है, समय बचाती है, और एक जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण आपने बोला, अभी मैं हाईलाइट करूंगी, ड्रजरी. जो आपकी हम हाथ से जब ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं तो महिलाओं को जो ड्रजरी होता है, जो पेन होता है, दिस टेक्नोलॉजी इज ऑल्सो सॉल्विंग द प्रॉब्लम. सो वही फिर से मैं कहूंगी कि आपने गागर में सागर भर दिया. एक एग्जाम्पल देके कि किस तरीके से a woman when is at the center of any technology, she can do climate, वो climate change को भी एड्रेस कर सकती हैं, वो इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट भी कर सकती हैं, वो समूह में फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी के साथ काम कर भी सकती हैं, और लास्ट बट नॉट लीस्ट एट द ग्रासरूट लेवल शी इज ब्रिंगिंग इनोवेशन. यानी कि धरातल पे, गांव पे, पीजी लेवल पे कस्टम हायरिंग सेंटर के माध्यम से वो नवाचार अपने गांव में ला रही हैं, तो रोल मॉडल भी बन रही हैं और आइडेंटिटी कर रही हैं.
एक
थैंक
और
यू.
चीज इसमें मुझे थोड़ा ऐड करना था कि जो हमने डीएसआर कराया था, तो हम लोगों ने उसका पूरा डेटा एनालिसिस किया था. जो ट्रेडिशनल जैसे कि हम लोग बता रहे हैं प्लांटेशन का जो खेती है, और जो डीएसआर थे, हमने उसका पूरा डेटा एनालिसिस किया था करीब 1 एकड़ के उसको लेकर खेती को. उसमें मैम 700 का इजाफा हुआ था उनके इनकम में. हमने उनका कॉस्ट निकाला कि वो जो रोपाई से जो कर रहे हैं, सोइंग जो करते हैं, उनमें उनका क्या कॉस्ट गया, और क्या आगे चल के उनके कितने प्रोडक्शन हुए, और डीएसआर में क्या कॉस्ट गया, उसका क्या प्रोडक्शन आया. उसमें 7,000 का मैम डिफरेंसेस था. इनको प्रॉफिट हुआ डीएसआर में 7,000 का.
थैंक यू अर्चना जी. अब मैं थोड़ा समय का ध्यान रखते हुए निवेदन करूंगी कि हम अब आज की जो ये पूरी सेशन थी, हाउ आर वी गोइंग टू समराइज इन वन लाइन. मैं निवेदन करूंगी प्रकाश जी से भी कि अगर हम ये देखें कि महिला, युवा और जो स्मॉल होल्डर फार्मर्स है भारत में, उनका जो ये महत्वपूर्ण रोल हमने अभी सेशन में देखा कि है, और किस तरीके से हम नवाचार और किस तरीके से सारी चीजों को वी कैन हैव अ परमिटेशन कॉम्बिनेशन सोल्यूशन टू ब्रिंग इनटू द एग्रीकल्चर सिस्टम. If we can have a last, understanding sharing from the panel, आप प्रकाश जी आपके उद्बोधन के बाद थोड़ा समय का मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगी, विनम्रता हूँ कि अगर आप बता पाए, और फिर then we can move to the panelists and we can summarize the session and your message for this NSE 2024 to the globe and the country.
जी, अभी अर्चना जी जो भी बताई है, उस विधि को मैं 20 साल खुद किया था, प्रयोग और जगह करवाया, और ये सीधी बुआई सूखे मिट्टी में सीड ड्रिल से या हल बैल से या हाथ से हम 4-5 साल से करवा रहे थे. लेकिन हमारा देखा बहुत से किसान सीधे बुआई करके लाभ उठा रहे हैं. समय की बचत, मजदूरी की बचत और पानी की बचत. और ऐसे भी महाराष्ट्र, मध्य प्रदेश में तो ये बहुत दिन से 25 साल 30 साल से भी धान की खेती इस तरह से किसान कर रहे हैं. अब मैं आ गया रोजगार पर. अपनी खेती, अपनी खाद, अपना बीज, अपना स्वाद. हम कई एसपीओ से जुड़े हुए हैं, खास करके मध्य प्रदेश के बैतूल में 4000 विकलांगों का एक नमन सेवा समिति है. हम वहाँ महीने 2 महीने पर जाता रहता हूँ ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए, और तमाम एनजीओ वाले भी हमको महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात और उत्तर प्रदेश में लोग बुलाते रहते हैं, और 3 दिन का शिविर मैं करता हूँ. और प्रभु की ऐसी कृपा है कि हमारे बताए हुए रास्ते से आज देश भर में लगभग कई हजार बच्चों को रोजगार मिला है, विकलांगों को रोजगार मिला है. घर की महिलाएं, इस समय खिचड़ी का समय आ गया है. अब जो विलुप्त हो रही थी गांव में बनने का प्रचलन, गुड़ का लड्डू, ढूंढा, पिलवा, ये सब बंद हो रहा था. बाजार से लोग आश्रित निर्भीक हो रहे थे. अब फिर से महिलाएं गांव में बना रही हैं, और उसको मैं बच्चों से बिकवा रहा हूं, और शहरों में जाकर के निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि आप लोग सीधे गांव के किसानों से जुड़िए. जिस किसान के पास पशु हो गाय हो उनका आप दूध लीजिए सीधे, थोड़ा महंगा पड़ेगा और आपके सहयोग से किसान की आय का स्रोत बढ़ेगा और शुद्ध चीज मिलेगा। तो इस तरह से परिवर्तन आ रहा है और बस यही सब है और तमाम लोग सब लोग जागृत हो गए हैं, परिवर्तन आएगा ये हमें विश्वास है। जी प्रणाम।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रकाश जी। अर्चना जी, आपका कुछ मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि योर मैसेज टू द ऑडियंस एंड टू द प्लीनरी एज वेल, कि आप क्या मैसेज देके इस पूरे पैनल को समराइज करना चाहेंगी।
पहले तो थैंक यू सो मच मुझे यहाँ बुलाने के लिए। और मैसेज यही है कि क्योंकि महिलाएं घर से लेके खेत या अब तो वो कहते हैं ना रोटी पकाने से लेके रोटी कमाने तक का पूरा उनका एक वो चलता आ रहा है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं महिलाओं को आज भी वो उस लेवल पे, अभी गांव में हम बात करें, गांव में क्योंकि हम लोग जा रहे हैं पूरी तरीके से मेरा हम लोगों का जो काम है वो पूरे किसानों पे ही बेस्ड है और ग्रामीणों पे ही बेस्ड है। तो गांव में आज भी महिलाओं को वो पहचान नहीं मिल पाती है। तो हम यही चाहते हैं कि कोई भी संस्था या जो भी है वो महिलाओं को प्रमोट करती रहे और ऐसे क्योंकि विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की यदि हम बात करते हैं तो जब तक हम उनको कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग या वो एक समझ उनकी विकसित नहीं हो पाएगी तब तक में वो विमेन एम्पावरमेंट को हम बढ़ावा नहीं दे सकते। तो हम बस यही चाहेंगे कि जो भी महिलाओं के साथ में हम जो काम कर रहे हैं एटलीस्ट उनको हर वक्त हम लोग हर एक चीजों को लेके उनकी नॉलेज को बढ़ाते रहें और कई ऐसे कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग स्कूल लेते हुए या क्रॉप मैनेजमेंट या जो भी चीजें हैं उस पर एक ट्रेनिंग्स वगैरह उनको प्रोवाइड करते रहें।
धन्यवाद अर्चना जी।
या एक्चुअली डिस्कशन में जो वुमेन एंड यूथ को जो बात हम बोल रहे हैं, मैं सोचता हूँ कि हम लोग वुमेन के साथ ज्यादा काम करने से जो काम करने से अच्छा नहीं है, लेकिन हम लोग को ये सोचना है हाउ वी विल बिल्ड ए वुमेन एज ए एंटरप्रेन्योर कैसे उनको अच्छा उद्योगी कैसे बनाएंगे, ये उसके ऊपर काम करना है और उनको जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करना है इंस्टेड ऑफ ओनली प्रोडक्शन एंड लेबर। वुमेन लोग का जो लेबर काम करते हैं ना, जो 80% ऑफ वर्क एग्रीकल्चर में करते हैं, उनका जो रिकॉग्निशन ना फार्मर्स करके है, ना उनका कुछ लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स है, ना उनका राइट्स है, ना मार्केट में है। लेकिन इफ वी गो फॉर एंटरप्रेन्योर देन उनको जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के काम में लगेंगे ना, वो लोग के पास पैसा आएगा तो कंट्रोल भी करेंगे, ये एक होना चाहिए। सेकंड थिंग, यूथ को एग्रीकल्चर में लाना बहुत एसेंशियल है। टुडे का जो सिचुएशन है, जो क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस के बारे में चल रहा है, क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंट के बारे में हम लोग बोल रहे हैं कि क्लाइमेट चेंज हो गया जो बोल रहे हैं, बेसिकली वी थिंक अबाउट द एंगेजमेंट ऑफ यूथ के लिए हम लोग को डिफरेंट जो प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर बनाना चाहिए। जो प्रोडक्शन होगा छोटे छोटे खेती में, जो कि हम लोग एक मॉडल डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया है, हाफ एकड़ मॉडल और 1 एकड़ मॉडल होना चाहिए, जिसमें इंस्टेड ऑफ सिंगल क्रॉप you can produce 3 type of crops regular, 1 permanent crops, 1 creeper and 1 regular vegetable crop, so that if any pest and disease also attack होने से एक ही फसल जाएगा तो farmers should get another 2 crops। so उसमें क्या है कि यूथ को एंगेज करने से और वहीं पे हम लोग देखेंगे कि ये जो प्रोडक्शन होगा हाउ इट विल बी इको फ्रेंडली और इकोनॉमिकल बेनिफिट होगा। ये जो रिसर्च ऑलरेडी प्रगति ने किया है, ये लास्ट 5 साल के साथ हुआ है। बेसिकली हम लोग का जो मॉडल है, अभी जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और नीति आयोग भी बोल रहे हैं ना, द सेम मॉडल इज ए लाखपति मॉडल, लाखपति फार्मर्स। हम लोग वी आर इंट्रोड्यूस इन 2012 in our diversion based irrigation program supported by Tata Trust. Now the government of India and Niti Aayog also thinking about the लाखपति farmers. तो हम लोग को यूथ को ऐसे लाखपति के अंदर नहीं लाएंगे तो यूथ आर रिलेटेड टू वर्क इन एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर, उनको पैसा चाहिए और यूथ को एंगेज करने से, जो एग्रीकल्चर में लाने से वी नीड मिनिमम टेक्नोलॉजी पार्ट। ये लोग थोड़ा हार्ड वर्क करने का इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, जैसे कि हम लोग पूरा प्लगिंग करना ये करना नहीं है, दे नीड सम टेक्नोलॉजी आल्सो. So my idea is, if we go for climate resilient crop production and society, then we more focus on women entrepreneurship and youth in agriculture. That is highly essential. Yeah.
Thank you, Prabhakar ji. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, to sum it, of course, women always had been custodians of seeds. There is no, I mean, we need not debate about that. But how to bring them mainstream in the seed system? You have, Adhikari ji, you have rightly said, now they have to be made to entrepreneurs. And in that, rural youth should be engaged equally, so that it not only helps women to run these seed businesses more efficiently, it also gives the youth a purpose to remain in the village and earn some money also. That is very important. Employment at the end of the day is most important. Even for women empowerment comes with financial independence. It is a fact. So once they start earning, automatically they will have more say in all kinds of decision making, whether what crop to be taken or what methodology to be practiced, and anything, where to sell, when to sell, what to sell. To one more thing I would just like to add here, it has to be a circular model. Seed alone will not really go beyond a certain very confined scale unless you popularize these varieties. Before this session, I was just discussing with one of my former students, Dr. Gauri Shankar, who is now the CEO of Center for Sustainable Agriculture in Telangana, where natural agriculture is being popularized in a big way. And one of the things what they have included is not only just women who are being made into seed growers, but also the producers, particularly of vegetables, go for processing, simple dehydration, solar drying based dehydration, popularize, make a demand in the market. There will be more demand of the produce. Automatically, there will be a demand for the seed for those crops or those vegetables or those. Also, there is need to revive and popularize some of the traditional cuisines. Here, we need to have a partnership with the food industry, and it has to be a circular model. Unless we have a circular model, looking at seed alone may not really bring that kind of success which a circular model can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much. All of you have already said so much. I don't know what do I say. If you look at 1 decade ahead, because when we think about policies, we have to look little ahead. So if you look at the time ahead of us, it's going to be very, very challenging. Because the technologies are changing so fast. Digitalization, use of AI, then so corporatization, so a lot of things are changing at the practice level and policy level. So how to cope with that? That's a very big challenge we need to understand. So we need to work at grassroots level, research and academia, and also at the policy level. And the other side is like a lot of donor agencies are also existing who need to support all these things besides government. So these need to be a policy focus, like they have already said and I also mentioned earlier, it should be looked at in a very holistic manner. Then I always, it's very dear to my heart, like I always say that adopt a seed. If 1,000 people take a promise to adopt at least one variety, then 1,000 varieties will be saved in our backyards. Doesn't matter even if you are living on the 16th floor of an apartment, you can have 5 pots growing 5 chili plants and keep everything for yourself except 5 chilies for seed purpose and distribute it. That's how we can multiply the things. And then it's very, very important to build up very enabling environment for those who are engaged, particularly for women and youth who are engaged in or with seed and also agriculture as a whole. We provide different kinds of supports. You already mentioned, or generally, you also mentioned sometimes back. So the capacity building is very important besides that, and it should be very holistic approach. We don't see them in isolation. And planning should be done at a regional basis, local basis. We should not use one size fits all approach. Just because we are successful in some place, it should not be followed, it should not be standardized when we deal with diversity. And if we don't give importance to this now, and we'll make again a historical mistake. Thank you.
Thank you all the respected panelists on the stage. A big round of applause for them. And what is the message the panelists, esteemed panelists with their span of experience of years have shared with us? We have to have traditional wisdom with modern technology. Do not forget our traditional wisdom which we have in the agriculture and for the seed. And another very important point, let's converge, and that convergence has to be specific to the location. And when we talk about youth in agriculture, we have no options. We have to provide them economic sustainability there. What is there for youth to come in back in the agriculture? And as the panelists have shared their experience, there are new technologies, there are old wisdom. Let's join hand together and make our Indian agriculture system a global example of how when we Indians come together, we can revive and we can actually make the agriculture system inclusive and youth as a coherent part of that. Thank you all of you, and with this, a big round of applause for our respected audience also. I see the room fill, and that's a kind of a motivation also. And I take this message, yes, we are going to make Indian agriculture system inclusive. The private players, the government, research institute, as you were saying, that all of them have to come together. Thank you all of you. A big round of applause for all the farmers of India. सारे महिला किसान और महिला पुरुषों का हम इस सभा में अभिवादन करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Sugandha. It was a wonderful session, and there are many foods for thought, right? So before we conclude, we want to thank all our panelists, and also I request Sugandha. We have a small token of appreciation and honor, and I would like Sugandha to felicitate our panelists. So we can start with Madam Sabarmati ji. Madam Dadalani ji.
know that we have very eminent, scientists and stakeholders who are involved in the seeds sector. I think they are with us today. So I think it's my, duty to introduce them. I can see many of them, also in the audience. They are also involved in the seed sectors. So I'm sure that at the end, I will give at least 10 minutes to them if they have any questions to ask to this, learned, panelist. So I would like to introduce the panelist. So we have with us Dr. G.P. Singh. He is a director of NVPGR and very eminent wheat breeder. I think he has a number of varieties, almost 81 crop varieties in his kitty. And some of them has really made a kind of revolution or becoming mega variety in farmers' fields. Some of them like SD 2967, DBW 187, DBW 222, and similar 303. And at the same time, he has been a very, he has created a lot of knowledge by publishing a large number of papers, almost 350. And he has received many awards, in total 17 awards. That shows his kind of personality, a scientist, scientific achievements. And I would like to name only 2 or 3: Ravi Ahmed Gidwai Award and Nanaji Deshmukh Awards. So I think I will request I welcome you, sir. At the same time, I request the audience to give a round of applause for him. So now we have with us, representing the seed industry, Dr. Rajbir Rathod. He is a general manager, market acceptance at Bayer Crop Science. Dr. Rathi is a veteran in agriculture policy, regulatory affairs, and biotechnology stewardship, with a focus on fostering public-private partnership for sustainable agriculture. So again, I welcome you, sir, for joining as a panel in this very important session. Then we have with us Dr. Paresh Verma-ji. He is a Executive Director of Bioseed Research India at DCM Shriram Limited. With over 30 years in the seed industry, Dr. Verma has championed agri-biotechnology research and innovation across geography. So I welcome you, sir, for joining this panel. Then we have very well-known face, just in the last session also. You have seen how knowledgeable Dr. Malvika Dalrani ji. And if I just say that she is one of the most renowned seed scientists. I remember when I was a student, even at that time we used to hear her name. And then of course it's already in the last session Sugandha introduced her, that she had graduated or she supervised many students, and that is they are the one who was going to be the champion in the seed sectors. So I think this is your biggest contribution. One can have papers, one can have those leaders are going to be, I'm sure they are here around in many. So thank you, madam, for joining us. I welcome you for that. But at the same time, I see many of the people who are there in the audience. They are representing. K.C. Bansalji is there, and I can see Dr. O.P. Singhi Saab from DCM Shriram. So I can see many of them, and many of the company which has sponsored this. I'm sure that they are here. Their representatives are there. I'm sure they are also going to be the part of this. So. In the last, if you see the last, deliberation, I think many things has been known to us. We know that Indian food sector is pivotal for achieving food and nutrition security, and we also learned that this sector has evolved from a system dominated by the farmers, seeds, to a dynamic and competitive market with active participation from public, private, and forestry sector. No system would have been complete had it been only with the public. It is because of this private and also at present informal seed system, it has contributed enormously to fill the gap of seed requirements. Of course, when we talk about the seed sectors, it is bound by the policies and the regulations, and they are the one which plays a crucial role, in ensuring the availability of the quality seeds. Also, they direct the research and development. They also work for how to improve the seed accessibility to the farmers. Of course, as I say, that some of the policy framework which we have, and that's where we are governed by. Some of them I mentioned here for the panelists, so that they are they will be knowing it beforehand knowledge, so that what we are going to talk about. Of course, Seed Act, which came in 1966, that is where the quality standards were defined. That is where we were able to give them the labels. And so that was very, very important. I think I can say this was one of the milestones in the seed sectors. Of course, the new policy on seed development, that is where the private sector starts, contributing to that. They have been given access to bring the seed from outside the country. So that was very kind of milestones. And then comes the protection of plant variety and Farmers' Right Act. I think that is where that has given a kind of balance or a kind of protection to the breeder's right. At the same time, that has also protected the farmer's right. And then, of course, we are also knowing that when we are talking about new varieties, the germ plots become very, very important. And that is where this Biological Diversity Act also influenced our seed movement. So I would like to just and then National Seed Policy, and that is where the seed variety development and the import of the seeds as well as export of the seeds, that was also allowed. And then Seed Bill 2004, which introduced, which was more better than the Seed Act 1966 to replace it. But then it was proposed, but still it is pending. So with this, I can say that institutional strengthening was another one, and I think we are very fortunate to have a kind of network of universities, ICR institutes, as well as National Seed Corporation, seed corporations. And at the same time, I must say that the private sectors, many companies, I think now in India, around more than 500 companies are involved in the seed, So with this, I can see also the development of PPs, and also that we have released quite a number of varieties. I was just going through the ICR website. We have released more than 5,500 varieties of rice, wheat, and pulses and oilseeds, and 2,000 varieties of horticultural crops, and almost 500 varieties of cash crops. So we have such a kind of portfolio of varieties. So with this, I would like to ask some of the questions. So I will moderate.
I can't even be up during
So I think I would like to ask first question from Dr. Singh, GP Singh. It was to develop a variety. The first thing come is the germplasm, and that is where you get the diversify the. So it's a very, very important things. And so I would like to ask Dr. Singh that under the present regulatory framework, how accessible is the crop germplasm to private seed sector so that they can develop climate smart varieties and trade specific varieties? Because many times when we are discussing among the people, they say still it is, though there are availability, but efficiency and the way it should be shared, I think still there are certain kind of concerns. So I would like that how we can do that. At the same time, what mechanism would you suggest to make it more accessible so that the whole public as well private sector benefits from the kind of wealth we are stored in these gene banks? Please.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. I feel very privileged to be a part of this plenary in the Seed Congress. And policy issue had always been a bone of contention between the public and the private organizations, because export and import of germplasm and exchange freely among different partners is governed by various acts which India is a signatory. And before going into that seed policy, which was introduced in 2002, has several unique things, which is, I can say, is a very important landmark in seed industry. The number one is the India's sui generis system of protection of plant varieties and breeders' right, because this is different from all other international treaty in terms of the rights of the farmers, which has never been acknowledged either by UPO or any other organization. But India has been very bold enough to recognize the rights of the farmer, because the farming community in India is absolutely different, where farmer has a right to register its own variety, commercialize it, and also sow, resow many times as he wishes. This is one of the important differences between international treaties and the Indian Sui Generis Act, which was enacted in 2005 by the passage of the Parliament. The second thing I would say is, which was introduced in OECD system in 2018, European system of recognition and evaluation of varietal development system, which India has become part since 2018, is also a very important system. Then we have also incorporated GM detection in 2018, which is also a very important activity which has been followed very religiously throughout the country. Now, you very rightly said that any of the crop improvement program is primarily dependent on the amount of genetic diversity which the program possesses. And I'm very happy to tell you all, the public sector and the private sector partners, that the National Gene Bank, located in the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, is the second largest gene bank in the world, storing roughly around 480,000 expressions as of now. And we have several mechanisms of exchange of material between private and public organizations. As you also know, that since 2005 or 5 or 6, India is also a signatory to International Treaty for Plant Genetic on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, where we have a list of UN designated Annex 164 crops, which is exchanged among these signatory countries through the CG centers and other centers located in the country or globally. So if the private party want to exchange the material which is designated as FAO designated crop in Annex 1 among the 64, of course, a lot of talk is now going on to increase the number of crops which are included in the Annex 1 beyond 64. But this is one way of getting the material in and out from on the country. The second way is the export or import of material through collaborative projects. You are aware, we have done it very successfully with Australian CSIRO, ICARDA, all the CG institutions. Free flow of material takes place. And since I have taken over, Director of National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, I had to sign import permits every day. And it is very surprising to know that roughly around 80% of the material coming in India is from public sector. Only 20% material is being imported by the private sector organizations. So this is one thing which is heartening, but of course, always questions being raised that ICR, being a very big organization, is not importing that much of material which is located elsewhere, and can be very, very useful for the country in developing varieties for climate resilience, of course, for biotic and abiotic stresses. So this is one thing. And when we talk of the companies, there are two kinds of companies where foreign direct investment is there, and the companies where no FDI is there. So both of these group of companies are dealt separately, and there is no foreign direct investment. I'm sorry, Dr. Aarti, I was asking you some silly questions yesterday. Then I came to know that you are from Bayer, India. And then we suddenly realized that this is a different ball game. So when you are a FDI company, then you have to naturally come through National Biodiversity Authority, which is a mandatory legal binding for all the companies to do so. And then if you are not a FDI company, then you can directly take the material from National Gene Bank under the agreement of multi-layer sharing and also accession benefit sharing. So we give access, conditional access, and also we also assume that when there is a commercial angle involved, and the benefit should also be shared. So more or less, I would say is these laws are the most recent ones, and the National Biodiversity Law Act was also modified by the Parliament in 2023 with several of the amendments. Many of the amendments were suggested by NBPGR, ICR. Many amendments came from the private sector. I guess people are still not happy. That be the case. Yeah, I know. But this is also not a very simple process of getting the amendments. So getting material inside India, again, I will repeat the same statement yesterday I made, is 100 times easier than sending it out. So that is all I would like to say at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. And just to say that, do we have some kind of record that how many, private companies have, sought the jump laws from NUPGR, because, or how easily it was?
Last 5 years, I would say some 30,000 germ plasm accessions have been shared. Exact number of the companies I don't remember right now. But since the inception, when the free movement was restricted, I think 113,000 accessions post 1993 have been shared by NBPGR. So that is quite a good number. But still, there has a lot of scope for improvement, because there are companies where no R&D is there. And when there is no R&D, I think they don't have the diversity also. So we have a treasure house, I would say, which is stored in the National Gene Bank, which has to be utilized for the crop improvement program.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, because I always believe that, jump class is the building block, and the whole seed, sector, the seed value chain starts from there. So it's good that, we are sharing with the private sectors, and of course, within that, the policy and the regulations, and of course, there are scope for improvement, and for that, the system is working. So the next question I would like to Dr. Paresh Verma, because he is representing the private, company, and I'm sure that he has more experience of, utilizing germ plasm, at the same time having collaboration with the ICR systems. So, sir, how has the emergence of private seed companies has contributed to the crop diversity, and what challenges remains in this regard?
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, and a very good morning to all of you. See, the role of the private industry is primarily to make good quality seed available to the farmers of the crop and varieties which are needed by the farmers, which means which are in demand, right? And there, as you heard in the morning from Dr. Dadlani, that we have a seed replacement ratio of about 60% now in the country, and a very large proportion of that, a very large chunk of that seed is being made available by the private sector as well. Now, when it comes to crop diversity really is determined by the choice that the farmer makes when it comes to crop and when it comes to variety. And therefore, it really is determined by the economics of a crop or of a variety that the farmer perceives or experiences, which is in turn, determined by many factors: the consumer preference, the government policy, the commodity price of that crop which the farmer gets, the cost of cultivation, etc. Nonetheless, wherever there is a demand for any kind of seed or variety, the private sector has pitched in and has been playing an active role. In the industry, having said that, I think in the industry there are clearly, the larger companies which are also investing in research programs in some of the crops in which they can afford to invest in research, meaning that there is enough value sharing for the value that gets created through their in-house research investments. And there are companies which are relatively smaller, which in a way, play the producer and distributor role in the entire value chain, and then they take the varieties which are released by the public sector, especially in crops, self-pollinated crops, primarily legume crops, to a large extent rice and wheat, etc. And then they make the seed available to the farmers. Now, because of the lack of an enforceable plant protection legislation or regulation that we have in the country, the larger companies have not been investing aggressively in research and development of those varieties in which we have OPVs. Now, our company is, of course, an exception. Dr. Shringi, my colleague, is sitting here, and we have been investing in research to develop varieties in self-pollinated crops, and I think the success that we have had in a crop like wheat, for example, is something that most of you are already aware of. So I think we can contribute a little more in the overall goal of creating the crop diversity, provided there is better PVP protection available in the country, and also if we have some kind of a mechanism in which there is a recognition for those companies which have a strong research program, which have better credibility, and which can be differentially regulated. Because one of the key constraints that we have started to experience, and this has evolved over the last 2 decades, I would say, is that the Central Seed Act that you mentioned in your opening slide is being implemented differentially in different states. So different states are having different requirements for varieties which are developed by the private sector for them to be able to produce and sell in those states. And I think that is making it more difficult for those companies which are relatively smaller in size and which are finding it extremely difficult to the larger play.
Thank you, Dr. Paresh. I think it is very, imminent nowadays. The product is market driven. Market demands and we develop, and that's how one can reach to the larger, stakeholder instead of coming out with a variety which are not in demand among the farmers. That's where I fully agree. But still, I find that some of the crops is still, as you mentioned, that self-watered crop where you have less control. It still remains to be less focused, not only in private, but even in the public sector also, though they are working, but somewhere they have been lag behind. So what type of changes, as you rightly mentioned, that of course, if we have a better control over your product, at the same time, there is more ethics, values, among the different stakeholders, I think then this problem can be solved. So then I will ask question last because members, so that. So Dr. Rathi, so as you know that, I would like to ask one question, that how has this liberalization of seed industry in India has impacted the balance between public and private sector participation?
Good morning. No, it's good afternoon. And thanks, Dr. Agarwal, and thanks, organizers, for having us over here. And let me give 2 direct answers to your question, and then definitely I'll share other tangible, visible, where people can relate and feel that, and they've gone through that journey. The one positive impact is the panel over here, right? That was not the case when we see 10, 15 years back. specific to the National Seed Congress, I was discussing with Dr. Dilip Srivastava in the morning, and I'm sure some of the people you in the audience also being part of this entire journey till today, 13th National Seed Congress, where I have been associated. And I can say with confidence, like, and I was just going through the agenda of several sessions of the past Seed Congress, which is just happening. I think this is the first one I can say where you'll find people from public and private together. Although of late we said that there's nothing public and private, because science is science, research is a research. I think that's a terminology we have done it, but I think those walls are diminishing, and this is one example, right, which has really impacted positively. The other thing, when it comes to how it has really happened, going beyond this whole, helping farmers and other things. So one is it has really contributed enhanced investment in research and development. And research and development just not very one thing, but it's also into infrastructure, capacity building, getting the new processes for seed quality processing, production, packing, and so on and so forth. And the biggest contribution was providing better seed, better genetics. Of course, it's more into the hybrid and variety also. So that's really one. The second contributory factor, which is also positively impacted and visible on the ground, is the skill and the capacity building, because there is a lot of exchange program has happened. There was one program which was just concluded, which was started in 2012, which was Indo-German Seed Project. And that's only because of the liberalized, openness, kind of a thing, that the way we are discussing. So we have crossed and achieved one stage where at least we are sitting together, not across the table, sitting together and discussing and see what collectively can be done, right? And that's the theme of this Congress also, if you look at partnership and cooperation, right? It only happens between different stakeholders. I will not repeat public and private, because I will call different stakeholders, because everyone brings its own strength, leverage, experience, global wisdom, and what needs to be done. The other important thing which has been really happened is there is a balance of which has been come up, where the Indian seed industry has also get an access that how seed is being developed, it's being researched, it's being trialed in the field, how it is being protected, how it has been regulated when it comes to the commercial sale, what Dr. Paresh has just mentioned. And there's a lot of an exchange which is just being happened. And Dr. Singh has said that how many accessions are over there. Even he mentioned that it's a 20%, but 20% is a big contribution. Getting to the genetic diversity, I'll just say one point. It's not a comment, it's not a complaint. When it comes to the regulation, whether it's a BDA or anything, we are the first one to come up and say, yes, please regulate. We are not, private sector is not against the regulation. The only thing, humble request with folded hand, is that whatever you decide, just keep in mind that the gestation period, the development period, especially in the seed, unlike digital or you develop an app or something, with due respect to them, there's a lot of time which goes into that. It may not happen that I start investing money today, or any company, including Indian company. Now, there are a lot of Indian companies which are also equally in the same stature of its R&D, production, processing at a global scale, right? So the development and the adherence to that should be in a manner that if I start something doing today, it remains in place till the product see the light of the day, right? That is one. The other thing that is very specific to National Biodiversity Authority, we are interacting since 2010 with them. There is a lot of improvement, but whatever we have achieved so far, we have reached here. The way we are doing it, I think there is need to relook from a different perspective and see that how India can take a lead. And there are a lot of countries which are looking around, is that it becomes enabling. It helps other countries also while retaining India's, leading position, not just in seed, but also there are a lot of things which are associated with seed. Seed is one, but if you look at, I think it's the seed only where maximum things are attached with it. I would just, if you compare with the other sectors, right? It's the farmer, it's the producer, it's the packaging, marketing, transportation, testing, pelleting, coating, you name it. I think it's an endless list. And that's where the regulation and policy should be enabling for both public and private sectors, or for all stakeholders. Now there are a lot of FPOs which are also coming in cooperative, how they will be dealt. So that's also, there is a need to see, so that there is an inclusive space for everyone in a more inclusive manner rather than competitive manner. Competition is good so that you come out with a lot of good products, farmer has a choice, right? But as an ecosystem player, how we work together in a cohesive manner and an inclusive manner, so that the end thing what we are discussing is that how we make seed more efficient, more resilient, and it provides more benefit to the farmer. Back to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rathiji. I think, you raised very, pertinent questions that if we have to deliver the genetic gain and if we have to accelerate the genetic gain, we must take time into consideration because time is the denominator in our classical, genetic gain equations. So very valid point. If we have no access to the germplasm and it takes, let us say, 3 years to, integrate into breeding programs, that 3 years set has taken, a kind of, genetic gain to the lower level. I think very, right points that you have raised, and that is where we have to work. And now CG centers as well as, ICR, they are now working on that with that how we can accelerate the genetic gain. And once it comes, I think I'm sure that this time, gap, because after all, we have to deliver not only efficiently, but in timely, because as a breeder, we always foresee what is going to happen the next, after 5 years. We don't breed for today, we breed for the next 5 years. So thank you, sir, for that. And then I would like to ask question to Madam, that how can India strengthen its seed certification and quality assurance systems? Because when I interact with many of the, seed companies, the one which are, a kind of have a reputation, they always complain that how we can prevent the sale of counterfeit seeds and improve the farmer trust in the farmer seeds market. Because when I see many of the seed companies comes fly by night and they come and the same product is marketed in different name, and then there are issues and they you don't know, maybe tomorrow they open the same company with a different name. So this is a very common practices. And again, Dr. Rathi raised another point that now these FPOs are also strengthened, and then they are also coming out with this what you call this quality seed, and then there's a market linkage we have to provide. If we have, otherwise you will have no control on them also. Tomorrow they will also become a kind of problem for us. So with this, Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agarwal. And I think you have asked me the right question sitting here when NSRTC is just a adjoining building where Central Seed Testing Laboratory is located. Your question attains even more importance. Yes, seed quality assurance is a matter of concern. Let us accept this. I don't know whether Dr. B.K. Srivastava is still here or not. Let us accept that our seed quality assurance system is really weak. It needs strengthening at every level, starting from accreditation of the analysts, seed analysts, adhering to the international standards of seed quality. Let me also remind you that our Seeds Act 1966 and Seed Rules 1968 have not been revised ever since, and our seed quality standards, our minimum seed certification standards, are still much lower in many crops as compared to the international standards, because for us, even achieving the prescribed standards is kind of difficult. Why it is difficult? Because our people at every level of seed production, processing and testing are not sufficiently trained, because this is some area where they need to be trained periodically. Across the world, in every developed country, the seed analysts have to undergo a refresher course every 3 to 5 years. In some countries, 3 years, other countries, 5 years. That is absolutely necessary, particularly in our system, where a person may be in seed testing, he may be a staff of seed testing lab today,
and tomorrow he may be posted in soil testing lab. That is normal in our system. Therefore, it is all the more important that their capacity is upgraded frequently, periodically. That is number one. Our seed testing laboratories, our notified seed testing laboratories, need to be strengthened both in terms of the capacity, as I said, as well as certain basic infrastructure. Not required, I mean, very sophisticated facilities are not required in many cases, just the basic seed testing facilities, and to know how to manage a seed testing lab, how to manage the documents, how to manage the manuals. This is very important. And at the same time, it is a pity that in our country we have 8 ESTA accredited labs, 2 in the public sector and 6 in the private sector. But their certification is not valid. Their certification report is not valid. Whereas our notified seed labs, many of them, as I said, are really below the standards. Their report is taken as approved. Similarly, now there are many laboratories which are NABL accredited. So I think looking at the need and the vast country and the quantum of the seed testing, we should make these laboratories also partners. ESTA accredited and NABL accredited laboratories should be at par with our notified seed testing laboratories, number one. Number two, the notified seed testing laboratories must undergo the periodic test, as we call them, the proficiency test and the circular test, the loop test. So that has to be monitored by our next door neighbors, central seed testing laboratories, where as per law, 5% samples need to be tested by the CSTL, and if there is a discrepancy in their results as per the results of the seed companies or the sample submitted by the person, then it has to be re-evaluated. All these things have, I mean, we need a more stringent functioning and stringent regulation of these notified seed labs, as well as bringing the much better, much more efficient laboratories which are ESTA accredited or NABL accredited also into the fold to improve our seed quality assurance system. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. And as you mentioned that our quality standards are still to be revised. As you know that now India is approaching to the largest exporter of seed also, and then the standard has to be of this international level. So do you think that the new seed bill, which have been introduced, not yet approved or now passed by the parliament, do you think that if it is passed, is it going to take care of all those issues which you just mentioned?
Good that you asked this also. I was thinking of pointing it out that the seed bill is pending for too long. 22 years is too much. And now that, because this session is about policies and regulation, the 2 seed policies which really made tremendous impact and advanced the Indian seed industry, Indian seed sector, was the NPSD, National Policy on Seed Development of 1988, and National Seed Policy of 2002. And after that, there had not been any seed policy as such. Now that we are promoting a policy of natural farming and organic farming, we also need to think about the standards for such seeds and the necessary amendments to be made For that, you also need to very clearly define what is a farmer seed and what is a commercial seed. Otherwise, it is going to be misused in a big way because you can get away with it. Because as in the previous session, Madam Sabarmati was mentioning that for farmer seed, it is not possible to stick to very strict standards of certified seed or standards of commercial seed, agreed. But then there has to be a separate section for such seeds, separate pricing also. Because when it is somebody, if somebody is buying that seed, we have to think about their interest as well. Now, if the new seed bill is not passed as yet, maybe we should take it as a blessing in disguise that all these issues on this, and more importantly, the Seeds Act needs to be immediately revised with immediate standards, revision in standards, and which should be inclusive, but not in the same section. There has to be different classes of seeds. It should be very clearly defined what is a commercial seed, what is a certified seed, what is a non-certified informal seed. There has to be, that should be one of the priorities. And of course, it should be forward-looking. Yesterday, a lot of discussion was there in the morning session, inaugural session, about Seeds Without Borders. And India is one of the proponents of this kind of ideas or ideology. In almost 12 years back, when the SARC Seed Forum was made, fortunately, I was one of the persons who was the initiator of that platform. And since then, the SARC Seed Bank also was started. And yesterday we had a lot of discussion that there is problem in exchange of seed between the two countries, even though all the conditions, climatic conditions, are so similar that a variety which has been released and notified in India may be equally suitable to Bangladesh and vice versa. But there are certain problems with respect to our rules. That also needs to be seen if we really want to propagate Seeds Without Borders, which should be really, I feel that it should be the way forward. Then we must also have our policies and regulations in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I fully agree that, seed without border, there are rules and regulations, but at the same time, country relations also matters. Because I implemented one project in the SAARC countries, and then we wanted to, within that project, to take seed out. And there were certain, with certain countries, that actions did not happen. So this is also very, very important. And then I think that what Madam said, that can go as a kind of recommendation from this panel, that this seed bill, which is yet to be passed, can it be revised by an eminent panel so that we can get the input, so that not that it is passed and then again you find. So this can go. I request to the organizer that can go as one of the recommendation if this panel agrees. Thank you very much. So, of course, this, when we say that Seed Act, new one, but at the same time, lot of technological advancement is also happening. So I would like to ask Dr. Paresh Verma, because of his experience working in biotechnology, that how can India integrate this modern biotechnical tool, like, tomorrow you will have this CRISPR, Cas product, and then Dr. K.C. Bansal is there. He always, go on promoting this. That's the way to go forward for the next gen varieties. So do you think that how this we can think in terms of this ethical and regulatory consideration, so that this also becomes a part of the Seed Act, and it is more favorable for these products for use?
Thank you. So CRISPR-Cas technology, sir, is not for tomorrow. It is here and now. And in fact, Dr. Bansal had a very, very good presentation earlier in the morning in IR8 hall, which was very informative and which actually detailed the potential that this technology has. It can really be a transformative technology if we do the right things which are associated, or which sort of will enable us to exploit it fully. The government has already implemented a very progressive policy when it comes to regulation. And Dr. Bansal mentioned about that, and I think a lot of us also know that the SDN1 and SDN2 types of edits, will not be regulated as GM in India now as a consequence of that very progressive regulation. However, when we think of taking this technology forward and actually putting it to use for product development, there are still some constraints around this technology to actually make that journey successful. One of them could be crop specific, because this still involves genetic transformation, and therefore those crops in which we have good regeneration are the crops in which we'll be able to use them first. The second constraint is the information about the technology is there. It's actually freely available to whoever wants to order those chemicals and start working in the lab. But the knowledge about what to edit is still something that we need to work on. The functional genomics knowledge, the knowledge around the genes which determine key important traits that are required in the country. I think that is something in which there is still a big gap. And the last, and probably one of the more important limitations, is the whole IP landscape around this technology, which is still evolving. And hopefully in the next couple of years, we will have better clarity in terms of where the different stakeholders are related to the IP technology. But there are possibilities of actually taking it forward without waiting for those last, for everything to gel together. So first of all, I think this technology is extremely important to develop the functional genomics knowledge that is a gap currently. We can use this. This is an extremely efficient technology to enhance our functional genomics knowledge. And I think that should be done. And for that, we do not need any commercial license. For example, a research license will do. When it comes to the commercial license, I think, there are obviously the multinational companies which already have access to that technology. And now there are at least a couple of Indian companies which also have access to the technology. And therefore, I think it is very important that the public sector institutes which have been working with this technology and which have some leads in advanced stages, and the private sector which has access to this technology in India, work very closely together to start harvesting the benefits as quickly as possible. And there are some low-hanging fruits which are there, and I think Dr. Bansal also mentioned it in the morning. Those traits which are loss of function traits, for example, are the ones which, when it comes to this technology, are the low-hanging fruits. And I think we should immediately, come together as partners, that the public sector scientists and the private sector, which has commercial rights to it, should come together as partners and take it forward. So I think the potential is there. It is extremely critical that we all come together and do whatever it takes so that we can exploit the benefits of this technology for crop improvement as quickly as possible.
Thank you, sir. I think, you are very right but the pace of development of technology is so fast that the gap which you have mentioned will not take much time. Because, I know that ICR has, I think there's a big project on gene editing underway. 40 crops with a huge, financial investment. I think that is, going to give us, as you rightly mentioned, that the loss of function, those kind of genes are the first to be. And one example is the grass pea, where this, plant toxin, where 3 genes are involved in the pathway. Even if the one gene is silenced, the whole, audit, then the crop or the variety becomes free from this toxin, and that there's one which is very high, protein and very liked by, and the farmers, particularly it's one of the most climate smart crop, which can be grown under drought and also at the time of there's a flood. It is the one which survives. So thank you, sir. It's very good. And I have some, kind of, direction that we have to finish in 20 minutes. So, but still I will ask, few questions, to complete this round of, questions. So Dr. Singh, so now, as you know that if we have to deliver this kind of, technology, I'm sure this, ICAR institutes, they have to go for partnership, not only between the institute, but also with the universities where the new generation, scientists are being built up, their capacity is being built up. And then, of course, the private player. I think many of the companies are very advanced in this gene editing, technology adoption. So how do you think that the ICAR can develop this kind of partnership so that we are able to overcome some of the roadblocks in the growth of Indian seed sector?
Sure. ICAR main motto is partnership, and we have a very huge organization with more than 90 universities in NARS and 110 institutions of ICAR system. And partnership among the NARS is a most common thing which is happening. So I don't think there is any special effort required for partnership among the NARS. But the question is how to integrate the partnership with the public private sector. As earlier mentioned, there are 2 kinds of companies. One of those who have R&D with them, and the another group of companies, probably smaller companies with no FDI and no investment. And this has been my experience as a director of the Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, where we promoted several companies which were farmer-owned companies. So partnership can be promoted with sharing of the material. ICAR also is emphasizing on partnership and commercialization of technology. ICAR has a business wing also now, Agro Innovate, which commercializes technology. So any company willing to come forward, I would say, is to come forward and meet us. We are ready. I am saying on behalf of ICAR, not on behalf of NBPGR, that all crop commodities, ready-made material available. You can pay the license fee, commercialize, share the benefit among the partners. The second group of companies which have a very huge R&D investment already happening, for example, Bayer or Bioseed or any other company, 2 other gentlemen sitting on the dais. I think there also we have a lot of scope because, as I mentioned earlier, that we are always talking about climate vagaries, climate resilience, varieties which are climate proofed. More recently, Honorable Prime Minister released 109 varieties of different crop commodities which are not only biofortified but also climate resilient. And the most glaring example you can see is the production trend of wheat. For the last 7-8 years, barring only a very bad year in 2022-23, we had always had a record production. And this is happening only because of the climate resilient varieties. People may say anything about modern day varieties, that they are not nutritionally rich or they are having one or the other negative factor, but I don't believe on this. We believe on the data we have at the moment. So Gene Bank at MBPGR is open for all the partners, including the private partners. We are asking only to share the benefits. Because we have also to survive on some of the resources which we earn. And therefore, since I joined, I'm always thinking of a commercialization angle. More recently, we have characterized more than 26,000 accessions of sorghum, 12,000 accessions of ragi, around 5,000 accessions of barnyard millet, and similarly, in different crops, in mustard, more than 4,000 accessions have been characterized. We have developed trait-specific genotypes, which is ready for exchange between the public and the private organization. And we are also promoting social activities, because in the previous session, a lot of talk on community seed gene bank was there. Madam Dadlani also made her remarks about that. But community seed gene bank is one area where private-public partnership can happen, and you can share the treasure which is stored with the farmers. Recently, an agreement was signed by the National Rainfed Authority of India, where Dalwai Saab was the chairperson, and he funded us in making a community seed gene bank in Assam of northeastern rice collection. I think this kind of collection, probably I don't have the private organization is having, which we have. We have more than 130,000 accessions of rice at the moment, which includes all the major rice collections of India, including northeastern rice, black rice or whatever rice you talk about, we do have in our gene bank. So my humble request is, come forward. We are looking for collaboration. ICR is open for collaboration, since this is an event where most of the partners of Federation of Seed Industry is present. I think they can come forward, and we'll have a greater degree of talk and greater length of talk for collaboration in coming time. Also, second point I would like to emphasize is, since the Honorable APC of the Government of Uttar Pradesh is also sitting here, we had been requesting Government of Uttar Pradesh for quite some time now to conserve several wild species of rice which is grown around the tals of eastern Uttar Pradesh, and give funding support, because these Rufi Pagan and other accessions are very, very vital. We had a good project with Dr. Rana, who is sitting here, UNGF project, where a lot of these activities have already been done. But the problem of this kind is that once the project period is over, things become same as we have started. Total turnaround. So we have to initiate partnership in such a manner that it is a long time running partnership with win-win situation for both the partners. Both the partners means public partner and private partners. So I will utilize this forum, Dr. Shivakumar. Thank you very much for raising this point. We are very ready for partnership. You have a huge organization of seed industry. Please come forward, either through CSR funding or some other way. Come forward. Governmental support is also required. So my humble request to come forward and have partnership. We are ready.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for your positive, offer to the private sector. And my, working with the, in collaboration with private sectors, a good company never wants to have a product without having SMPA, without selling the benefits, because it is their credibility as well. I have worked with them. When we are offering them some Jampra, they say no. I would like, because tomorrow all those regulations and other things can take them to the norm. So I think, someday this is the hesitation. Though things are there, both the sides. I think that, wall has to be broken so that there is a more easy exchange of Jampras, and it will be a win-win situation for both public as well as private, sector. So the last question I will ask from Dr. Rathi. And madams, I have already asked you many questions and you have elaborated as well. And then my question is about this: what role can public-private partnership play in accelerating research for development for under-researched crop like pulses, millets? Because now government is giving a lot of emphasis on these two crops. Pulses, they want to be self-sufficient by 2027, and for oil seeds by 70% of the domestic requirement must be met by 2031. So under this kind of emphasis from the government, I'm sure that that is where this now public-private partnership can play a bigger role. So can you highlight some of those things, sir?
Yeah, sure, Dr. So let me take a step back. So there was and there will be a public-private partnership, whether it's a formal or informal. I can share 3 success stories of semi-formal or formal public-private partnership, and I'm sure Dr. Bansal sitting over here definitely will agree with that. One is the BT cotton example, and it's a classical example of public-private partnership, whether the areas of regulatory system where the public sector generated a lot of data so that products come in the market. Other is the corn, single cross hybrids, right? Which has led to 13 metric million ton to 32 and 33. That's another. The other that's really important for the state is the hybrid rice, right? That's also a result of public-private partnership, getting an access to the publicly what is being available, right? Now, going forward, what is being essentially needed is just to define that what we are looking under public-private partnership, because this is just whatever is there under the sky, it looks public-private partnership, right? So from our side, and we are willing to open is just to categorize into 3 parts: public-private partnership, product and technology development, leveraging each other's strength. Public sector has huge, research capabilities, infrastructure, and a lot of things, and there are a lot of conversation which has just been happened with NABI. And today itself, if you look at National Botanical Research Institute has come out and saying that, look, we have developed some trade. Can it be integrated with already existing BT cotton? It's a good move, but I can say it cannot happen unless you get something done at a regulatory level. There is no step guidelines. I and Paris were discussing because they have a lot of new trades controlling pink bollworm. I'm just giving real example which this country needs. Yesterday, we have seen an example of cotton. One of the speakers was saying that from where we are just importing went to the top producer. And again, the situation is that we need to import it. So unless some small things need to be done, this will not happen. The last point under public-private partnership is the reference of seed bill has come. It's not that we want that it has to come, but now I think it's the right time, because if you look at the other rules and regulations, domestic, which is a result of international treaties, either it's a CBD or Nagoya Protocol, the NBA rule and regulation, PPV and FR. So unless we come out with a new seed bill, probably the seed sector will be left behind, because the requirement and adherence and compliances which are there under NBA and PPFRA will be a mismatch. So I think it's really important that all the rules and regulations should run parallelly when it comes to it's an approval, and they're also harmonized and aligned with what's happening at the international level. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rathi. I fully agree with your comments, and I think India itself has shown a wonderful public-private partnership, whether it is your permit hybrids or maize hybrids and cotton and BT cotton. I think this is a very good example, and that happens to be in the hybrids, of course.
So I need 30 seconds. My apology. I forgot to mention a really important thing, which I think it's doable collectively, because if you look at this room and people outside, I think lakhs of years of wisdom and experience is being available, and that is about outreach about the modern science, right? Many times we heard that whatever technology comes, it's the one section of stakeholders which get under pressure, criticism and everything. So we as a scientist and researcher, right, need to work together for a societal outreach that how modern science is really important, while retaining our, the traditional knowledge and wisdom. I'm not saying that we should forget, because that's the fundamental, that's the base of that. So that's another, suggestion from our side. And I can say on behalf of industry, we'll be willing to work, not just by saying, putting some investment, putting some programs together, but I think that's the need of the hour.
Thank you. So I think with this, I would like to, before I summarize this, panel discussion, I would ask this, audience to ask one or two questions, because after all, they are also part of that. So any questions from the audience?
Mike here slider. So in the characterization of expressions, are we also evaluating the seed physiological qualities in terms of seed germinability, vigor, and vigor, viability, and storability? Because what happens is after the variety is released and brought out, ultimately in the seed sector, what you find is that particular variety is suffering for want of either germinability or field emergence or vigor or storability. So in the character evaluation, characterization, if it is already being done, I'm sorry for that. But if it is not being done, it can be done. Second point is with reference to the seed, the same was the Seeds Act, 1966. 1956 to 66, 10 years even before the seed sector was formed. But now we have so much of experience. So I was thinking before making a recommendation for speeding up the speed bill, I am sincerely feeling that one opportunity to be given for the seed sector alone to review what has been drafted so far. Because the previous draft was given 2014 or something, 2014 or something. For last 10 years, it has not been given an opportunity for the seed sector. So I was thinking we as the people who have to comply to the seed bill, we should be given an opportunity to improve it further for making it of today's relevance. So these are my two submissions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sankaran. I think now this is what we are going to give recommendations. Yes, please. See one. Yeah. So I said only one or two questions.
Sir, my question is with you. I have given in written. I am a seed certification officer from Odisha and have equal experience of about 12 to 13 years in seed testing and seed certification both. Sir, my question is 80% of paddy germination standard is at the time of testing or at the time of planting in the farmer's field? Because I have a mathematical interpretation of the 80% germination at the time of testing and the seedling requirement at the time of planting. If, Madam, you have been a teacher in IRI when Dr. M. Verma was the head, and I have undergone a 21-day training under your guidance. Dr. N.C. Singhal, Dr. Krishna.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Harichandran, I got your question.
Yes.
It is very simple. It will be 80% at the time of testing. It is the report of the testing at the time of testing. So even on the label, it is always written date of testing. So on that particular date, the germination is above the minimum standard, whatever it is. In case of paddy, you have written.
Well, madam,
Not at the time of sowing. No one can guarantee that.
Actually, the legislation provisions provide that once the label contains the standards of standard requirements, within the validity period, the seed inside the packet should show the standards in all aspects, germination, physical purity, purity, etc. That is the problem.
I didn't get you, sorry, sir.
My question is...
No, that is true, that is true, that is true. But that validity, I mean, if it is the first time testing,
yes,
particularly you are talking about paddy.
Yes.
So definitely it will retain viability for the 9 months.
Return viability for 9 months?
Unless,
the germination percent?
Yes, there is a
percentage?
loophole. Yes, Mr. Harichandran, there is a loophole. In fact, in fact, I think the ministry is also looking at that. The condition of storage, that is very important, which has not been defined.
So thank you. You have raised a very valid question. In fact, the ministry is regularly asking from our team that you please suggest some model depending upon the different situation and conditions. So we have divided country in the different part, not only by the respects of the crop, but humidity level, temperature level, because the storage is directly related with this also. So we have submitted a very vast recommendation from our side, but again, there was problem of implementation with so much of the fragmentation. So they again made a simple recommendation that whatever we are following, that the first testing is valid for the 9 months and subsequent testing for the 6 months. But certainly some of the crops, this duration has been changed and accordingly this has been modified. Thank you.
My question is still unanswered.
Okay, Mr.
Sir, my question is how to explain this fact of science that the seed quality, particularly viability and germinability, reduces day by day, and even within the 9 months validity period, the seed germination percentage comes down 40%, that is 50% below the standard requirement. Whereas only at the plant density of 60 plants per square meter, which is not practiced in the farmers.
इसको आराम से डिस्कस कर लेंगे।
सर अभी हमने एक जो सीड कांग्रेस को आने में एक ही बात है कि आप हमको कल श्रीवास्तव जी से बात हुआ, उन्होंने कहा कि लॉ कहता है कि आपका 80% जर्मिनेशन हर वक्त रहेगा वैलिडिटी पीरियड में, लेकिन फार्मर फील्ड में सफिशिएंट हो जाता है 40% जर्मिनेशन।
ओके, मिस्टर वी विल डिस्कस दिस ड्यूरिंग लंच आवर।
आप रिकमेंडेशन दीजिए कि वो को वैलिडिटी एक लेटर बनाइए ताकि हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटरों को समझा सके।
ओके गुड,
ये होना चाहिए जर्मिनेशन वैलिडिटी पीरियड में भी कम हो जाता है।
वी टेक योर पॉइंट इनटू कंसीडरेशन। ओके सर, थैंक यू। So before I ask Dr. Bansal to ask, I have in the last one yesterday's discussion, I just put some of the roadblocks which have been expressed by some of my seed sectors representative. So I'm thankful they are there. They have provided all those points. So I just thought it must be highlighted, but it's not for discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agarwal. I think it was a wonderful session, which we really enjoyed under your moderatorship. But the point I was trying to make was this, that both private and public, they're doing wonderfully well individually. And I don't think there's any kind of a partnership which we really look forward today in this 21st century, modern kind of science. And what I suggest, and of course, between the two, we have a regulatory kind of a wall, which can be, in fact, really speaking, tackled, and you have got the common factor is the plant genetic resources, availability, germplasm, etc. So what I suggest is, for example, and you know what, we have not been able to utilize the minds, the research capabilities of the private sector as well, not at all into the public system. While we think of giving them whatever the best we can, but I think we have never had a discussion together. So why can't we develop a project as a model? My suggestion is only this. Both public and private sector, using even their research minds, on a particular crop, using the technology and answering the common client is our farmer to develop those kind of varieties. And regulation will automatically take care of it. For example, collaborative research project, you talk about it. Research, and then outscaling could be done only by private sector. As such also, as you know, public sector has no kind of a potential as much as the private sector has for the production, the seed production, etc., etc. So since they have that power at the end, why can't we, right in the beginning, sit down and not at a conference like this, but a kind of a workshop to decide what are the action points to be taken, together with research minds, and then as Dr. Paresh very clearly mentioned, to use that ability as well, they already have got it. But, public sector is still looking forward to it. In fact, some of the crops which are already developing, and more are coming in the pipeline. So I think there is a wonderful way forward, through this conference like this, we can really make inroads, I would say, particularly to reach to the market or to the farmers quicker or more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal. I think this is what I always say, 1 + 1 can be 11.
We should try to work on it, actually speaking, not while only talking, making an action plan.
Yes,
is important. Thank you.
This can also be one of the recommendations from this. Thank you. So now today we have with us, policy maker, represented by, Mrs. Monica Gull. She's APC. And since we are talking about the policies and we are talking about the regulations, I think her views can be very, pertinent. So I would request you, madam, to give some of those points.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much. And then at the end, and this is the way forward. Again, I will not take much of the times you might have read, and this can be circulated also. Again, this is based on what we have here, yesterday from different, panels. And that at the end, I can always say that both for Indian seed sector, both public as well as private sector requires. They are pivotal for to make the India as a global hub for seed system, quality seeds, not seed, quality seeds. And then we have made good progress even within the existing rules and regulations act, but of course it requires a kind of again we have to revisit those things and a balanced focus on innovations, farmer empowerment, and policy reforms can really pave the way for a resilient and globally competitive seed industry in India. Thank you very much. I think let us give a big hand to our panelists. I think it was wonderful to have them, and I think this is a very good chance to have them together. Sometimes you have one side, but you don't have the other side. So we having from gene bank to taking product to the farmers, I think this was a complete change. So thank you very much. And thank you to all of you also for being very patient to hear our panelists. Thank you very much.
So thank you all esteemed panelists and also the moderator, Dr. Shivkumar Agarwal. It was very engaging discussions and deliberation indeed. Right? I know that we have so many other questions relating to this subject, but we have to conclude it. So before we conclude this session, we will facilitate our esteemed speakers and panelists. So I would request Dr. Agarwal to felicitate all the panelists, and I would start with Dr. Paresh Verma. Then Madam Dadlani. Then Dr. G.P. Singh. Dr. Rajbir Rathi. And I also request Dr. Paresh Verma ji to felicitate Dr. Shivkumar Agarwal. So many thanks to all the panelists. So now we'll break for lunch. So lunch is for 1 hour and we'll come back sharp by 2 o'clock. Lunch will be served this side. The other day, yesterday that we had the lunch area, the same lunch area we'll be heading to. And also we have some exhibition and poster presentations in the exhibition area. So you can also go there and see what are the exhibitions, themes and all. So that also can be done by you during your free time. So now is the time for break for lunch and we'll reassemble start by 2 o'clock in this hall.
See, most often we talk about we have found a mobile in the lounge area. Yeah. So if someone has missed it or kept it there, please contact us. So it also has a diverse crop variety. As you know, the landrace has a number of varieties in the crops. It's also low cost, the affordable, in fact, and accessibility, because those are sourced locally and you have a easy access to these particular varieties. And then the knowledge-driven practices. A lot of traditional knowledge and practices are shared among the communities. Then here it comes out, obviously, even there are a lot of good things, but there are some challenges here in this sector. The one is a limited access to improved varieties. There is a disconnection in the seed value chain between the formal and informal sectors. Of course, when you talk about even within the seed value chain, the upstream early generation seed, often I see that public sectors are involved where you focused on improved varieties. By the time it reaches to the downstream in the seed value chain, it's normally the informal sectors. And there is a disconnection between the upstream and downstream of the seed value chain. And also there is a disconnection between the formal and informal sectors. There's a limited quality assurance, we talked about it, and it also comes with a lot of challenges on the disease spread in the informal sectors. Of course, these informal sectors also comes with a lot of opportunities too. As I said in the beginning, it has a strong network system with the trust and a lot of women empowerment. There is a lot of women involvement in this particular sector. When we talk about seed, the woman role plays a very significant role. And then it also have a lot of small scale entrepreneurs and employment opportunities and business opportunities that are exist in the informal seed sector. And then of course, the last one, not the least, conserving the biodiversity. So here we have a very diversified panelist and that they talk about the challenges and the opportunities. The first I'd like to introduce Ms. Kavita Kurukanti. And she's a renowned social activist and committed to empowering the farmers and advocating the sustainable farm livelihood. With over 30 years of experience, she has spearheaded initiative in agroecology, farmers' rights, and traditional seed system, and her deep associations with platforms like ASA and Makam, and her active role in policy development underscore her commitment to holistic agriculture development. And then we have another panel member, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, the director of ICAR, Indian Institute of Seed Science. Dr. Kumar is a visionary leader in seed research and development. His groundbreaking work includes the development of 42 wheat and 4 barley varieties in pioneering models for technology and commercialization. A recipient of the prestigious Nanaji Deshmukh ICAR Award, Dr. Kumar has significantly advanced India's seed sector. Dr. Vinita Kumari, she is a Deputy Director at Manage. Dr. Kumari specializes in gender inclusivity in agriculture. Her collaborative with the national and global organization like ERI, Harvest Plus, UN Women, FAO and GIZ highlight her dedication to advancing sustainable practice and rural women's empowerment. Her extensive research on nutrition and sensitive farming and capacity building has influenced policies nationwide. We also have Dr. P. Seduraman Sivakumar, Principal Scientist from CTCRI, ICAR Institute. Dr. Sivakumar brings 24 years of expertise in seed system and technology scaling. His innovative intervention like Rainbow Diet Campaign and satellite incubation centers demonstrate his commitment to sustainable agriculture and malnutrition eradications. And finally, Dr. J.C. Rana is a senior scientist and country representative for India Office Alliance Biodiversity. He is a renowned scientist in plant genetic resource management, has developed 15 crop varieties and pioneering over 50 community seed banks. His work emphasizes climate resilience, food security, value chain development for native crops. So now I like to start with Ms. Kavita Kumari and trying to get some of the key questions. So what according to you, your key features of informal seed system, why we even need to discuss about this?
Thank you. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me here. And I do think that it was unexpected, a pleasant, unexpected thing to see this topic included in the Indian Seed Congress. It's very clear that to this day, the livelihoods of millions of farmers as well as the national food security and nutrition security certainly depend on informal seed systems. I was part of the Doubling Farmers' Incomes expert committees, which drafted 2 of the volumes under Dr. Ashok Dalwai. And in the volume 7, related to inputs, we did mention that 60 to 65% of the seed that is used to grow crops in this country, crops and any other commodities, is coming from informal seed systems. And that's at a gross level, but at the further granular level, there can be a great deal of variability. There are micro studies which show that it's highly variable across regions and across different crops. But I don't think any single micro study is reliable either, for the simple reason that the diversity is so vast out there. But the long and short of it is that our farmers' livelihood security as well as our country's food security certainly depends on informal seed systems. And this country has not done enough on investing on those seed systems. We have either ignored or not invested on these systems. And I think it's truly a great pleasure that the Seed Congress is talking about it. The one significant thing that we seem to have done in this country on informal seed systems is the inclusion of Section 39(1)(4) in the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act 2001, where we gave the right to farmers over even protected varieties and seeds made of protected varieties to be sold by farmers in an unbranded fashion, precisely because, and this is something that got discussed in the parliament of this country, that the informal seed systems is the lifeline for agriculture here. And we have our sui generis law related to plant varietal protection combined with farmers' rights protection. That's the single unique thing that we seem to have done in this country with regard to these. I began my work 30 years ago by setting up community seed banks in the Deccan, that too with Dalit women farmers and even landless Dalit women farmers. And I just want to outline what I see, and this is a subjective description, as the key features of these informal seed systems. Some of you may disagree with me. One is that this is farmer-led and farmer-centric in terms of the delivery systems. It also usually revolves around farmers as breeders. The informal systems pretty often rely on farmer breeders. The second thing that seems to be a feature is the fact that it is agnostic to the origin of the seed. In terms of the production, the seed supply chain, it seems to be agnostic and could pick up any variety, bred by anyone, but can still deliver to farmers as the last mile delivery system. And in reality, what so happens is that these informal seed systems don't usually have hybrid varieties because those parental lines don't really, get to the hands of farmers unless they are seed producing farmers for some hybrid seed company or someone. They sometimes manage to keep back a bit of their hybrid seed produced and sell or distribute to nearby farmers. But otherwise, it's open source seeds, if you like. The third quality seems to be that these are seed systems which focus on high volume, low value crops. Because everyone else in the formal system seem to have neglected these crops. And therefore, I think informal seed systems today mostly are in, neglected crops, pulses, oil seeds, and so on. The fourth feature seems to be that there are multiple and flexible modalities of delivery. The kind of shapes that these informal seed systems can take is really diverse. I can think of Dongria cones and other Konda community people in southern Odisha, not even keeping community seed banks, but everyone keeping their own seeds in their own homes. But during Bihanu Parab, bring it out into the open, and everyone gets to access and share those seeds. From that sort of a system to community seed banks, to seed exchange, seed sale, to FPOs getting into these kinds of informal seed systems, I find that there's a diversity of modality of delivery. And I'm highlighting these features because to me, these are the opportunities that this panel ought to be discussing about. Some of these modalities are even non-monetized. It's not necessary that you make a seed business out of them where you're getting money. The fifth feature is it is unlabeled and unbranded most often. And you did mention it. These informal seed systems are outside the regulatory frameworks related to seeds, but you can fall foul of the Environment Protection Act, however. So these are outside regulatory frameworks. And the draft Seeds Bill of 2019, if you've seen the provisions, they have clearly exempted farmers from being regulated and farmers' varieties being exempted from the requirement to register. So they are outside regulatory frameworks. The sixth feature is that women farmers play a critical role. The formal seed systems have not only invisibilized and marginalized women, but they have even often exploited women's labor. Many of you are familiar with, earlier days of hybrid seed cotton production depending on girl children's nimble fingers for crossing and so on. I mean, the technology has changed, the age has gone, but they have even exploited the formal systems, whereas the informal systems depend on women farmers and their critical roles. I have three more things to describe. I'll stop there. The seventh feature is that the informal seed system can be from commercial crop grown and careful selection of seeds, whereas the formal system depends on exclusive seed production systems and not from commercial crops. The eighth feature is that this is highly localized. It's so localized that sometimes these informal seed systems center around individual farmers. You cannot imagine the formal seed system ever delivering with one farmer at the epicenter of that delivery system. But I can show you many, many farmers who are distributing seed for thousands of acres as single person enterprises. And by its very nature of localization, it allows diversity to thrive. And this age of climate change, resilience is from diversity, and this is a feature of informal seed systems. The very last thing that I'm going to say is that I have not come across any reports of failure of informal seed systems where farmers have incurred losses. The formal system may have complaints about the seed quality in the informal systems, but you don't see farmers agitating about an informal seed system having failed them in a season and they asking for compensation. So I will stop there. I do know that there are challenges like you mentioned, but for now, I think these are opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kavita. I see that you have mentioned a lot of interesting key futures, but obviously these successful or interesting informal sectors will have some key challenges. So now I'd like to invite Dr. J.C. Rana to talk about some of the key challenges in informal sectors and how can this informal sector can be strengthened.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all, and thank you, organizer, for
preceding me. When we say informal seed system, we talk about traditional varieties, land races, local seeds. So if you ask me what are the challenges, is it, so I compare with the orphan boy or orphan बच्चा जो orphan में होता है, with a very high standard school, those who were very high level schools. So there is, it's an orphan, अनाथ है ये, informal seed system. तो जब अनाथ है तो इसका कोई टेकर नहीं है. That's a big challenge. We have been talking about informal seed system for the last, at least 30 years I am talking. But we are still where we are, where we were. So there's a major challenge that there is no owner of the seed system. So institutional mechanism is not there. So when there is no institutional mechanism, how a system will survive? So this is one major challenge. Another is, because I am working in agrobiodiversity and I have been working for the last 30 years in NBPGR, there is a clear-cut conflict between formal and informal seed system. I have not seen even a single public institution of Government of India or of any state who are really working on informal seed system. If you talk to any government official, the state government official, agriculture department, they have been given the target of SRR, what you call seed replacement rate. So if it is very high, it is successful. If it is not high, so what it is replacing? It is replacing the informal seed system. While on the other hand, we are talking about agrobiodiversity, how agrobiodiversity can face climate resilience, how we can do it. And we have done something very successfully that Dr. J.P. Singh mentioned in the morning, and also the kind of, for example, the rice. I've seen two crops, rice and maize. Wheat, we didn't have much diversity because wheat is a foreign origin, but maize, we have excellent diversity in India. And rice, of course. These are two crops which I have seen. Maize is totally replaced now. I don't find a single land race of maize anywhere in the country who is typically grown except few northeast area. Northeastern regions, some are there, but very, very few. So that conflict between the departments, because who will work? They have been not taught even, departments are not being taught how to work on informal system. No students are being taught on how to work on informal system. So these are the challenges which are really facing. You can start on working only when you have a system. So to my knowledge, I have been facing these challenges because when I talk to farmers, वो कहते हैं भैया क्या करेंगे, कोई लेने वाला नहीं है, तो कोई बोलने वाला नहीं है. Are we working on land races improvement as such, keeping the traits intact? No. So there has to be very, very institutional mechanism who can support this system, who can take care of this system. And for example, you're talking about the market. Dr. Sanjay is sitting there. There are no seed standards. We are talking about seed standards. अगर लैंड रेस लानी है, फार्मर वैरायटी लानी है, सीड स्टैंडर्ड कहाँ है? तो हमारे सारे रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी और सारे लॉज बीच में आ जाते हैं. So there are a lot of challenges are there. These challenges, major challenges are there. Climate, all this there. But I'm talking the policy level changes. There is no policy as such. Although the madam mentioned that it is in IDPGRA, PB and FRA Act is all there. But we have been studying with Dr. Mahapatra as well. That a lot of varieties, farm varieties have been registered now with the PB and FRA. But so far we don't have a single example where we have given the ABS, access and benefit sharing, due to that variety. So these are the challenges. Unless you bring it to the policy level and you bring it to an institutional framework, it is difficult to handle the informal system. It's only a few NGOs, human rights organizations, who are, as Madam mentioned, that community seed banks and all this, under project based. But there is no continuous, there is no support for these. So these are the few challenges which I think, and we want to, how to strengthen this?
Just to build up on what you said just now, and it's very clear that the lack of institutional mechanism is a key here. Over the period of time now, we are talking about something semi-formal. This is something I consider as a kind of linkage between the formal and informal sector. And I worked in African countries there as well. Like we are now putting a lot of efforts. In India, I see that there are a lot of institutional mechanism is building up now. How do you see that? How do you see that kind of changes that are happening? Do you think that can be a good solution? How do we strengthen that?
No, changes are happening, and there are, as Madam said, there are opportunities, and we have been working with very great success on this in few projects that because they have, as Madam mentioned, they are the key features of this. Because if you say climate resilience, these are the land races, these are the varieties which are socially accepted, locally adapted. So we need to exploit those niches where we can harness the benefit of this adapted material. I will give just last week example. I had been to my home. तो मेरे भाई ने कहा था कि थोड़ा सीड ले आना उसका wheat का और barley का पालमपुर से. So when I took seeds, so मेरी भाभी को बोला sister-in-law ने कि ये बड़ा barley नहीं लगाना है हमें. This naked barley we don't want to grow. I said why? He said पिछली बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो हमारा वाला अपना जो था वो ठीक चला. ये तू लाया था ये मेरे को खराब हो गया. So that is the kind of strength these lands have, but how to harness. So community seed bank is one area, but community seed bank need to be linked with, for example, some KVKs, ICR KVKs, SUs KVKs, if they are connected to this. And very strong footing, we implemented in India 2 projects of the same nature. One under NAIP, when I was in NBPGR, and one when I was in Biostate International, UGF funded. We tried to put this hormone seed system and we reached up to community seed banks in the NAIP when I was in PGR. And as told by Dr. J.P. Singh, that after project is over, is a turnaround. And that happens when we visited all the community seed banks, post project, all the 36 communities or something were there in Rajasthan and Andhra, or were served. उन्होंने स्टोर बना दिया घास रखे थे उसमें they were keeping grasses and all those things. When I asked them what happened, they said there was no money. How to support? Who will support? Then when we implemented, we made it to ensure that we will ensure post sustainability of all the community seed banks. And how we did it? We harnessed that nutritional value of those and local value of those land races. And you'll be surprised, I'll give another 2 examples again on rice. We have been found low glycemic index land races from Northeast, which are much lower than even the improved variety which are released by NCR. And the project coordinator of Pearl Millet was struggling for low rancid varieties in Barla, this Pearl Millet, Bajra. And since we don't have, but when we collected those land races and tested those land races, all local land races were found in the category of low rancid. So we need to harness those traits, but when you selling those traits, value chain is very important. We have to sit with the industry, we have to showcase with them, look, this is the value. So unless you have a proper labeling, branding, tagging, and all those stuff are not there, if you say, so you have to be smart enough, and we have there, and we will visit all the projects. Now everybody is asking for scaling, because all the projects are product what we have developed through this value chain for native varieties. They are in the market, even the online available. I can give you a few examples. Native basket is one example. If you happen to Kamakhya, just visit that outlet. You'll find that local rices are selling, and in all our mountain grain and all those brands, we are not able to meet out the demand. Because when I started working 30 years before, there was no opportunity. But now, thanks to Corona, people have become so conscious. If you are really working on those informal seed system of native varieties and crops, there are opportunities. You have to have a participatory movement on that. But you need to include, success of our project was that we were working with the NGOs at ground level. We had a technical backstopping from the ICAR institution and SAUs. But being a scientist of ICR or SAU, I cannot go to We don't have that connectivity with the farmers. We don't have the connectivity grassroots level. But the NGO who is sitting there, he is an excellent connectivity with the group of farmers. What you talk FPOs, FPCs, they accept. So they are more able to convince them rather than I go and I say. I will go in twice, thrice in a year, going for 2 hours and talking to them, will not serve. So if you make that kind of partnership with the ground level NGOs, because NGOs has their own limitations. They are not technically that sound, which ICAR institution there. This is what I observed in my working. But the ICAR institution are also lacking in few things, where NGOs are very strong footing. So if you make that combination together and with the proper this nutrition providing, because they cannot do that, I can do as institution. So the packaging, branding, labeling, and bringing entrepreneurship into that. Now you see, you have many examples that many MBAs and IITs, they're coming back to that business. So there are opportunities, but how do you have to be smart enough? You have to have a hand-holding of the farmer groups. If you don't give any hand-holding, they will not go on their own. So you have to have there. So that is how you can strengthen. Yeah. And also when you are working with the formal seed system, you need some kind of participative movement of land races also, because yield penalty is there. So that yield penalty has to be compensated either through the price or some yield improvement. So
yeah, it's clear that we see that the semi-formal has a potential and can be branded. It can have value proportion to that. We can modernize it. We can make it more linkages between the formal and informal sector. But still I see that the quality, people often, whenever we talk about informal sector, the quality is a big issue. So now I like to ask Dr. Sanjay, how can informal sector can be supported to ensure the seed quality and reliability?
Thank you, Srini. Very good afternoon to all of you. When we talk about this informal, this word in itself is very confusing. Ministry of Farmer Welfare and Agriculture data shows that 64% is under the formal system and 36% is under the informal system. So our institute has taken one study covering 23 states, 112 districts, more than 20,000 farmers. Very comprehensive study we have done. And we found that data is more or less is done the same pattern. Slightly we found some variation as the formal was around 54% and informal was 46%. But then again the main point comes about this informal. What Dr. Rana has said, or Kavita has said, the land races, local material or some germ plasma, that we think is the informal, but certainly not. Informal has major part of non-described, non-descriptive varieties also, may be released in the past, but we don't have any report on that. So that has the major role, major portion under this informal seeds. So the approach for both of these is completely different system. We cannot make one system applicable for both of these type of informal. Certainly, our aim is first to develop whatever the land race is or the local variety prevailing in the particular area and the region. And whatever the non-descriptive, certainly it's very easy, only with some good mechanism and implementation, this formal system can introduce in that area. Because they are not replacing seed, there may be some social constraints, there may be some other problem, but that is a different case. So coming on directly on this portion, why we need to do something for these part of these section of this informal system in land races or the local. I consider it is the three reasons. First is the accessibility. That everyone who really demand it, they must have access to that particular land race or varieties. Another is the availability. It should be available wherever they want it. And the third, that is most important, is the utilization of the full potential of that particular informal type of the seeds. Because whatever is spread, whatever is being utilized by the concerned farmer or the concerned people in that area, that variety might be having great potential, what they are harvesting. So for that, some mechanism needs to be developed. For that, certainly it needs to be come within the formal system, or maybe a new system of semi-formal we can introduce. And a very good example, Odisha government has introduced one new system, and that is release of land race varietal release system, LRVC, land race variety, LLVRC. But again, there is lots of problems, though they have identified, I think 2 meetings they have conducted, identified some varieties, but again, number of the problems is starting. But certainly, if we want to solve something, some problems will come, and certainly then we have to see how this can be solved.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, yes, every solution has always, whenever you give solution, there's always a problem too. We try to solve those problems. The idea of releasing officially the land race, then it become like part of the formal system. It's a quite interesting work. And you also talked about this can be a kind of linkage between the formal and informal sector. I like to know more from the policy perspective. If you really like to make changes from the policy perspective, what is your thought on that? Where do we really touch on the policy front?
Right. In fact, the same from where, in fact, that I was talking, why that particular land race or the local variety they like. They don't want to replace with the whatever the modern varieties or the new variety, or so that we have to study. Very good example of the rice. We are sitting in the Rice Institute, in the National Rice Institute. Very good example. In fact, in Manipur, they used to prefer only sticky. 15, 20 years back, there was no developed this type of the variety. So whatever variety we introduce there, they won't accept it. But now, after the establishment of the Central Agricultural University at Imphal, they have released 4 or 5 varieties. And these varieties are getting popular among the same part because its yield is high and quality more or less is the same what they want to eat. So the one thing is, if we can replace with the high-yielding genotype, certainly that we can. But certainly everything cannot be done. So other point is, if some particular, any of the crop, as per the preference of the local farmer is there, or the local residents is there, certainly we have to bring it in the some certification system. Because unless and until it comes into the certification system, we cannot maintain the whole chain. Now, yesterday you have seen, in fact, we have lots of system we are developing like the Sathi portal where the seeds are. Certainly, all of you, either Kavita or even the Dr. Rana through their different projects, or many more, they are working in the some area, and particularly that is particularly seed, what you call not village, some local seed they are developing. But again, that is not ensuring the complete availability of the seed. That is a major problem, because they can just mobilizing some farmer and producing some seeds only to cater need of the few maybe villages only. But if that particular land race or variety, local variety, is demand of the larger area, for that we have to maintain the seed system, or to bring under the seed system. Some first thing is to the notification, because without notification we cannot put it to the seed system. Certainly for that we have to slightly lower down our criteria, whatever the criteria is to bring it, or the new criteria has to be developed. We are working on it. how this informal, particularly informal of that part only, where the land resides the local variety, how this can be certified or bring it into the some sort of the semi-formal system.
It's very interesting. So I think a similar situation is very much prevalent in a crop like gluten tubers. So I'm switching the gear from the major crop cereals and pulses. Let us also hear such challenges. What are the challenges or the key futures of root and tubers, the informal seed sector? So I'd like to invite Dr. Seru Kumar from CTCRI just to let us know about the characteristics of informal sectors for the root and tuber crops.
Thank you, Dr. Srini. When compared to the major food grains which are designated as a principal crops, and except for potato, other tuber crops like tropical tubers like cassava, sweet potato, they are not under the principal crops of Government of India. But still, though we know that potato is a well-established crop, and there is a strong formal seed system which is coming up in potato, almost like 30% of the total potato seed produced in India is coming from the formal seed system. But when we coming to the tropical root and tuber crops, though they do not have a very high domestic market, there are opportunities emerging in the export sector, especially in case of sweet potato and cassava, because I am coming from CTCRI and we have 2-3 consultancies and other technological development contract research, which is the product is not for India. One is for cassava custard. It is primarily going to the Nigeria, and we are also initiating consultancy with the Nigerian. So there is a huge market in sub-Saharan Africa, and we very surprisingly, when we interact with them, we found that the system, like the seed system, is almost similar in Africa, like cassava and other places. One of the primary technological challenges what we are finding is, like Dr. Srini told at the beginning, farmers have less access to the high-yielding varieties. Like our studies have indicated only 30% of the cassava and 15% of the sweet potato varieties have reached the farmers, primarily because of the non-availability of the quality planting material. So we have initiated some of the works to address these things. And another major issue which is coming up in the tropical root and tubers are, some of them are propagated through tubers, some of them are propagated through other means, like vegetative propagation, like cassava is through seeds and sweet potato is through vines. There is a very problem of shelf life in getting the tubers. That's why the seed replacement is almost like every season. In case of tuber-based like yams and elephant foot yam and taro, farmers are taking every time new materials from primarily from other farmers, either on free of cost, or in case of yams and elephant foot yam, the costing which is coming from either Andhra Pradesh or West Bengal, the costing about 40% of the production cost is going to the seed cost. So actually it is reducing the commercial value of the particular product, like the producer share in the consumer is drastically reduced. That is one of the very problem. We cannot be able to store more than 2 months. Even in more than 2 months also, there is a reduction in the yield. Almost like a 50% weight is lost. When we don't have a proper storage mechanisms. These are some of the technological challenges. And another thing is the requirement. Like cassava is basically an industrial crop in Tamil Nadu, and it is a food crop in Kerala. And it is a big challenge when you are making a seed system. Something is the adjectives, the purpose for which the seed is being produced, like the output. So the seed materials for Kerala is different in a smaller area. Kerala, it is mostly in the home states. But when you go to Tamil Nadu, cassava is cultivated in a larger area. In 5-6 districts, it is almost like 50% area is under cassava, something like this. So there are challenges in producing the seed material for the industry system, and industry needs a specific. There are few examples. Starch industries need some high starch tuber of cassava. Chips industries needs a slender tuber which can fit into that machine. So there are a lot of challenges when we produce the variety as well as developing the seed material. And another thing is very like Srini has told at the beginning, the regulatory system. Though we have seed certification standards for cassava, sweet potato, and other yams, potato is having a well-developed system. But none of the, except one state government, like no other state government has a seed certification officers for these tuber crops. In Orissa, what they do is, whenever the yams and other tubers are harvested, they take a scientist from CTCRI and we go and certify the tuber. We don't know what is inside. So that is what the system is going on, and because Orissa government procure a large quantity of the tubers from the farmers for distribution under the different programs. Like that, we are trying to develop a kind of system, but there are other challenges. And very important challenge, like if you want to formalize an informal system, like developing the business, like when we make when we ask an agripreneur that we go and ask, like we give you 10 acres of sweet potato, we want and you give us the tubers as well as the vines, because sweet potato is coming up a big way, especially biofortified sweet potato. Almost like every day, I'm in charge of that business unit. Almost like every day I get 2 calls from the people, like 100 acres of sweet potato planting material, and somebody will ask, that will be calling from Delhi, people will be calling from Tamil Nadu. Like we will not be able to supply so much of planting material. So we have to find a system. I'll be explaining little later what are the different kind of systems we have done. So
just to build up on that, what you just now said, if you look at even yesterday presentation by Ajay, he mentioned different category and types of private industries. And when it comes root and tubers, the attraction from the private industries are slightly lower. But it also differs by crop wise. Again, within tubers, root and tubers, potato will have different pictures, cassava will have, and sweet potato will have different pictures. And you mentioned that you made a lot of interventions in order to make sure that access and availability of seed has been addressed through those interventions. Could you just explain to us what those are all interventions and how we can strengthen those interventions further?
Okay. So when we came to know that our varieties are having lesser adoption, because we have to give a report, I say 30% adoption is nothing. So we developed a system called a decentralized seed multiplier, following the international, that term is an international term, decentralized seed multiplier. We select the farmers and who are willing to less than 1 acre. And then we select the farmers who are directly coming under the CTCRE program. We provide them the planting materials. And then we also give a buyback, not assurance. We will say that we'll do 1 or 2 field visits, and then we say that this is the licensee farmer. Like he is designated by CTCRI. At least 1 or 2 field visits we have done it. We have all the records. We distribute to the state government, because state government wants the CTCRI certified material, some at least quality assured material. So we are distributing, and as well as for our programs, we are procuring from the decentralized seed multiplier. Currently, we have about 35 decentralized multipliers. But one big challenge we are finding is we are working for India, and again these seed multipliers are distributed in all other places. There is no proper mechanism through at least somebody has to do the certification. If a state government is not doing, somebody has to do, a qualified person has to do it. This is one. Second thing is when we introduce the biofortified sweet potato varieties, we have a scaling up program called the Rainbow Diet campaign, where we are targeting the children. Because children are having a less consumption of tubers, we give them attractive foods. When we do the scaling up of biofortified sweet potato varieties, we found that some of the we have 8 biofortified sweet potato varieties: orange flushed sweet potato and purple flushed sweet potato. And there are challenges in the tuberization is not coming properly. It requires 24 degrees centigrade. So we identified the areas where it can grow well, and we identified 3-4 places where we can make it for the seed production. So where we designated a scheme called a NutriSeed farmer. So the farmer is having a specialized knowledge on how to cultivate the sweet potato. And then we train them how to do that, because agrotechnics of biofortified sweet potato is different from this normal sweet potato. We teach them everything, and then we also buy back. We give a buyback. In case we don't have money for the buyback, we link them with our startups. There is a startup in Bhubaneswar called Matti Farms, and as well as there are a few other startups. We link them with that. Matti Farms made agreement with the farmer, and for the buyback the mechanism. It is certified by CTCRI. We give a certificate that the quality of the tuber is very good. Third one is because dispersed form of the seed multipliers as well as NutriSeed farmer, we created an institutional mechanism called Satellite Incubation Center. Actually, wherever the different tuber crop value chains are there, Like we have agribusiness incubator. It is a branch of the agribusiness incubator located in a host organization. So there is a physical space, there is a board, and there in every satellite center there is a seed multiplication unit. From there only it will go to different seed multipliers. From there we take the seeds and we give it to the different seed multiplier. Actually, we made formal agreement with the Central Agricultural University. The first center was established in Lembuchara at Tripura 2 years back. And we have a Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Science University, Krishi Vigyan Kendra at Kallakurichi, we have a satellite center. And our regional center at Bhubaneswar, we also have a satellite center. And 2 days back, we signed agreement with the Kerala Agricultural University to set up a satellite center for seed production in Attapadi region. The satellite center will be located at the Regional Agricultural Research Station at Pattambi. So there we create a specialized institutional setup. Actually, there is a physical space, there is a farm. From there, the materials are going to the field. There is a horticulturist who is responsible for certification of the seeds. This is what we created.
So there are very interesting intervention. I think it's emerging, this particular semi-formal system. Definitely there will be some challenges that you might have encountered. Would you like to highlight any key challenges in this process, these innovations?
Okay, the first thing is, when we make, the first thing I already told, certification is a problem. Though we have a 35 plus decentralized multiplier who are across, because there are viral diseases building up that we cannot test it directly. There are, I think CIP has developed some ELISA kit. We will be integrating with our system. That is one of the challenges which we are facing. Second thing is transportation of the material, because the buyer will be in Kerala and the producer will be in Tamil Nadu. There is a transport from Tamil Nadu to here. And when we certify the quality at the Tamil Nadu level, when it comes, there is a rotting, there is a damage when you are storing it. So there are issues happened, even with the Kerala government has issued a letter to us that you are sending a damaged and other material. So we have to develop a kind of system where such kind of transportation mechanism losses are very less. And the second thing is storage. And we have actually signed an agreement with a few seed producers. It is an agreement, legal agreement we have made with them. We designated them as a certified seed producer. CTCRI used to go there and we make it as per the government of India, we do the certification. But the problem is, again, after the farm will be located somewhere and we are located here. And there is a problem of transporting scientists every time going there and doing. And that kind of problem we are facing it now through satellite centers we will be doing, because we are signing more agreement with more number of people wherever tuber crop value chains are there. If satellite center is there, our work is reduced. Other organization will take care of it. This is one thing. Other thing is satellite centers are basically resource pooling mechanism. We don't transfer any money to them. That is a prime idea of a satellite incubation center. We teach them, we train them, all these things which are required for addressing the value chain problems. And money is coming from several sources. What are all the different projects are there? They are implementing it and doing it. But we have to find a mechanism through which because the revenue is taken by the host institution, but we are not taking it. So somehow we have to find out a mechanism through which a continuous flow of money is available. I'm also looking for some kind of funding for strengthening the satellite incubation center. We have 4 centers. We have 2 more centers. One is coming up in Pasigat, Arunachal Pradesh. So we are looking for some kind of projects where we can fund the satellite center and strengthen the kind of system. It is basically an informal system brought into the formal system, semi-formal system. Yeah, thank you.
Just a last question before I jump into Dr. Vinita. You made a lot of interventions and you talked about challenges. I see the youth is something that can be attracted in this semi-formal system. And do you have any story that how you made it, involve the youth in this particular initiatives? Dr. Sedal, you have made several interventions.
Okay.
I mean, I see that it's emerging now, semi-formal.
Okay.
And a lot of innovations, a lot of new ideas, the digital interventions of how can I attract youth in this semi-formal system so that it become more, it can be strengthened further. Do you have any strategies to attract?
So the first one is among the 35 decentralized seed multiplier, 50% are youth. First thing is. Second thing is, We are training the agricultural students. There is a complaint that agricultural students are not coming into a startup. Agri-tech startups are more than 90% startups are owned by the non-agricultural people. So we have a system called a Certified Agri-Tech Startup Professional Scheme, where agriculture students, normally what incubators do, they go on to do some sensitization program to the students and 2-3 days EDP program. So we actually put them in our incubator. We ask them to make agreements. We ask them to attach with the startups and understand how the startup is functioning. And like one of the startup, I think seen is also Micronutrich. Like we have attached one of the few students there. They are also learning from the startup. Some startups like the farm which is located at Bhubaneswar, basically that is a chips production startup. But during the lean season, they are having a problem of running the factory. So we made them as a seed entrepreneur. People now they are procuring the seeds from the farmers and they are supplying to us. That person is also a youth, and we are putting interns under the different startups, like so that they will be learning. Simply learning will not work. Reading from the books will not work. You have to actually sit with the startup, learn what they are doing it. You sit in the incubator, what incubator is doing it. Then only they will be able to kind of get an idea so that they will be venturing into the agribusiness. But so far, nobody has done. We believe that the system will work in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We talked about youth, and now we need to talk about the role of women in the seed system. Without talking about role of women, the seed system may not be complete. So it's a very important to understand the role of women in informal seed system and why their inclusion is very critical. Madam, I would like to invite Dr. Amita.
Thank you, Srini. That is a very important question. And good afternoon to all. So today, last 2 days, we are discussing on seed. So it's not only about seed, but agriculture in by large is women domain, women farmers domain. So if we don't talk about women in the seed value chain also, it means we are missing a very important link in that. Because why we need to talk about or we need to have women in this, because we all know that they are the key custodian of the seed. Women farmers जो महिला किसान है वो सीड के साथ right from the seed से को conserve करना, seed saving, conserving, identification of the potential varieties, seed treatment. So most of these pre-sowing or related activities that is related to seed are done by women farmers. So women farmers, if we don't talk, it means we are missing almost 60 to 70%, let's say, in agriculture and different activities, women are contributing. So this seed also, if we don't, it means we are ignoring their indigenous knowledge. They have a lot of indigenous knowledge, traditional practices that they have, lot of contributing to the conservation of biodiversity. So several ways they are playing a very important role. And if we don't rope in the women in this, it means seed wherever we want to bring informal seed system, particularly because women does not have a major say or a major role in the formal seed sector, because firstly we have not given enough attention on their role in informal seed system, because they are doing it, but it is considered as a part and parcel of their day-to-day activity. So nothing, something different they're doing it. So here we need to understand that women, whether in seed or in agriculture, they are mostly working as an informal level. So whether working on the farm or working at home at seed, it is very informal. So we need to see that how women's knowledge, women's traditional practices, they are enriching knowledge about the nature, about the their own local food system, how we can preserve these knowledges of women, because for that we need to understand their role, what role they are playing, and where it is important to pitch in, because only when we understand the role that they are playing in, we will understand whether it is they are doing it scientifically or it is very informal, and where we can strengthen them and where we can support them further where we can so that because we are all also here talking about that how we can gradually transition from informal to formal, yeah, and adapting a semi-formal mode. So we have to consider the informal knowledge that they have because women will through the local community system that they have evolved. I think Ms. Kavita was also mentioning about Deccan. I hope you were mentioning about Deccan Development Society. So we know that that Deccan Development Society that is in Zahirabad, a part of Hyderabad. So there we have seen how the tribal women farmers, they have created a seed exchange, seed bank, and they also organize a seed festival. These are the very, you can say the traditional and the informal way by which they are trying to disseminate, promote their local seed varieties. And there we have seen that they have a very important role that how they can take, but their level of operation is very restricted. Means if they do seed festival, it will be in some few villages that they will go around within a stipulated time. But if we want, but these women are working at the global level also, particularly the one I mentioned, Deccan Development Society. But there are very many such women-led community level organizations that they are working, but people will not come to know until unless they perform at beyond their local system. They come out of their local system. So I think in these perspectives, we first need to understand how they are contributing what, because when the scientists are working for breeding, they have a very important role there also, because breeders, they are the very vital source of inputs for them, that what varieties they prefer, what varieties have what challenges, strengths and the weaknesses. So they can give this very important information to the breeders so that the scientists take their inputs and work in line with the women's personal inputs that they give, because I don't see that men farmers are very much involved in these seed related activities. So we have to give importance to the knowledge that they possess, because it is not only for the scientists but also the policy makers also. If we talk of at the policy level also, there they have to be there, because they know what they are, because the one who does is the one who should be there at every level. Their representation should be there, whether it is at the community or at the institutional level or at the policy level. So that's why we need to first understand their role, that what critical role they are playing and how we can take the benefits of their roles when designing a policy or when they're developing a variety or work enhancing the potential of a seed. So I think these factors we need to contribute and check, and therefore we have to understand their role very well. And different places, women farmers will be having different seed varieties. So I think some network also needs to be created so that there is some exchange of knowledge beyond the community, which is usually a very localized thing that they do, but they need to come out of that, because it's a global era where we are taking the knowledge from one place to another. We are replicating the practices, good practices that they have. So such, in order that these practices disseminate at a larger level, so some network has to be there where they come out with these local systems and move at the larger level. So I think we have a very important role.
Just to build up, when we were working, trying to empower women in Africa, I'm just like to share some story. In Africa, we try to give them a lot of entrepreneurship skills. Once they gain so much and once they started earning money, the men will come and took over our business. So women, typically they face some challenges, and either it can be a cultural, a social dynamics, there are other issues. And what are the challenges, and how can we address those challenges? It's not straight away they're all equal or something. How do I address those challenges? We should come forward with that.
Your observation is very correct. This is you have observed this in Africa. So this is everywhere, Asia, Africa, everywhere that this is in. So that women does a lot of unpaid work in agriculture, and when it comes to take the benefits of their time, the resources, the efforts, definitely the men comes into the picture. And because it's not that women does not, because it is largely, I believe, first social cultural norms, as you have rightly pointed out. It's the most important thing that limits women mobility to go there in the physical market space and compete with the men farmers or the middlemen or other players in the physical market. But I also feel that beyond this social and cultural norms, women have not been rightly equipped also, because marketing is a very important thing where negotiation is there, communication is there, leadership skill is there, understanding of the financial aspects are there, many things are there, which I feel that our women farmers are still lacking. So this is where we are also trying to strengthen, whether it is women farmers, women entrepreneurs, or are they related to FPO members, SHG members, any such community-based women-led organizations, because in this digital era, digital literacy, financial literacy is something which we need to really talk about. And 1 year back, when we were celebrating G20 presidency, India was leading that G20 presidency. So there also digital literacy, financial literacy, women-led development, that was a budge of the G20 that was led by India 1 year back. So definitely social cultural norms where it is considered that women are not safe. Firstly, safety comes in the picture. Their mobility becomes a challenge, that moving to places beyond their village is not appreciated by family members, because it's all class, caste, so many social dynamics, rural dynamics are there that come into that. But how we address this, so that is the tapping the benefits of digital, because it is all digital marketing, digital branding, e-commerce. So now lot of such things are there where we can train our women farmers, entrepreneurs, so that they, by being at home, they can do everything which they have been denied, just because it is considered that that is a male domain space where our women are neither allowed nor it is a space for them to share with the men. So I think these things we need to, I will strongly say that capacity building on these leadership, managerial, digital, financial, these are very important if we want them to do the direct marketing.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we all talked about, we all agree that informal sector can be a very strong delivery mechanism. But I'd like to hear from Dr. Sanjay to how this informal sector can contribute on scaling of improved varieties.
Right. So we have already in the present system to register these variety under the farmer variety under the PPP. This is the one point. The another is, in fact, when we are discussing how it comes to the formal sector. So for any seed certification, only 3-4 points are the right. First is the physical purity, genetical purity, germination, and moisture. Physical purity can easily be maintained, no doubt. Moisture, every crop has certain requirement for the seed, moisture. So that can be. Then the two major point is the germination and the genetics. Germination also, because if we are dealing with the seed, that has to be maintained. So the only point where all the problem is of the genetics. Because when we talk about this informal, some land races or farmer variety, we talk in the generic name, like brown rice, black rice of that particular area. We don't know that that particular black rice is a combination of 2, 3, 4, or 5 varieties. So for bringing in this system, we have to pure it. Through normal breeding process, genetic processes can easily be done.
and we can utilize the best line of that constitution of particular that, so that this potential of that variety can also. Regarding the further use, whatever the genetic, whatever the material, the land races are available in the different part, that can easily can use in the improvement program, considering the local demand, and the new variety may be developed by using all these land races, considering either the yield potential or the resistant or any other particular, whatever the desirable character that required for that particular.
So just shifting to Kavita here, initially you talked about the key characteristics of informal sector, then you also talked about some of the interventions too. I just wanted to hear from you any successful case that you like to share, even if it is good, if anything related to the woman, the role in that interventions. Thank you.
Before that, I just want to emphasize that I'm not talking about formalizing the informal seed systems. I'm really making a case for reimagining scale. Very often we think of scale as something that has to be done in a uniform fashion to reach out to a large area or a large set of people. Whereas I think when we're talking about informal seed systems, we really have to imagine scale as millions and millions of small seed systems located all together, diverse. That scale. And unless we imagine that, I think we'll go wrong in trying to formalize the informal seed systems. I think there's a case for supporting the informal seed systems as they are, provided that seed purity is maintained and seed quality is maintained. And for that, I think there's an interface required with the public scientific establishment. So let me just talk about a few examples. By the way, you've been using the word semi-formal. To me, what today is the formal seed system actually has a semi-formal layer at the production end system. The delivery system may be formal, but at the production end system, the seed organizers and the seed producer farmers, Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan yesterday talked about their problems in his inaugural speech. That's actually a semi-formal or informal foundation on which the formal system is getting built. So I don't think we are talking about semi-formal systems. I think we are talking about informal system. I am talking about informal systems. And to me, some of the examples fall under 3-4 typologies. One is where governments, state governments have made public investments on certain schemes and depended on the informal seed systems. Let me give you the example of organic farming schemes. Who's supplying seeds in organic farming schemes? It's the informal seed supply systems. Because the formal seed supply system gives chemically coated seed treatment is always chemical based, whereas that's not acceptable in certified organic. They're all depending on informal seed systems. The current natural farming mission, it will require informal seed systems unless something changes in the seed certification standards itself for natural farming, for instance. The Kerala scheme, which gives incentives, cultivation per acre incentive for farmers for traditional paddy varieties to be grown, they have not figured out where the seed supply will come from. It's the farmers who are figuring out that out at the highly local level. Similarly, Karnataka had an organic farming scheme where seed banks were set up at the Hubli level. So that's one typology where governments are giving funds but not working out any other detail, and the rest of the supply is actually in the informal seed systems. Then there's another set of examples where governments are actually figuring out what to do when they invest. For example, for groundnut in Anantapur, a community managed seed system which the AP Seeds Corporation along with the Andhra Pradesh Seed Certification Agency, with the PGS system of para seed certifiers. They had an institutional layer of participatory guarantee for certification, like you have participatory guarantee for organic farming. And that's something that had reached lakhs of acres in Andhra Pradesh. Similarly, in Bengal, an RKVY scheme was used for seed farms of the State Department to purify land races and locate entrepreneurial seed farmers who in turn multiplied and distributed to thousands of farmers. So it's both a funding and an institutional mechanism that was figured out in this RKVY scheme. The Odisha Millets Mission, much talked about Millets Mission, it has a similar sort of a system where the formal system is giving purified seed varieties. The varietal landrace varietal release committee has released 4 varieties so far, and on that committee is a woman farmer, a Adivasi woman farmer who's illiterate. And that's a mechanism that the Odisha government has started. Yesterday, we heard about the Meghalaya potato example that Dr. Sridhar Rao was sharing in the technical session. There, the government is buying back from individual women farmers as well as groups. So to me, these are two typologies where somebody is investing public money, some state government, through some scheme, and they are doing additional things of bringing in a formal science interface for seed quality to be maintained or a PGS system to be evolved and so on. There's another typology where breeder farmers are creating a lot of seeds. I can give you the example of Andanur Anjaneya in Davangere in Karnataka. He supplies to thousands of farmers. He requires basic infrastructure support. Nobody's supporting it. Similarly, there's someone called Boregowda, a genome savior award. No one's giving him basic, seed processing equipment and other things that he can use. So I'm just saying that if we imagine the interventions along particular typologies and each one requiring a earlier RKVY type scheme, not the current RKVY, I think we can support the informal seed systems. Let's imagine scale as a diverse set of answers. Let's not worry about over-regulation of this sector, because the damage that they will do with low quality seed is not going to be much. And that is the sort of regulatory approach that the Food Safety Authority has, for instance, in this country. So I'll stop.
Thank you. I think, everyone will have a different view, different school of thought. We do respect your thoughts. Just to Dr. Rana, you worked quite a lot on community bank, the seed bank system. There's some extent, she has mentioned that there is some extent short of intervention on the formal setup, the informal. Then immediately the moment you make that, and I see it as a kind of, there is a certain amount and degree of a kind of regulating or a kind of improving the process or functions that reaches to the seeds to the farmers. So I consider as a kind of semi-formal. It's not really we are putting so much regulations. Even in I think that there is a seed class called QDS, Quality Declare Seed. It's primarily made for a kind of a semi-formal system where the QDS can be utilized within their communities and the QDS can be traded within the regions. And it has a less standards, the seed standards, as compared to certified seeds. They are not really regulating too much so that at least the farmers will have access to those quality seeds. Just to going back to Dr. Rana, you have involved a lot of activities on that front. Could you just tell us how do you see that? Is it a semi-formal things are emerging, or you see that no, that's completely the informal? What is your reaction to this Kavita here?
Yeah. As I said, there are a lot of opportunities, and what Kavita mentioned that like PKVY, Paramparagath Krishi Yojana, natural farming mission, just few days back, government has announced around 2,500 crore rupees for that. So those are the areas where this informal seed system or the what we call the native varieties or the native seeds they have that ability to adapt to that natural farming condition, the kind of input that we are providing in natural farming. Because your typical hybrid, they don't respond to those environment, to those chemicals, or those fertilizers. But these are the bandages, these are the varieties which have a lot of potential on those performing well under those natural farming condition or the environment that has been created. So this is another opportunity over there. And when we say the community seed bank, somebody told about the market and all this. What I have observed is that middleman is still a very strong thing in this country. So what we did is we are trying not to push farmer to market. You have to have a very proactive by working with the farmers, ensuring their benefit. So you make a kind of, as I said, the arrangement with some entrepreneur or somebody sitting with. So you work as a connectivity between the farmer group and a businessman. Because if you take farmer to market, because he's very innocent, and middlemen are very distant. So give it, despise him, and he will lose the track. So what has to do as a public institution, as a government institution, my duty is that farmer should get the better price for his product. There should be a buyback system. He should not be deceived, and a farm gate lifting. So this is something what we discussed with the farmer, and he was very happy. We could not establish any ABS as per NBO or Noya protocol. That is the only ABS I could establish in the ground, and which worked both for the company and the farmer as well. Because farmer doesn't want to go to enter into any legal complications, signing some forms. And sometimes company doesn't want to show his whole profit, and because see, the entrepreneurship or they're working with the thousands of farmers. Me as a small group as an NGO giving some 200 farmers to me. So this is somehow we succeeded in that. And the government scheme now, because natural farming, Parambaragat Krishi Yojana and all those percent, they are the opportunity now with this. So I think semi-formal that government is coming, but as such, no issue is responsible. But ICAR has another taken initiative that they have designated certain KVKs to work on natural farming. Not all the KVKs, but there are around 250 KVKs which have been asked to start work on natural farming. So I think these are the opportunity where these NGOs and all they come together. And I think in that way, if they start working, so that's why it's called the semi-formal. But if I am coming in between, you are coming in between. Another thing that NGOs cannot do business as per their registration process because they are non-profit organization. So FPOs, FPCs, there's a new mechanism which government has created is working very well now. What I did is all the NGOs where we are working, 7 or 8 NGOs, they were NGOs, so they were not diverted. What we did is we created FPOs behind the curtain. Same NGOs, they created a company like Jorat, this FDI NGO, they created a Red River company, Native Husk is their brand. So now they're selling their produce through that company, through that FPO and FPCs. NGO given a handholding, promoted by the NGO. So this is how you can enter into that. Because how long NGO will be dependent on the, this is what I argued with the NGO, that how long you will work on this dependence on people. You create your own strength. And that is the way FPO and FPCs. And many NGOs, we have around 20 FPOs through NGOs. And they are registered, they are working through FPOs and FPCs, going to market to those. So that is the kind of, that's the semi-formal, excellent word, going into the, not informal, but semi-formal. So we are coming together and this is way how we can.
There is a one term called semi-informal.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to the panelists. I think I like to open this floor for Q&A. So one here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let me start from Ajay. Okay, you wanted to. Here, Ajay. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very interesting hearing the panelists. Very, very knowledgeable. My name is Harsi Chaudhary, and I had an NGO in Gorakhpur, the Participatory Rural Development Foundation. I'm narrating a case
and maybe Sanjay will listen to me because this will be illustration to some of the points he made. So when I retired from FAO, I came to Gorakhpur and started looking for some problem. People said there used to be a Kala Namak rice some 3,000 years ago, blessed by Lord Buddha, and that is disappearing. So I thought, okay, let me start. I started looking for seed of Kala Namak, looked into NDPGR gene bank, not a single sample there. Look into local university, not a single sample there. But then I looked to some of the farmers who are still having it. So this was what I'm going to illustrate, how informal becomes formal and then again it becomes informal. So I picked up the seed. Some maybe 250 accessions from 250 farmers. Compared it, one of the best one, I got it released through farmer system, got it notified through farmer system, and named it as KN3, Kala Namak 3. We started having seed production, nuclear seed, breeder seed farmer. Dr. Sanjay Kumar, he is very well aware of this story. Went on. People said, yes, very good now. This is really aromatic and very tasty. But then they said it is lodging, very poor yielding. So I said, okay, I improved it further while crossing. Released 3 more varieties, Hona Kala Namak 101, 102, and the best one now is Kala Namak Kiran. So under farmer system, we are producing nuclear seed, breeder seed, foundation seed, and National Seed Corporation, they are taking foundation seed from us and producing certified seed. Recently, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, he released one of the scientists to serve on a committee which monitors the breeder seed. Okay.
South research.
It's going on very well.
Specific to the question.
That's the illustration. So, going on very well. This year, Gorakhpur is not a very big town, but then we started looking seed of Kala Namak, which is being sold in the market. I found 7 different kind of packings. They were all packed, coming from informal system. And they were none from us, none written by PRDF, none written with the word certified seed. So what to do to the informal system about the quality control? So some word like semi-farmer or something has to come in to control the quality. So here is the case where informal becomes farmer system, farmer is becoming again informal because it's the same 60-40 ratio. So what to do with this? How to control the quality of seed emanating from informal system? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, just a short.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right, sir. In fact, it's a very simple because if anyone is selling seed, that has to be under some category. If they are selling under the TL seed, it also has the physical purity, genetic purity, everything. And if it is not following, is completely liable for all the punishment is already done. There is there in under the law. So he or that company can easily be punished.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll take all the question together in a time constraint. So be specific to the question. Just straight to the question. Yes,
Sure, yeah. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Shri. I think this is very enriched and very insightful discussion. So thank you so much for that. My question goes to Dr. Shivakumar. So you mentioned about I would say very innovative model, right? You also mentioned about the satellite station and also that they are kind of like self-sustaining and they will have to look for their own resources. I'm sure it's not very easy. So I really would like to understand from you, what are those means and ways for them to look for resources?
Actually, this agreement, we sign an agreement with the host agency. They have to give a room there and we showcase our tuber crop products and other technologies. We train the people who are there, the identified team on how to, this is actually, we start with the complete, it is actually basically a value chain intervention model because seed is the first component. So what we do is we train them in doing, because we believe that in the value chain, whenever the problem arises, entrepreneurship is one of the ways to address the problem. Entrepreneurship is now in incubation center, it is a different thing. Like in incubation center, you can develop the technology, you can refine the technology, you can validate the technology. Along with that, you can get the IP services as well as you can get like a business mentoring. So earlier in a research institution, only you can go and develop the technology and you don't know what to do that. But in an incubation center, when there is a problem comes, some farmer is coming, I am having this particular pest. For example, I am telling one biopesticide was developed somewhere, here you have to, it should be available. So we train the center in preparing the biopesticide, or maybe because biopesticide, so many regulatory measures are involved. Any kind of input or which are required for the tuber crop people, and then they will be producing and giving to them. So that there is a person identified, he will be converted into either agripreneur or any kind of entrepreneur. So he will be doing the business. The person will be coming attached to the incubator. Suppose the person wants to scale up the technology, he need a business networking, he need a funding. So we give them where the funds are available, where you can go do the marketing, everything. So the difference is we are sitting at Trivandrum, cassava is cultivated in Tamil Nadu. There is a lot of distance. Every time you cannot bring the people here, you cannot take the people there. So to address this issue, we created a miniature incubation center addressing the value chain. Wherever there is an established value chain or wherever there is a value chain to be developed, identified by the government. So that area we are creating, that is a basic concept of the center. The funding mechanism is, Government of India has so many projects, TSP, NEH, then CSP, and we have also incubator. So initially, I will tell you one example. The incubator in Tamil Nadu Veterinary Science and Veterinary Animal Science University. It was that they have given the room. New building has been come up. We took the money from one of the running projects. We created a seed multiplication center. It is about 2.5 lakhs. So the system is, I'll tell you, I am the chairman. I was the chairman of the purchase committee. Members are from that institution. It is accepted. Actually, I will tell you another thing is, putting these things into the government system is very difficult.
Maybe, I think,
sorry, it took
let's-
so much time.
Thanks for that response. And then the behind Sharan, Dr. Sharan, sir. Shankaran, sorry. Dr. Shankaran.
In terms of agricultural education, if you look at the SEIU or Agricultural University of Agriculture, the girl students are only 50% on an average. So I think it is right time now for us to think of job opportunities for them for the future. Why? Because after all, we have the limitations with the girls, you can understand that. And therefore, I was thinking that when we are talking the women's role, for especially seed conservation, etc., custodians, etc., is it not possible to motivate their mind right from the BSc first year itself, that they have trained for accepting job opportunities outside the formal system, banks, colleges, the institutions, etc., the company jobs and all. So I was thinking that they should be trained initially itself, including their parents. They should motivate to see that their children are getting into the seed sector role, informal seed sector activities.
Thank you. It's the comment, I think. Let's take it. So the last one, and then the last behind you.
Thank you very much. I am Dr. Rajshekhar. I work for the organization based in Hyderabad. And we work with
little loud.
Yeah, we work with farmer collectives, so farmer producer companies. So the idea is, I think, FUs are capable to manage their own seed system, whether it's a formal or informal. They can take decision if you provide proper support. The challenges is availability of quality seeds. Even from the formal seed system, you have to struggle a lot to get the breeder or foundation seed OP varieties. If you ask for the hybrids, they ask for, institutions ask for the royalty. So this is the collectives with small and marginal farmers not able to provide royalty. That's the point number one. So, informal. Hello. Yeah. So they have access to informal seeds and they can procure. They are procuring from custodial farmers, other sources, and ability to maintain the quality, physical purity, etc. And they are doing well. The second important point is want to.
I think we can keep the first point. Maybe because of time, I need to go with the next.
Just one point, sir. This is important. The only thing is the legal compliance. They have to get licenses, etc. It's very difficult for FPOs. So marketing license, they have to get it from Agriculture Department, and they have to struggle a lot. And so these are the main challenges. If you address to accessibility and legal compliance, I think we can definitely strengthen the decentralized seed system, and they can manage their own seed system.
Thank you. So, I think it's more comments, I guess. Yeah. Here.
Sure, mic. Sure, mic.
Thank you. A very engaging panel and very interesting discussions. Just like biodiversity, diverse views, diverse cases, case studies, and so on. Just one small observation. Someone did mention about RKVY, I think Madam Karunan. Under RKVY project, there were some land races which were purified. Now, for what purpose? Because if it is for cultivation, the strength of land races, their ability phenotype, its adaptability will also reduce. So, I mean that then the whole purpose is defeated. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Yeah, I think that's a very important observation. Thank you so much. Let me conclude. Is there any? I think we will. Oh, last.
Hello. Since last decade, we have heard that the seed replacement ratio is 25 to 30%, almost stagnant. Only as per my knowledge, just only due to the informal system. There is no documentation at all. The seed are selling just like a research seed or TFL seed in the form of TFL seed. So it must be registered in the Farmers Variety Authority under the Farmers Protection under the FPRA under the authority, so that their seed can be documented, how much seed is produced and how much sold there among the farmers, so that the documentation is necessary to just assess the seed replacement ratio. What happened at the farmers level? When you see at the farmers level, then there is every farmers, most of the farmers of the Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, and other states are purchasing either from the seed growers, either from the seed retailers, not using their own seed. So seed replacement are there, but there is no documentation at all. Even the inclusion of the seed village program, most of the blocks, the many varieties are available. The newly developed varieties, the seeds of the newly varieties are available at the subsidy level, almost 50 to 100% subsidy level. So there is no documentation at all. But documentation is there since the NSC, National Seed Corporation, State Seed Corporation, they are producing and giving the certified seed. So documentation are there. But in the TFL seed, so there is no documentation. So for the documentation, it is necessary to register the germ plot, land races, or any other. So that's my humble summation to the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'd like to conclude this discussion. Thanks a lot to all our panel members. Very interesting discussion. We have, before concluding, there are a couple of points that we like to highlight before we conclude. It's very clear that informal seed sector is acting as a very strong delivery mechanism. And with a lot of innovative interventions that you have seen, different cases, and what we felt that there is a strong investment is required for those interventions. And you know that all those interventions are needs to be further strengthened. And we are just emerging now. It's just a starting point. It's not an ending point. We would urge the government to have more investment that flows into these interventions that was made in the informal seed sector. Second point, we also like to highlight the point that there was a discussion on quality assurance. These interventions are also acting. We are also seeing that some demonstration that these interventions are demonstrating that it ensures the quality assurance. Yesterday, there was a case that the potato also, they were seedling were distributed and etc. Then Dr. Sedudare was also mentioning about cassava cuttings, the other aspects. So there is the last point that regarding the role of women. It is a very clear indication that we can't look at a seed system without the role of women. It's a very important to see how the woman can be engaged. It's not only just engaged, what is most important is that capacity building, entrepreneurship skills. So the more intervention is required there to make sure that the woman is empowered with not only the participation but also their skill set, so that they are more engaged in this entire seed system, the informal seed system. So with that note, I conclude this discussion. Thank you so much to the organizer. Thank you. Thank you to the panel members.
Yeah, sorry, we had to hard stop here in the interest of time. So, but it was a very engaging discussion and exciting points came out. So, before we conclude, we will facilitate all the esteemed panelists. Okay, so I would request the base Rajendran to finish with all our panelists. So, we'll go with the first Dr. Kavita Sugan. Dr. J.C. Rana.
Seed Congress, most of us wonder about the seeds in the field, right? So how the seed is produced, how it is delivered, and what is the reflections from the field. Many people have already highlighted the low varietal turnover, low seed replenishment rate, and then and consequent of that is very high varietal age in the field. For example, when we looked at the variety age of rice in India, like specifically in the eastern India and Bangladesh, we observed more than 25 years of varieties are still growing widely. Average variety age is 25 years. So it's an alarming for some people. It may not be alarming for some others. Specifically, the earlier section about informal seed sector, when it happens with the dominance of informal sector, this is doomed to happen. But we need to really think about why such an informal sector is really occurring. I'm not talking against informal sector, but about like how the varietal age is so alarmingly high in the field. So that could be an issue that traditionally our breeding system is focused on supply-driven breeding process. But of late, I think when I was talking to some other panelists earlier, was telling the shift from traditional supply-driven breeding process to more demand-driven process. So that's how exactly the today's panel is talking about, leveraging the market intelligence in the seed industry. So we have very esteemed panels today, and I would request I would invite one by one to on the stage. And the first one, Professor K.V. Raju, may I invite you to the stage? Please give him an applause. Yeah, I hope everyone knows about Professor K.V. Raju. He's very esteemed, very dear colleague, and also very well-known policy figure both in India. He is currently serving as the economic advisor to Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Before that, he was also economic advisor to the Karnataka government. He worked in the CG centers, ICRISAT, leading the market innovations, if I'm true, as well as consulting with several other international, including World Bank and other organizations. Very, very high reputation in terms of the publications as well, more than 26 books and 100 journal articles. So thank you, sir, for being part of this panel. Let me invite Dr. Arun Kumar, the principal scientist at Seed Science Division in IRI. Dr. Yeah. So he's been heavily involved in understanding the purity, the genetic purity, and other seed quality assessments for different crop cultivars. And he standardized advanced seed treatments such as priming, coating, and pelleting, and quite a lot of studies. I do have a privilege to work with him and closely associate with him. Thank you, Dr. Arun, for being part of this panel. Then move on, we have industry colleagues, Dr. Smita Kur. She's an expert in she's a trained molecular breeder and expert in digital imaging and use of AI systems in phenotyping, etc. So she is leading the phenomics and data science at the Mexico. Then we do have another industry colleague, Dr. Raman Babu. I invite Dr. Raman Babu. Yeah. Thanks for joining us. He is the development leader for South Asia, seed product development leader for South Asia. And we do have a privilege to work with Corteva for quite some time. And also he's based in Hyderabad, Telangana, and specifically leading the digital research and development lead for Asia Pacific at Corteva, building experiences in different regions. Then move on, we have a colleague from within IRI, that's Dr. Pallavi Sinha. She is a scientist, the plant breeder, who had an experience in using certain market intelligence dimensions to the breeding program, and she would represent the CGIAR and also IRI. Thank you, Pallavi. And we do have different other stakeholders. The panelists consist of different stakeholders, probably of interest in nature. That's where the market intelligence is either coming from or be used. So two eminent people, Sanjeev Singh, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, he is the president of Miller Association, Chandoli Agripreneur. Why do we really need, may I invite Sanjeev Singh? He's not reached yet? Okay, hopefully he will join soon. It's on the way. And then we do have another colleague that's representing the most important community, the center of focus for any seed intervention, that is the farmers. So Srimati Rita Rai, the president of NGO Om Gaura Seva Sanstha. Thank you for being part of this panel. The NGO, she's the director of this non-profit organization and a social activist, having more than 20 years of experience in the rural development, women empowerment, etc. And finally, it's me. I am Prasen. I am an agricultural economist and behavioral scientist in IRI, looking after the South Asia program for the market intelligence that's led by a CGR initiative. So what I'm going to do now is like briefly introduce the topic, if you agree, and then set the scene, and then we can have a more interactive question and answer section, something like that. Thanks. So what do we mean by market intelligence? That's a question I would like to set before we start. So it has actually a data, because we wanted a data-driven approach in terms of to support the breeding process, and not just the collecting of data, but also the insight that flows for better design and prioritizations. So as I said, there could be different layers of data. One, like So we have the micro level data, that could be the farmer preferences or consumer preferences. Many times we take synonymously, like the farmer is a consumer. So there our assumption is a non-separability, but many times it is not the case. Many products, many commodities, it is different. There are data that's at meso level. That's primarily the company, the entrepreneurs, the agri-processors, the processing and other midstream level actors. And then the macro level, that's more related to the policy, that's climate change, the demand and supply chains, and all those type of information that can that include the regulatory mechanisms as well. So when we say the market intelligence, it's about the present, but and the future opportunities. So we can't really forget the present needs and present requirements while breeding, but at the same time we have to breed for the future. So 10 years down the line, how the market looks like, can we use those information to achieve the goals? That is, the goals here is, it could be very different goals. It could be impact, different types of impacts, profits, or like the environmental health, etc., etc. So here our major goal is like provide some evidences for a dialogue. That dialogue consists of a multidisciplinary team that comes from the bottom up. It could come from the farmers. It could come from the consumers, the processors, etc. And it could be more inclusive in nature. So, and it could also be some top-down perspective, like the global perspective, maybe like demographic changes, the market trends, the policies, or like innovations, like for example, the gene editing, an example for breeding. So how do we see this? Okay, there is fundamentally in the seed product market segment, there are two types of product market segmentation we can really see. One is the seed product market segments, another one is the food products. So when we look at the seed product, which is the crux of today, so we have two types of demands, consumers and growers. So what the consumers actually use, what it is used for, that is more of consumer. Is it for direct consumption or for an ingredient for a derived product, etc., or where it is growing? That's more of a grower consideration. So in a nutshell, there could be different types of requirements, criteria one could use for market segment. It could be crop, type, the region, the end users, the color, production. Just give an example. And Pallavi can give a little bit more examples in later based on her experience. So currently we have, for example, 620 segments identified. I will give a little bit more details about that. How a breeding pipeline look like in this kind of reimagined market intelligence perspective. There is a target that's kind of either improving the welfare or the or gender equality or like environmental benefits or like food security or nutrition, etc. And it could be varying in different regions. That's the global impact challenges, and it could be varying in the different market segments. It could be one country or group of country or within the country, the market segments. And there could be different types of opportunities and also people involved in that. This is a process, and then it moves to a design. Design, that's a product concept, and then the investment of those products can be made based on the impact opportunities that it could derive. So then we have two types of major concern here. One is the traits that could be linked with the ecosystems, policies, or the markets, etc., beyond the product that it holds, but it has an influence. That's where the foster comes in. And then also it goes to inclusive delivery. That's a seed system comes in. Once this process is there, it goes to breeding happen, the delivery, the seed system comes in here. And we also develop tools that could actually facilitate the entire process, the steering this process. I can talk about one of the tools now, but this is interoperable tools that could be made use for enabling the entire environment. That's where we are. And why it is important, because the data, the challenges in the market intelligence is there are too many pieces, high volume of data, but at the same time, it is available in different forms. For example, text, sometimes in numbers, sometimes images, videos, etc., etc. How we can collect that one, integrate that data, assimilate those data, and transform into meaningful insights. So this is a platform that's called GLOMIT, Global Market Intelligence Platform. And that consists, this is an open source kind of open for anyone to look at this. It has impact opportunities, market segments, target product profiles, investor dashboard, product catalog. Some of them are work in progress, the shaded ones. And what does it gives? What does it gives? It gives like different, for example, different opportunities. 46 crops, 170 countries right now. And it could be data at national crop level or market segment level, and indicators of different, more than 200 indicators. So there is a combination of possible. Then we looked at how the existing process, we conducted a study among people who are involved in breeders. It could be breeders, breeding. It could be breeders, it could be social scientists, it could be agronomists, it could be any of those people who are involved, like product specialists, etc. And this graph shows around 520 respondents globally. We looked at what would be the current use of market intelligence for different stages. One is the market segmentation and fairly fine. And we look at targeted product profile development, fairly okay. That means if it is this green color, that means it's okay. What is this color? Yeah, then it's a pipeline investment case. But the biggest problem what everyone highlights here is the lack of funding. So it's highlighted use of market intelligence in the breeding system because of the fund. lack of funding. But at the same time, how to use the market intelligence, that's another biggest challenge I haven't looked at. So which information currently is very less meagerly used? It is the gender. That's the differentiated preferences for producers and impact opportunities. So with this, I intend to open up. We would like to have two desirable outcomes from this discussion. One, something a little bit increased awareness about the demand-driven breeding process, that involving a transdisciplinary team and perspective. And then second, an opportunity to contemplate and use of market intelligence, for example, the GLOMID in designing the TPP and product development concern. So thanks for listening. I can jump directly to the questions, like, okay. Let me start with Professor Raju. Like, as we highlighted, the variety turnover, for example, if you look at the Eastern UP and other places, the variety turnover is very, very low. The average variety age is very low. But this is very critical to have do you think it is critical to have a refined kind of approach, like a data-driven, market intelligence-based approach in breeding and seed system to improve this variety turnover and decrease the variety age in the field? Over to you.
Mike.
Good afternoon to all of you. I have a small request to all those scientists sitting on the back side. Please come forward, there are enough seats. Nation want to move forward. So don't sit on the back and don't stand in the back. There are enough seats. Come forward. I have two appreciations to IRI. One for hosting this conference, wonderfully well in outskirts of city of Varanasi. Two small things I would like to definitely appreciate. One, they're really taken care well, as small as the bag. That's what I brought here to show. How beautifully it is designed, true to one of its silk and its design on both the sides. Unlike some of the bags, jute, with all the names which nobody would like to carry for their homes or events. I really appreciate this, the team behind this and their thought process. Yeah. Second, IRI also has interestingly market intelligence team led by Dr. P.C. Vettel. They also given the question paper. So I come with the answer sheet. Rarely people do this kind of a homework to get the speakers to focus on specific questions. I'm so glad they're well structured and well focused questions. I will remind you to the same question paper. Respond to their questions. I have three major parts. One is the demand and supply of the seeds in the country, right? In India, maybe true in other countries, the South Asian countries. Number two, how do we match this gap between the demand and supply? How do we create the systems to enable this demand and supply, which most of the speakers continuously talk about in the Seed Congress events? Number three, how and what specifically we do. This is what it matters, okay? If we can do even half of it, definitely we achieve this objective of this conference and this market intelligence. Why I'm saying this, several national and international organizations are market-based instruments, MBIs in short. They do this regularly. One simple example, one commodity we do this, milk. National Dairy Development Board regularly does this. The success behind their thing is they have a strong MBI, market-based intelligence support system that they get. Either in the quality of the milk, volumes of the milk, the quality, the spread and distribution, and the consumer demand. What else you want? It's one of the most perishable commodity, but yet it's so successful. There is no story like Amul in the entire world. You can look at any other countries, but they've done it because of market intelligence. The question is, why are we not doing that for seed systems? Because we don't have a good market intelligence systems. It all spread out, all disaggregated, never ever getting together. But I, as a farmer, I continue to bother for the last 30 years. As a producer or some private company, they continue to comply with this. Is this true? That's the first question. So please, either by the CCR or by the ICR or the 129 organizations, you need to establish this market intelligence wing. Rather than complaining and hearing and developing a grievance redressal cell. We have such huge number of universities that have good agriculture economists, so as CGR institutions and ICRs. Please put a network of market intelligence group, all commodities. That's the first thing that's required. Use your digital records extensively. Don't blame, we don't have this. Today, it's available. 30 years, a lot of senior scientists sitting here, they were all complaining, how do we communicate? Now it's available, please use it. Before that, all of you develop a platform and develop a platform for a market intelligence to develop a design format. But that's required. Don't blame each other scientist or a teacher. Develop a common format and then load your upload with your own details. Based upon that data, data should be uploaded since all scientists, trained MSc agriculture, BSc agriculture, PhD, they're all at the district level today, in all the 760 districts. Please request them to upload the data onto the server. MIC will be able to provide the free server space. Upload. Now, if you wonder, is there anybody doing this? Yes. With the Ministry of Statistics and Planning implementation, they do this. It's a free cloud server. They do this for all the programs up in the cloud server. All the districts will upload, all the states will upload, and everybody uses it. National Sample Survey, they also do this. Why is this agriculture is not doing it? That's a basic question all of you we should question. That's one of the essential things people should do. It's free, there's no cost. We are also throwing it in UP. First state in the country, Uttar Pradesh has started this. We said, okay, we agree, there is a data gaps. There's a lot of information gap. We said, okay, let us try it in 4 districts. We started in Meerut, Kanpur Nagar, right here in Varanasi, and Gorakhpur. It's amazing results. So it's no pleasure in blaming the game. But research is 20 of them, 129 research institutes of ICR, and all the agriculture institutes, and all the CGR institutions and field sites put together. You want to collect as much as possible, upload in the downloadable free server systems. That's available. We have done that. We have shown that. Now from 4 districts, we will go for 75 districts. We will share those results by answers. What stops you in doing this? Get the milestones, get the quarterly plans. Then tell us what should be the action plan. We will do it. This is the same questions other states are also asking to all scientists. So this group, which is going to work on the market intelligence, please identify this. What is your target? Then identify the milestones. Then give us a quarterly action plan. Then if you think anything missing, we are ready to do that with your collaboration. It's not that you hand over the report, keep it in the fridge. So we need to work together. Then the same team should look at a very strong monitoring and learning systems. Look, this is what we suggested. All of you understand. These targets and milestones vary from region to region. whether all the 15 agroclimatic zones or 72 sub-agroclimatic zones of this country. Tell us, try it if any one state come forward to UP, we will cooperate. But you should have a monitoring and learning systems first. Set up that. Part 3. My request is, when you do this exercise, please include all KVKs. They are the bottom level, grassroots level, very good thought over structured system available in this country. Use them for your surveys, for your monitoring systems, for your implementation. UP alone has 89 KVKs. Utilize them. All agriculture universities, definitely they should be involved. Because they have a beautiful ag extension departments and huge forums. All FPOs. UP as of last month has 580 FPOs. Some states have more, some states have less, but utilize those FPOs. They are like local catalysts. All agriculture departments, that includes agriculture. For me, it's a primary sector. All CJR organizations, all ICR organizations, and their project sites. Huge, thousands of them. Being in the digital mode, we can always communicate very easily. Then, all put together, you set up a monitoring and learning teams. There should be standard format, transparent. Anybody, anytime can download and see. Number 4, if you want to take UP, we will most welcome. Because for the last 3 weeks, after the discussions with the ICR teams, with the DG, they've agreed to collaborate. They're bringing all the CJR institutions, the ICR institutions for UP. We are developing a dialogue now. All our top level, including the CM, APC, I think is here now, and the principal secretary, all the principal secretaries of all the primary sector departments in tune with this. So that's an advantage if you want to work in UP. Okay. We welcome that. To that extent, we are making a small step. We are setting up a seed park in 200 acres near Harbour. Purely and a public-private partnership for EOI has already been issued. If anybody interested, please apply. Based upon that success, we are going to scale it up to another 5 seed parks across the state. And a public-private partnership. Number 5, and that's the last. Most important for me is private firms. They're doing a fantastic job. They have amazing skills in terms of management, in terms of technology. Please bring them into your group. Please hand over them, develop a strategic action plan. Together, scientists give the inventions and discoveries and let them do the scaling up. But you should hold them. Build a consortium of all the interested private companies. Build a consortium. And then set the targets for them. We don't want anybody doing freely for this. But with your collaboration, they should produce sufficiently, and then they should distribute to the district level, and ultimately should reach the farmers. That should be the process when you do this process line. Then your group should monitor and quantify. If you can do that, is what all the efforts made by the IRI and the National Seed Congress, and plus all the consortium partners. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thanks, Professor K.V. Raju. You highlighted about the importance of demand-supply mismatch and disintegrated market intelligence. Specifically for the seeds, it's very important, and proposed a network and use of digital tools, etc. for the data, and then how this could be practically implemented. It's very, very, very valuable, very big insights. At least personally, I hope that some of those could be addressed in coming years. Thanks a lot. And then, see, we have those market intelligence. Now, I request like Dr. Smita Kurul, highlight her experience in the Mahiko. So you highlighted in our personal conversation that you kind of experienced a shift from a supply-driven breeding to a demand-driven breeding, and it can highlight some examples and from cotton and other crops you highlighted. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. So as he has suggested earlier, there has been a shift from supply-driven to demand-driven breeding program. One of the examples that we follow, I may be highlighting the private sector perspective. So earlier it was based on the supply, but now if you take the case of rice, so especially in the varietal OPVs, trend is towards bold segments. So our breeding objectives have shifted from the and then there is a fine grain as well as super fine rice. So these are the demand-based breeding program that we are incorporating, considering the market segments, geography, as well as the perception of the farmers also.
That's great. So do you see that trends in the private sector, like looking at, I mean, not just like Mahiko, but other seed companies which you are familiar with?
Definitely. Yeah, that's the trend we see always.
So now I invite then Dr. Raman Babu. See, okay, you are very much associated with the field, the information that coming from. So how that information in the private sector is flowing backwards to the product concepts and the breeding and then developing the product. Can you highlight from your experience?
Thank you. And first of all, thanks to ERI and the National Seed Congress Secretariat for giving us an opportunity, for giving Corteva an opportunity to come and participate here in this forum. And again, developing genetic innovation and introducing it is easier than achieving the scale, right? So I think I'm sure many of you would have realized this. Achieving the scale, a technology that achieves scale versus a technology that has failed, most often the difference is the homework that was done before the development of technology, which in other terms is called market intelligence, right? So market intelligence, I mean, the term may be a little fashionable, but for us in the industry on the ground, say if you have to get from place A to place B, there are two things that are important. One, the speed, which I equate it with an R&D organization, right? The other important factor here is the direction, right? So the global positioning system that we use in our vehicles is actually the market intelligence, right? So that guides us, how do we navigate our travel, right? So that is a very, very important piece. So without it, we might have a BMW or Mercedes, but then we do not know where we are going, how we are getting there. And again, I have worked in the public as well as private sector. So I was with ICAR for quite some time. I was with CIMMYT, CG institutions, and now I am currently with Corteva. I often get asked this question, right? So how is it that private sector is able to bring that impactful delivery, especially when it comes to seeds? You are able to make a large-scale impact, whereas the public sector institutions sometimes struggle. So, but I feel that question is really, really unfair on the part of public sector, because in the private sector, if you see, the R&D unit is just only one small part of the bigger organization, right? So the entire paperwork starts with another department, which is called marketing department. So developing a short-term, mid-term, long-term plan is the sole responsibility of this marketing function. And they define very clearly time-stamped deliverables. In 2 years, what will we have? In 5 years, what we will have? In 10 years, what will the organization have? So you have a marketing department, and then after the entire homework is done, only then the first breeding cross gets done by the scientist. Until then, scientist has no role, right? And then R&D unit, and then we work very, very closely with another important unit, which is large-scale seed production unit, right? So that is an extremely critical unit, which brings that scale. Again, this is a third important unit, and then once they have done their job, the seed is produced, it is sold to the end stakeholder, who is the farmer, by a business unit. So there are again largely 4 important units other than government, regulatory affairs and all those things. But the close interaction happens among all these units for us to be able to make that successful. And then the one important thing is all these units are available and accessible at the command of a single person who is CEO of the organization, right? Whereas if you imagine an ICAR organization, any institute in ICAR or the CG institution for that matter, they are mostly R&D part, right? What about the other parts? I mean, everyone has their own knack of getting all that information, but then they are not totally in control of all the other units. So they have to be at the mercy of a national seed corporation or state seed corporations to achieve scale, right? So that's where I think Dr. Raju had some excellent suggestions. And at the end of the day, there isn't much scope for individual brilliance in agriculture. I think we need to collectively excel, right? And we need to come all together and push. I think Dr. Raju had some excellent suggestions. I'm sure we'll bring that. So again, I'll just very quickly give my plant breeders' perspective of how we are using market intelligence in terms of developing products, right? So one good example I would suggest, Dr. Zaidi is here. We have worked together on this project, the spring corn segment, right? So corn predominantly used to be a kharif crop, right, in India until 2-3 decades ago. But then some progressive farmers, some scientists experimented and they understood that yes, spring corn can be grown in other seasons. For instance, in January, February, you can sow corn in Punjab, Haryana, and Western UP in those areas. Today, spring corn is the highest yielding corn segment among all the 3 different corn segments that we have, say rainy corn, post-rainy corn, and then the spring corn. Spring corn is the highest yielding segment, one of the excellent genetic innovation. But today we know what are all the traits that are required to succeed in that segment. But then 2-3 decades ago, it was not there. It is the market intelligence, the team on the ground that told us that there are 3 things that need to be in place for spring corn segment to be successful. What are those 3 things? One, they said, farmers are not able to sell their produce. There is either non-procurement of produce or procurement at a lower cost because of higher moisture percentage, right? So that critical piece of information got to us. And then the other one they said was farmers generally stray in terms of sowing. So they delay sowing until March or mid-March. So what that means is that the flowering period coincides with very high heat conditions, right? So that means the corn needs to have good amount of heat tolerance. Without that late sown spring corn is not going to succeed. And then the third one is it's mostly irrigated crop, right? It's a high input crop. So the expectation from the farmer is that high yielding. It should be one of the highest yielding corn for the farmer to get the ROI, return on income, right? So these 3 things got to us, and then we started focusing on bringing in some temperate germplasm, aggressive introgression of temperate germplasm, taking care of heat tolerance, taking care of yield potential, and another important trait called fast dry down. So how can we, at the terminal stages of the crop, how can we bring the moisture down very quickly? So that came from temperate germplasm again. So all these things were purposefully built into that specific germplasm segment, so that now we have a very thriving spring corn segment. So I think again, all this is because of the market intelligence, and there are many, many examples like that in millet, downy mildew tolerant millet, and then very high yielding summer millet segment that was created based on market information. Hybrid mustard, which can yield 25 to 30% higher yield and higher oil content, as well as better sclerotinia tolerance over the existing varieties. Again, that came out of actionable market intelligence. I think all these innovations were possible because of the critical piece of information coming from the field.
Just a follow-up question on that, see, Corteva or Bayer or Mahiko or such companies, large companies, have its own kind of mechanisms to collect the data, information, either a process, through a process. But how do you think a small scale industry like seed industry and not that size could utilize this? Because they might not have this kind of bandwidth like you have. So any thought on that process?
Sure. Again, I may have a different thought process here, but others can complement on me here. You can outsource multiple different components, but not the market intelligence component, because this is the component that companies would like to do themselves, because this is the homework that needs to happen before large-scale R&D investment happens, right? So I think I was again very impressed with what you showed here, the global market intelligence platform, where we are trying to collect information from multiple input holders. I think that's again another component. But I'm saying ultimately, when it comes to implementing something on the ground, I'm sure it's going to be small companies, medium sector companies, or large companies, whatever it is. They will have to invest in that department, and they will have to get that critical piece of information themselves.
Yeah, definitely. The idea of this global market intelligence platform is provide a baseline information platform. See, I was talking to Smita also earlier. Then what would be the company's priority? That particular intelligence has to be collected by that. Like, for example, if it is a profit or spring corn segment, then you need to collect that specific kind of profitability, return on investment, all those information related to that. But this provides, for example, if you really look at, we have impact opportunities that is more of like the global impacts, like the poverty reduction, nutrition, health and food security related, then environment, then the gender equality. So it's higher level one. Probably you would be looking more into little profitability, more into that dimension. Yeah, I think that's a good observation. But at the same time, why we need to look at the global impact opportunities? You highlighted, since you highlighted spring corn case here, so we see that when we look at the global impact opportunity case, there could be other trade-off happening there, like the irrigation requirements during the peak summer period. Then probably like, okay, that would be a disaster for some time. Big issue in the like that northwest belt. Probably the market segment would be somewhere else, more suited, not environmentally designed. That's where we need to have multiple stakeholders like policymakers, as Keviraj also highlighted. Thanks a lot, but it's just an insight from our side. Maybe we need to see that how farmers are actually looking at this information, whether they look at certain information, whether their requirements are translated to the entire supply chain, like the process. So maybe we can, Riddhi Roy, if you can highlight what type of information that you are looking while you choose a variety, that would be really interesting.
जी, आपके द्वारा जो भी रिसर्च किए जा रहे हैं, उसमें हमारी संस्था द्वारा ये होता है कि किसानों को हम यहाँ रिसर्च सेंटरों पर भ्रमण कराते हैं, या मेला गोष्ठियाँ जो भी होती है, प्रदर्शनी होती है, उसमें उनको बीज उपलब्ध हो जाता है। और गांव-गांव में हम लोग ले जाके उनके FIG बनाए हुए हैं, SHG बनाए हैं, और FPO के माध्यम से उनका हम प्रदर्शन करवाते हैं। जिससे यहाँ तो कुछ ही किसान आ पाते हैं, और वो जब प्रदर्शन करते हैं तो अपने खेतों पर गांव के बहुत सारे किसान आते हैं उसको देखने के लिए। इससे उन्हें बहुत फायदा मिलता है, और रिसर्च सेंटर पर आने से उनको ये और विश्वास मजबूत होता है कि प्रजाति का हमको लगाना चाहिए, कब कौन सा बीज कहाँ पर कब कितना मात्रा में लगाना है, किस क्षेत्र में कौन सा बीज का उपयोग है, इस समय बाजार में क्या मांग है, कौन सा प्रजाति का चयन करें। इसमें हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उनकी मदद करती है, और हमारे जो रिसर्च मतलब स्पेशलिस्ट विषय विशेषज्ञ हैं, वो लोग उनको मार्गदर्शन करते रहते हैं। और जैसे सर, एक हमारा प्रश्न है कि जैसे मैं उधर पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश का भी क्षेत्र में काम कर रही हूँ, देख रही हूँ कि वहाँ के जो किसान हैं 90 से 120 दिन का धान करते हैं, और जबकि पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश के किसान 120 से 150 दिन के करते हैं। इससे उनका 2 ही फसल ले पाते हैं, जबकि पश्चिमी में 3 फसल ले लेते हैं, और यहाँ पूरब में 60 दिन उनका खेत खाली रहता है, जो कि कोई फसल नहीं ले पाते हैं। और सर इसमें हमें और प्रयास करने की ज़रूरत है ताकि हमारी गाजीपुर, बलिया और बनारस इधर कुछ बिहार के क्षेत्रों में भी मैं जाते रहती हूँ, तो वहाँ भी देखती हूँ कि वो पूरा 60 दिन उनका खेत खाली रहता है। और अगर उनको और प्रोत्साहन मिले, वही बीज इधर भी इस मौसम में उनके जलवायु के अनुसार मिले, तो वो लोग भी 3 फसल ले सकते हैं और अधिक से अधिक फायदा ले सकते हैं कम लागत में। उनका समय का सदुपयोग होगा। जो 60 दिन खेत खाली रहता है, वो खाली नहीं रहना पड़ेगा उनको।
Hello. Yeah. So, Madam Diti answered the question in a way that she said that the farmers usually go for the visit, like from the FPO, they take the farmers to visit the nearby plots or other research organization to see what kind of research and what kind of varieties are being grown, and they also get some of the information from there, and they also get some seeds from of improved variety from there, and they took that back to their home, and then farmers grew it for the experimental purpose, and then the other farmers, those who have not been the part of the visit or exposure to this visit, then they also get to know the benefits of growing this new improved varieties, and they also starts to grow these varieties. But the madam also posed one question to the panel that in UP specifically, Western UP districts are keeping their fields fallow for the 60 days because of the difference in the duration of rice varieties. The Eastern UP grows a variety of 90 to 120 days, and Western UP grows the rice variety of, Eastern UP grows a rice variety of 120 to 150 days, and Western UP grows 90 to 120 days of a variety. So the field of Eastern UP remains fallow for 60 days. So how can farmers grow? Can they transfer this rice varieties to the Eastern UP, and they can grow, get some more income from cultivation? Thank you.
Thanks. So, so we do also look at, like, while transferring the intelligence from the market. So one of the critical sectors, critical dimension we often forget is the seed dimension, seed technology dimensions. So it's difficult to conceptualize how the intelligence, market intelligence can be directly linked with the seed technology or seed innovations. But at the same time, your experience, when we looked at the seed from the seed dealers from UP and Bihar, you also observed some of the issues with the seed innovations like storage, etc. So, do you, in your experience, ever transfer that type of information to the breeding community or the product concept community?
Thank you. First of all, I thank NSC for giving me an opportunity to come and participate in the panel section. Considering, before coming to your question, the question was direct, whether you have any experience. To be frank, I never had an experience of that personal experience, but I can give you some examples where if the seed quality or regulation has failed, and how the demand in the international market will shift the cultivation practices. One best example is ginger cultivation in case of Karnataka, Malnad area. So what happened is, in the recent past, the ginger export or at a global market, the ginger, the demand for ginger has increased too much. And in case of Kerala, the ginger, especially the Wayanad ginger, the variety name, they call it as a Wayanad ginger. So it is being cultivated in Kerala, and it is having a high export value because of its pungency and fiber, less of fiber content. So the consumption or the demand in the Europe and UK has increased, and because of that, the demand for the export or for the farmers has increased, and the Kerala farmers were not able to meet that demand. So, because the income they were getting per kg by selling a ginger was around 100 to 192 rupees per kg. The dry ginger was 192 rupees per kg. So what the Kerala farmers have done is they came cross-border and they used to take the land at a lease in Dakshin Kannada, Uttar Kannada district and Chikmagaluru, in those areas, majorly Malnad area. So they started cultivating it, and it was a huge this thing. They used to take a land at paying a 4 lakhs for a season from June, that is Kharif sowing used to be there, and the harvesting comes under April or May. The entire season they used to take a rent, and the farmer used to come and then take the planting and other things. At the time of harvest, they will come and harvest the crop, and it will directly go to the Kochi port. From there, it will be exported. So the seed material, which Seturaman was also telling, especially the vegetatively propagated crops. So there, the genetic purity is not a problem. Our physical purity is not a problem. The problem is because of the perishability of the product and some of the disease-borne viral diseases, especially the rhizome rot, and some of the insects, the seed-borne insects like mealybugs and some scale insects. So the seed material that is coming from the informal sector that is being used in the Karnataka for the sowing, because to protect their crop, they used to use the huge pesticides. So because of that huge pesticide application, the next season, the soil used to become infertile for the next immediate crop. So the farmers from Kerala, they used to come and cultivate and shift. So they started in a Mangalore area, and then because of this shifting, that it slowly spread all across Malnad area, comprising of 4-5 districts. So how to address such issues, especially in case of vegetatively propagated crops? So I came across in South Africa, in Nigeria and Tanzania. So especially for the tapioca, they have introduced one decentralized certification system. So they call it as, this is a app that is developed by one of the CGIAR research project on root, tuber, and banana, RTB, they call it as. So that's called Seed Tracker. So in the Seed Tracker, what they're doing is, from the production till the harvest, every data is being captured. And the decentralization of certification, in the sense, they have hired certified inspectors. So they used to be at the local level. So they used to, during the production time, they do all the inspection and the testing, and that data used to be fed in that Seed Tracker software, where the certification officer sitting at a remote place, he can always take a data about the quality of the seeds that is being produced in a real time. So such type of intervention will help in very much, especially in case of vegetatively propagated crop. And if the certification standards or the minimum standards have not been met, so it may turn out to be a something which is unexpected. Like in this case, a ginger case, the soil degradation, and because that Malnad belt is it's a hub for crop diversity. The problem has come, the diversity, because some of the farmers from Kerala, that border area is a thick forest will be there. Western Ghat forest is there. So in that case, many of the farmers have entered the forest and clean the forest and they started. So this has become a headache for the forest officers also. Because of the huge cost, the theft problem has also started surfacing up. So the some of the means theft in the sense the entire crop used to be looted. So this was the some of the problems that are surfaced up, which are social problems. So like that, it is very much important to uh, have the market intelligence. How this is a good example how the international market demand has forced the farmers to increase the cultivation because of the demand. And then if the certification or the quality regulation is not in a place to control this thing, how it is leading to other problems.
Dr. Arun. Since I am also from Kerala, I did observe quite few of those, and even many people lost their income and even committed suicide. That's a side story around that. So it's a very important interventions needed for sure.
There is another one more example is where this market intelligence is very much interested before introducing any crop into a region. So the best example is in Punjab, rice hybrids. Few of the rice hybrids in replacing the Pusa 44 for high yielding this purpose. So they have introduced it. The farmers have cultivated it. The bumper yield has come because the rice millers, the varieties that they are picking up was not having the heading percentage. Means the milling recovery was not as high as the Pusa 44. So there again the farmer was left with what to do with that harvest. Bumper harvest was there, again they reverted back to Pusa 44. Similarly, the Haryana in Yamuna district, it's a small turmeric cultivation area is there. So already the varieties they use is some local varieties they use for the cultivation. Realizing the international market demand for curcumin and other purposes, the Haryana government has started promoting the turmeric cultivation, and they also established one processing industry for the turmeric for the local to meet the process the local whatever the harvest that is coming from the farmers. So the initially it went well. So when the in the market, if you look at the for curcumin demand, that is projected demand, that is the CAGR growth rate is 10%. That is 23 to 33, 2033. The CAGR has been projected 10%. So there is a huge demand is there for curcumin. So because maybe considering that one, the Haryana government, without looking at what actually it is, they have started the program. But because of the local varieties are not as good as Erode turmeric. Erode turmeric is having a high curcumin content and the color. So because it was not having a high curcumin content, the industry to run or recover the process for curcumin is again a challenging. So slowly the industry was closed and the farmers have again come to the normal this thing. If instead of that one, if they have thought of how to analyze the curcumin content in their varieties or what the farmers are cultivating, if the curcumin content is more or it is good enough for export purpose, and then if it is not, then they could have brought in some breeding interventions to improve the curcumin content in the local varieties, and then they have planned the introduction or the promotion and the setting up of the industry. It would have been a wonderful this thing for the benefit of the farmers.
Thanks, Dr. Arun. I think that's a wonderful examples that you provided, how certain market intelligence, the failed experiences that could have been better informed to the breeding, I mean, probably breeding solutions, most of them, like including ginger, turmeric, or even the rice as well. So we heard about the private sector, how the market intelligence, the homework that they are doing, and they are aggressively and agile way they are looking at the markets. But like when it comes to CGIAR or ICAR or universities, the goal is beyond some profit or certain one, but more of like, okay, it included from the sustainable development goals or the impact opportunities, what we call, and that span from the poverty reduction, that's mostly the yield enhancement, to more nutrition related aspects, environmental and the biodiversity related aspects, and gender equality related aspects, so and climate change related. So we have a great example representing CGIAR, reader, Dr. Pallavi. And can you briefly highlight some of those examples from your experiences, and also tell us like, okay, how you were using a transdisciplinary team in the product concept, which you are very familiar with.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prakash. So, first of all, thank you so much for bringing me as a part of this panel. This is really very important panel and discussions is going on. And we had a very good discussions, very important points we all have discussed today. As Dr. Raman Babu mentioned that this market intelligence word looks very fancy, but really when it comes to on-ground implementation, it's a very big responsibility. And designing that product concept is something like we are going to develop a profile which will serve to the farmers, to the consumers and breeders, several other disciplinary requirements. So developing a targeted product concept, working towards development of such product is really very, very important. So at ED, earlier how breeder used to work, not only in ED, in general, earlier how breeder used to work, that they were the deciding factor, that what trait we should breed for, so when it, whether it is quality related traits or yield or few biotic and abiotic stress related. That's the max limit a breeder can think of. But now, since we have moved towards the product concept based, market intelligence based concept, so here only one or two or three community is not being focused. So at ED, how we move, first we work with a well-defined team who worked in a very coordinated manner to draft the product concept. And while drafting also, we take care of each and every stakeholders, starting from the breeders, from the farmers, millers. As Dr. Arun Kumar has mentioned, there was a bumper harvest, but due to low HRR quality, it was very challenging for the farmers. So while developing those product concepts, we also considered several export quality related traits, millers and consumers. Because especially in case of rice, directly we consume. It's not like we use in other forms. So it's very, very critical that the specific parameters we use to consume rice. And since even within India, we have specific preferences of rice. Each state, even within the state also, when we go from one district to another district, the preferences drastically change. So any slight change in the quality of rice, eating quality, cooking quality will really reject the product. So at ED, we draft these product concept related targeted product profile. Then we share these draft with our different stakeholders and colleagues coming from NARS, from different ICR institutes, or you can say from different state agriculture universities, because as you mentioned that we should very closely work with the KVK. So SAUs work very closely with these KVK. So this draft we share with them, we do several rounds of discussions with them, and then we come up with a well-defined product concept with aligning with different pipelines also. So that's how at ERI we work. Also, when we after developing the market product profile also, we make sure that any important components must not be left behind, so that at the end when we develop the product, when it comes to the market, there should not be any loss. So this is the strategy we follow in ERI.
Thanks, Pallavi. Also, I would say that as Professor Raju highlighted, there is a market intelligence network. Probably a primitive form or a different form, there is a breeding network that's ERI is leading with the national stakeholders. I think even private and other stakeholders are part of that. And there is an effort that's coming from ERI side with the national system. Hopefully, the scope of which could be expanded further, if I may add to that. So I think we have around 15 minutes left for this section. So, but we will open now for some questions from the audience. Please, sir, can someone? Yeah, 3. You may direct the question to one person or ask for one person. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. My question is towards Dr. Raju. I come from Gorakhpur. My name is Dr. R.C. Chaudhary. I don't know whether it is a failure of the market intelligence or due to policy. This year, wheat seed has been dumped in the market so much that small seed growers, the seed sellers and the distributors, they will be just killed. So much seed has come from outside. It is being dumped, and that is more or less almost free. So I don't know whether this is a market intelligence failure or due to policy, but that's the intelligence I'm telling you from the field, that these small seed companies, they will be killed because nobody is buying when they are getting free seed. When farmers are getting free seed, who will buy from the market? So that's it. Thank you very much.
My question is to Dr. Babu. I'm Dr. Avnish from Dayal Seeds. As you have mentioned that bidder make a program based on market intelligence. There are two ways of working for a bidder. One is information came from marketing department and what is the desired from marketing and how much time they want. Based on that, bidder make a program. Another is they make a own process and develop some products. Which is the best solution for the companies who have limited resources, from market-based or the sell-based?
I think my query is something what he has asked, because agriculture is very much weather dependent in India, and what Dr. Raman said about the marketing information, and based on that, the breeding program starts. That is one thing. But based on market intelligence, the production programs also start. Breeding is one aspect. Once the variety has been bred, how much production is to be taken is again a very crucial point. And for small industries, small seed businesses, if the weather is not favorable and the seed is unsold, that becomes a problem, because next year it will have to be revalidated. The germination will definitely fall, and they may or may not be able to sell it at all. They don't even have storage facilities. So, sir, how to circumvent this kind of problems? Either some kind of insurance for seed growers, or I do not know. I mean, what should be the mechanism? If you recall, a couple of years back in Andhra, Telangana, they had declared what they say, crop holiday, because there was no monsoon, no rainfall, and paddy cultivation was almost come to a standstill. So since there was some incentives which were given to the farmers per acre, per season, so they had to give that, calling it a crop holiday. But that is just in one state, in one season, maybe that is possible. But how to circumvent this kind of problems? Thank you.
Again, as a response to my colleague from Dayal Seeds, so I think he asked whether which is the right approach, right? Should the breeder do the market intelligence part as well and start developing the product, because it's a smaller company, or should the input come from marketing team and then the breeder should start making his process, right? So I think that was a question put by my colleague from Dayal Seeds. Again, I very strongly feel this is an era of specialization. I think breeders or scientists are not good at understanding markets. Maybe after 30 years, 40 years of experience, we might get to a certain level, but then when we come out of fresh from college, right, I don't think we have that kind of understanding on the markets. Whereas there are people who are trained in understanding and aggregating the market demands. I mean, at the end of the day, what is market intelligence? Market intelligence is basically understanding the pain points of the farmer and aggregating all those pain points into defined market segments, and then creating target profile, product profile to meet those segment needs, right? So that's what is market intelligence. I think this is best done by people who specialize in that aspect. And then if we follow that up with the breeding processes, and if you develop product based on strong actionable market intelligence, the uptake, the likelihood of success of that variety is very high, rather than developing something on our. I mean, very good example. You think about biofortified crops, right? So again, I have been part of all that research work. I have done quality protein maize development. I have done provitamin A corn development. I mean, scientifically, they have all been very, very successful efforts, right? It's a scientific feat, very well achieved. But where is the market for those products, right? So there are plenty of products available right now. Corn with higher lysine and tryptophan, corn with provitamin A, pearl millet with iron and zinc. You name it. There are a number of products. I have tried so hard with my marketing department in my company that can't we do something here? So there is science which is right, delivering those kind of products. There is consumer at the downstream end willing to consume and afford that product, but then something that is lacking in between. You know, my marketing department would say, let somebody else create that market, then we will go and play. Don't worry for now, right? And someone else says there is no premiumization of those products. A farmer who is growing a biofortified crop, he is not getting the value for the choice that he made. So then where is the scope for business? So we have plenty of varieties developed, but then they have nowhere to go, right? I think that's one point. Very quickly, I think ma'am raised a very important point. This point was also discussed in the morning, ma'am, in one of the sessions. Again, seed production, hybrid seed production especially, is becoming a very big challenge. And you might have realized last season, this Kharif 2023, there was severe shortage of hybrid seeds across crops all around the industry, because there was a big storm in November or December, and most of the hybrid seed production is concentrated in south, right? So there was a big storm in the Andhra coastal region, and then everything got wiped out. Very few had the wherewithals to plant again. So there was almost like 50% loss of seeds, and seed was selling like gold in the market this Kharif season. So, I mean, this is becoming a very, very big problem, and we really need, I mean, from public sector as well as private sector, the research needs to be strengthened, and it could be implemented whether, and more often what we see is that highly heterotic hybrids are also wide nick hybrids. The nick between the male and female line is very wide again. So, the higher cost for the company in terms of seed production, lower return on income for the farmer. So I think all this put together, it is becoming a real nightmare. Producing hybrid seeds, especially a crop like hybrid rice, the farmer is not at all coming forward to produce hybrid rice. He's getting as much money as producing a variety seed. So they are not coming forward. So that's where I feel there is real need for some breakthroughs, genetic innovations. It could be new sterility system, or it could be something like a pollen preservation method where you can get rid of the male lines altogether. You have a ready-made pollen that you can store for 6 months. You load it on a drone and then just disperse it in the field, right? So, I mean, all those technologies, dreams will have to be realized.
Exactly.
You need to tackle this.
Just to add on to your point, see, in the product profile or market intelligence, we are targeting for the future markets. So the future markets often very difficult to capture if we don't do systematic analysis. That's a one specific aspect. That's the reason why we need transdisciplinary team for that, providing that type of intelligence, and that is catering to. So the trade-off is you can have a calculated guess. If you are working in a field for 20, 30 years, definitely you can make a calculated guess around that. Or you can make a systematic process which could be beneficial for the larger community. So that's a trade-off, I would say. I hand over to Professor Raju for that question.
What you said about Gorakhpur is it's surprising. I don't know the actual reality. I need to find out from the departments. We'll do that. Thank you. Sure. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I think we can cross the. Oh, okay. Last one more question. Yeah.
Thank you. My question to Raju sir, basically, sir has highlighted in his speech about the demand-supply gap mapping, because it is important to understand the scenario whether, since the bidding process takes a lot of time to make any particular quality seeds to the farmers. So it is better to map the demand-supply gap so that the research team can do the right research in the right direction and make the seed accessible to farmer at the right time. So that is important. And second thing you highlighted that in the UP we have a network of FPOs and those who are already in the processing and production of seeds. So since in every panel, some of the panelists are also highlighting the idea of decentralized seed production. So any planning in the near future about for the state specifically, I'm asking that how these network of FPOs can be leveraged for production of seed, and how these private sector partnership can be leveraged to involve these network of FPO for seed multiplication and production. So that that part which you highlighted, that we should be working towards the demand side seed production. And since after production of the seeds, normally FPOs of farmers do not find any place to sell. So since it cost involved in the product process, so normally they avoid seed production. Normally they got the grain production only. So that I wanted to understand from your side, any planning for the state that this FPO and private sector partnership can be developed for seed production and multiplication, and management, marketing intelligence plan for understanding the demand supply gap to make it digitalized platform so that FPO can take a better decision for seed production and multiplication in this area.
Thank you. Both are very good points. FPOs, definitely we are focusing in a much bigger way. I personally visited several of them across the various districts. In fact, several of FPOs now they are on ONDC, like Equality Amazon, by growing online network for digital commerce supported by the government of India. Doing very good now. Many of them about 120 of the FPOs put their products on the ONDC platform, which charges less commission. Very well branded, very well packed. Packaging is also equally important if you want to sell better. That's one point. In terms of seed, we definitely need an empirical evidence from the market intelligence group, a consortium of private seed producers and scientists. That would help to rope them, and we definitely like to rope them because they're one of the key catalysts at the grassroots level. We definitely look forward for these inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. I just conclude in 1 minute, so we are on time. So it's a very exciting discussion, at least to me. I learned a lot. And thanks all of you for being agreed to be a panel for this and give your insights, etc. So what's a key takeaway at least for me is that there are diverse use of market intelligence in their breeding and seed system portfolio. As maybe in public sector different, private sector different. But at the same time, there is always a scope for, be it in private sector, be it in public sector, for an improvement. And that's Professor Raju highlighted about some of those implementation, the consortium of a market intelligence community. That's a very good idea, a novel idea to take it, and specifically targeting to the seed system. Second, we would also need to see that this system, to my understanding, this breeding system for that is not separable with the market system, the product market system, the food product market. That's what you highlighted in the other side of the continuum. So we need that kind of a continuum from a seed and the product and bringing that together. So Dr. Arun also highlighted some of those points, why it failed. It failed because there is disconnect between the seed system to the product system. And thanks a lot for this nice evening and nice discussion. Thanks a lot.
So thank you all the panelists. It was really thought stimulating. So I would request to stay back all the panelists because you want to do the felicitation. I would request Dr. Prakasan to felicitate all our panelists. So we can start with Dr. Pallavi Sinha. Then Dr. Arun Kumar. Dr. K.V. Raju. Dr. Mohan Babu. Dr. Smita Kuru. And Dr. Rita Rai. I would also like to request Dr. Pallavi to do the honor for Dr. Prabhakaran for moderating this session. So Prabhakaran, you will also be felicitated. Yeah. Sorry, Prabhakaran. So thank you, Prakasan. Yeah. So thank you all the panelists. So we have our next session planned. So just let us wait for 2 minutes. We'll reset our stage and we'll come back with another session, and that will be the last session of the day. And it is about future of crop improvement and seed system program in response to climate change. So please wait for 2 minutes. And thank you again all the panelists.
Very good evening, everyone. Let's settle down slowly. We will be starting very soon. I'm Shalabh. I'll be moderating the next session. And I would request everyone who's sitting in the back to please come up, if possible. We will try to keep this a little bit more interactive with the participants. So please come forward if you can. Again, we will be starting very soon. Those who are in the back, if you want to join us, please come forward so we can talk and discuss the next during the next session. We would like to keep it a little bit more interactive. Thank you. Let's settle down. Sure. So those on that side, if you'd like, please settle down. We will be starting slowly. I believe we will have some more people flowing in from the other session soon.
ऑफ कर दिया है फोन मारो उसको यही सब कर गया कौन कौन सा माइक है
All right, so let's begin this session. This is our last session, and I would like to keep it as timely as possible, and would like to let you end the day as much as possible. I'll request all the audience to kindly come closer so this can become a bit more interactive session. To start with, I'd like to say good evening, all ladies and gentlemen. I trust you have had a very productive and inspiring day. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all in this plenary session. The title of this session is going to be the future of crop improvement and seed systems program in response to climate change. Can we request people to sit down? It's quite distracting. This session is going to be dedicated to addressing critical challenges posed by climate change. And today we are privileged to have an esteemed panel of experts who will guide us through various aspects of crop improvement in response to climate change. And we hope that their discussions will shed light on innovative approaches to adopting crops for climate change, changing climatic conditions. I would also like to draw people's attention here to the other concurrent sessions which are underway. There is a side event on maize being hosted in the PM Hall, and there is another technical session that is on land races that is happening in the IR8 Hall. So, should you wish to attend any of those, please feel free to move along. And as we prepare for this session, let me now call upon all the panel members to the stage. Our first panelist is Dr. Manzoor Dar. Please join me in the stage here. Our next panel member is Dr. N.K. Dadlani. Please, sir, please join me. Then we have Dr. Sean Mays. Please join me in this stage as well. And then we have Dr. Sanjay Kumar. I'm requesting him to join here as well. So to start with, let me start with a brief introduction of our panelists. Dr. Manzoor Dar is the Global Head of Seed Systems Research at ICRISAT, and he specializes in scaling agricultural innovations and promoting adoption of dryland crops. His extensive work on stress-tolerant rice seed systems has positively impacted millions of farmers in South Asia. Next, I move to Dr. N.K. Dadlani. Dr. N.K. Dadlani, with over 40 years of experience, is a global expert in horticulture and seed industry. He has contributed to floriculture and horticultural advancements through his leadership roles in IARI, NSAI, and other international organizations. Our next panelist is Dr. Sean Mays. He's the Global Research Program Director at ICRISAT and specializes in genetic diversity and breeding for resilience. With expertise in marker-assisted selection, he has driven crop improvement projects addressing climate challenges in Africa and Asia. And lastly, our last panel member today is Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director of ICAR, Indian Institute of Seed Science. Dr. Kumar is a visionary leader in seed research and development. His groundbreaking work includes the development of 42 wheat and 4 barley varieties and pioneering models for technology and commercialization. He's the recipient of prestigious Nanaji Deshmukh ICAR Award. Dr. Kumar has significantly advanced India's seed sector, as we understand. I would request everyone to give a big round of applause to all our panelists. We will soon be moving into our panel discussion. I'd just like to run quickly through the dynamics that we want to follow through this in this discussion. So what I've planned is we will go through, go to each of you, and we'll ask you to just briefly talk about the topic that we have been assigned for this particular discussion. And then what we will do is we'll do a little bit of conversation, a few questions that we have prepared already in our with the help of our team members. And then what I'll do is I'll try to keep it open for the audience for as long as possible, so that all the audience get a chance to interact with our panelists. So with this, what I'll do is I'll ask first Manzoor to kindly speak for 7 to 10 minutes maximum, and or less if you'd like, and shed light on this particular topic and your views on the future of crop improvement and seed system programs in response to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalabh. Thank you for inviting us for this important discussion on the future of crop improvement and seed systems in the light of climate change. As we all understand that climate change is no more a myth, and we farmers and all stakeholders have been facing it, and facing it to a great extent, where there are a lot of crop losses, there are a lot of risks associated with productivity and things like that. Now, the question about the role of plant breeding, let me first, confess that in my personal opinion, if there has to be any major role played by any sector, has to be coming from your genetic material as well as breeding. So preparing our breeding products for climate change has become a key in all breeding programs, irrespective of whatever crops we're talking about, because climate change is affecting crops without any bias. So we are working on drylands where crops are naturally supposed to be climate resilient, but at the same time, the change in climate, the variability in climate, where we cannot predict the level, extent, and magnitude of different stresses, it has put forward a bigger challenge for the breeders and also the seed systems people to deliver some of the options to address these issues. Now, when it comes to breeding, I know you are one of the breeders who is working on the same areas, and having been working with IRRI, I also understand the work that started for climate resilience, mostly on drought and submergence and also salinity. Now, there's been a lot of progress made through different breeding approaches, whether it is your genomic selection-based, assistance-based selection and breeding. And a lot of success we have seen ourselves and witnessed a lot of products that have worked very well. But at the same time, while these products are working, we witnessing this change, an ongoing change, which is posing a serious threat to our efforts. Which means that we have to, the biggest challenge is to predict the changes, which is not possible. The earlier discussion about market, intelligence about what products would be required in next 5 to 10 years, I think it will be very difficult to have such analysis as far as climate is concerned. So the challenge for the breeders is immense, but at the same time, the science is the solution that can address to that in a very substantial way. We have seen that a lot of success, a lot of materials that have already been advanced, and for the seed systems people to take the materials forward for the delivery so that farmers can benefit from them also face a lot of challenges when we actually see a lot of variability in the field. How these products, it's not very easy to kind of have a blanket recommendation of variety or practices when we see a lot of variability in terms of how weather is behaving, what is the socio-economic situation of the farmers, how soils have become different than before. All those complicated, things have made the scenario even more difficult for us. But as I said, the progress has been made, and the seed systems is trying to contribute in a sense by doing research at very closer places to the farmers where these environments prevail, and do some initial testing of these materials. I don't think we need to explain that, but the variability that we have needs to be addressed through a mechanism of testing where we can identify products that work across these ecosystems. And this has become very important to do probably at a very earlier stage. Rather than having varieties developed and released and then facing issues of variability, we see that a lot of efforts also are being put to kind of rediscover the same wheel by having a comparison of trials of varieties which have been released in a given environment. So in that case, I think the breeding strategy that is being adopted now in CG and also in the national programs, including at our ICRISAT, we are trying to use that approach where we can, whatever resilience we generate from genetics, breeding, and other practices, we try to advance it a little earlier so that the products can be tested under real-time conditions, and then advance them for the next one. But it is an ongoing challenge because, as I said, the prediction for this climate change and variability is not going to be an easy task. I'm very much positive and optimistic about the importance and the potential of breeding to address the issues. At the same time, the people that really work in these environments and work very closely with the farmers and can capture the local knowledge that farmers bring and talk about different traditional varieties or the varieties they're using as improved varieties, how they operate in different ecosystems, and bring that feedback forward for the breeding programs to work in future. So I think this is the summary as compared to the topic is concerned.
Thank you, Manzoor. This was a good start to our discussion, and so just to follow that up very quickly with you, and then before we move to the next other panelists, I mean, in context of ICRISAT, you were working with the semi-arid tropics in general, and in these areas we are looking at farmers who are not as large and more marginalized farmers and so on. So what is your strategy for these particular crops in terms of how seed systems could be advanced, and then timely access could be made, and then not only seed systems and all, but I mean, are there any thoughts about how varieties should be released? Because we can breed quickly, but the release process itself is quite long. So I mean, do you have any thoughts on that? Thanks.
Yeah, I think as far as semi-arid topics is concerned, if we look at the issues of seed systems, most of the times you see there's a lot of similarity about the issues or the challenges that we face, irrespective of which ecology we're talking about. There could be a variation in the magnitude level and the type of those challenges. In drylands, the major challenge is the farmers are very small, the land holdings is very fragmented. So it is very difficult to actually, assume that the work that is much easier to do under the favorable conditions where we have larger farmers, value chain development is easy, you can bring sustainability, but that is a challenge for drylands. So what we are trying to do is to bring, kind of local seed networks into practice so that they have access to new varieties through different partnerships, and there are different approaches to do that. And then have a sustained linkage with the breeding programs, varietal release system, so that the early generation seeds of those varieties or crops could be accessed by them in a regular manner. So I think that's the only difference between drylands and other environments. Otherwise, I see the challenges what farmers face in terms of seed systems, whether it is regular access, whether it is quality, or it is uptake of new varieties. The challenges are more or less common. And strategies, again, as I say, they may not be much different than each other, but only that the level and magnitude of those issues could be different. So that's.
Thank you, Manzoor. Let's move to our other panelists. So I'll actually ask Dr. Dadlani now to give a little bit of his views on this, the topic of how seed systems and crop improvement should respond to climate change, and then we can take it from there. Thanks.
Thank you. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to and giving me this opportunity to be here with you. See, I attended the first National Seed Congress, and at the time of the second National Congress, it was being discussed whether we should continue this National Seed Congress at all, because there were other seed congresses happening around the country. They said that can we join hands together and have only one. But over a period of time, I have attended several. Over a period of time, I realized that this was an excellent platform for getting people together, both from the public and the private sector, as we say. I personally feel they are all seed men. Whether they happen to be working at a particular place at a particular time, that is a different thing. So I'm happy that it has continued, and I must congratulate the team here, Dr. Sudhanshu Singh, Smita, and others, for organizing an excellent National Seed Congress. I always used to think and believe that 13 is a very unlucky number. But I'm sure now the ministry people will feel that 30 is, after all, a lucky number for them. And see, the thing is that such occasions when you can interact with each other, as somebody said in the morning, one of the morning sessions, that the private sector and public sector, we are sitting on the same table and not across the table. Now, that shows as to what these platforms can do. I would like to add to what was discussed in the session one, when it was highlighted that India is a huge seed economy and it's going to go further. One of the things which was missed was that the recognition which is now coming to India in terms of our seed industry. Because to share with you, the president of International Seed Federation, which is the global body, the president of APSA, which is the biggest regional body, and the president of ISTA, which is the technical body. They all three are Indians. So that shows that in India we must be doing something right, that now we are getting recognized. And I would say that certainly gives us, it also adds to our responsibility that if we have been chosen to lead the international team or the regional team or the national international teams, so obviously they would expect much more from us and also from our industry, from the seed sector per se. With regard to climate change, I would like to only share an anecdote. I studied at IRI Pusa, and we had a professor, Dr. S.K. Sinha. Some of you may know him. I think Bansal was his student. So Dr. Sinha was sent to attend the first International Crop Genetics Congress in the early 90s. When he came back, so I was just discussing with him as to what is the takeaway you got from attending that Congress. And he mentioned that everybody there was talking about the climate change. That was early 90s. You imagine now that is 35 years. So he said that they were talking about climate change, and they said that we need to develop different crop types, the idiotypes. Since he was a crop physiologist, he was more keen on that particular aspect. So he said that told me that now our line of research would change. I do not know how much he could change the line, because even though later on he became the director of IRI, but I do not know whether he could influence the scientists or the management to work on the lines which were there. See, other thing which recently I read somewhere that the Earth axis is now tilting by almost 21 inches. And one of the reasons for that was increased demand for water in India. Now, that was a negative report about India. That's why it was there highlighted. But then I just started thinking that that has now, where is the increased demand for water? One of the areas in the seed industry, if you look at it, is in rice growing. And since yesterday we have been discussing as to how do we reduce the water use in the growing of rice. With regard to climate change, let me share one instance that when I was working with the industry, I was called to one of the states to because the state had put a penalty on the industry, some of the companies there, for 180 crores. They said your crop has failed. It was a maize crop which had failed in a particular year. So I was discussing with the director there, and since he was a scientist, so he could understand when I told him that it is only because I showed him the data, the climatic data, and I told him that this is because there was low temperatures during the period when there is a silking, and that had affected the filling of the grains in the thing. So he was kind of convinced, but then you realize that the Department of Agriculture people, they are very hard nuts to crack, and some of them started saying, "कि नहीं साहब इनका बीज खराब था और ये था वो था," because then I could understand that there was something more to than discussing the issue. And then they asked him कि भाई वो बीज आया था तो तुम लोगों ने फीड चेक किए थे? तुमने कहा था नहीं शुरू में तो अच्छा जर्मिनेशन कर चला था, बाद में खराब हो गया. उन्होंने कहा इसका मतलब बीज खराब नहीं था. If it had germinated well, it was growing well, that means there was nothing wrong with the seed. It is what they are telling is now about the climate. So they said कि भी आज तक ऐसा नहीं हुआ, अब क्यों हुआ, इस साल क्यों हुआ ये ऐसा. So I was just telling them that now the climate is changing, and since I was happy that the director was a scientist, so he could understand and he could agree to that. But then what we realized is, see, climate change, that word is now becoming very fearing, for the, particularly for the agriculture sector people, and more so for the seed industry. कि climate change हो गया, हुआ हो गया. But then you move around last 2 days, yesterday and today, the whole day, we have heard instances where because of the changing climate, how the farmers have lost their crops. In Punjab, they have been saying that, particularly with paddy, there have been rains during monsoons, which has affected the pollination period. If it is pollination is affected, naturally, you will have some excessive heat during March. When the crop is kind of maturing, it gives you the shriveled grains. And high-speed winds in the month of February, that kind of lodges the crop. That is, crops are even uprooted and then they fall off. So naturally, they are not able to do well. Heat stress in most of the crops, it has been recorded to be either early flowering or delayed flowering, both of which are bad if they are not happening at the right time. Even elevated carbon dioxide levels. I am a student of floriculture, so I always was told that elevated carbon dioxide levels are good for you, for flowers. But I realized that elevated carbon levels do affect the sexual growth of the plant, with the result that we have situations where the crop doesn't come out well. I was happy when we talk about how do we take care of these things. Of course, one thing is about the varieties. We have now varieties which are flat varieties in rice. So now, and then we have heat-resistant varieties also. I was doing my vegetables and PhD in vegetables, and I was told that there are some cold set varieties in tomato which can set fruits during even the cold season. So we have been working on these things. We have the material available with us, but then the thing is that how much are we able to reach that right material to the farmers? And it's not so that, see now, yesterday the minister also said that the Prime Minister has released 109 varieties, which are, besides being biofortified, also they are also climate resilient. But that doesn't help us much, in the sense that if the rice crop fails in South India and you introduce a variety which is mainly bred for North, so they will not take it, because the farmers will feel that, what is the market preference there? What kind of rice do they eat? Is it a variety of that kind or something like that? And I personally feel that market intelligence, which we were discussing in the last session, that will go a long way in guiding us in these things. And also, Dr. Raju talked about creating of seed parks in UP. And the seed parks, hopefully, because I remember working with the group which was working on a mega seed park in Andhra Pradesh at one time. And they were saying that we will have a portfolio of varieties which can be grown under different agroecologies. So now that kind of a thing, if it happens, so it will be good. And in terms of seed systems, I don't think that we need to develop a specific seed system to deal with climate change. The seed system is there. At one time, I was talking to a farmer, and we just were talking about various things. They said that last year crop fail ho gaya and things like that. I realized that the farmers in India particularly, or maybe in other countries also, they are very intelligent. And they said that वो पिछले साल क्रॉप फेल हो गई थी तो हमने कहा क्या किया आपने, तो उन्होंने कहा कि इस बार हमने दूसरा पहले लगा लिया, तो उससे वो पीरियड अवॉइड हो गया जिसमें हमको तकलीफ थी. Now that is the thing, that simple changing of revising the agronomic practices can help us with the seed system. And they said that now we have the germ plasm in this country. Dr. D.P. Singh also talked about in the morning that we have 400,000 plus, almost 500,000 accessions in the gene bank in NBPGR. So, and we have material of every kind which only has to be kind of tested. And if the climate data is available, the data is available about the passport data. So then we will know that I particularly need this particular thing to breed a new variety. I believe there is a organization and a website, GeneSys or something, I had read somewhere, where over a different, several crops, they have a lot of data sets that they have been grown in different climates and then they have been found useful. So if we use that, I'm sure we will.
Sure. Thank you, sir. So a lot of good points to note down, and you've covered some of these things very comprehensively. Let me move to Sean Mayes now, and particularly requesting him if he could tell us something about how breeding should move forward for various crops to sort of keep pace with the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the organisers for a chance to be involved in this panel. I think one of the things, and I have to stress, I've only been in India for about 2 years now, so I'm still learning how everything works here. I have been involved in crop genetics and breeding for a long time. I think one of the things that struck me, certainly when I arrived at ICRISAT, was not so much that the breeding was having problems, but the seed systems were having problems. And that certainly in Africa, where we work a lot, getting material to farmers, as well as farmers wanting to adopt new material, is a significant issue. And I think part of that's our own fault, in that we have disconnected systems between breeding and seed systems in many ways. So material is registered by local universities or research centers without necessarily a very good link in terms of, not so much is it in demand, because most of what we do is in demand through market intelligence, but exactly how much is in the market, why is this particular variety needed, rather than it simply being another 5% of yield, at least in the trials that are done. And I think one of the problems we're generating for ourselves is we're bunging up the seed system. And the problem with that is simply we don't know which ones to really push, to recommend, to really put that educational side in place so that farmers are able to understand the benefits. There's a lot of demonstration done, which is very good, and there's a lot of outreach done. But I think until we really get to the point where when we release a new variety, it is something significantly better, it's going to be hard to persuade farmers to really trust in that. Now, there's also a split within India in terms of open pollinated varieties, which are largely done through the public system, and hybrids, which are done privately. And certainly the hybrid system, we have a Pearl Millet Hybrid Parents Research Consortium. From that, and working with the companies involved as well as the public system there, something like 60% of the hybrids for pearl millet in India have ICRISAT material in. So it's incredibly good at dissemination, and the farmers are willing to pay the extra for the hybrids. Obviously, with open pollinated varieties, the problem is simply that there's no guarantee and there's no control of the germplasm. And I think also to some extent, we may have lost some of the elements of understanding. So market intelligence is quite good at finding out what's in demand, finding out what could be done. But I think that there are other things which are certainly in some crops are not there. Things like, simple things like taste. I mean, does it taste okay? How does it compare to things that people grow at the moment? Why do people keep growing very old varieties? What are the reasons so that we can actually focus a little bit more on trying to produce something that's equivalent, but has disease resistances and higher nutrition and so on? And I think one of the other things, certainly in the minor crops, is particularly the millets. I mean, one of the things we don't have in terms of information is functionality. So how would a particular millet fit into existing value chains? What can you use these millets for? Rather than just, at the moment, in many cases, quite limited recipes. And that's partly we don't have enough ways of using millet. but also it's knowing the properties. And I don't think we know the properties. We don't know the range of properties within the germplasm. So it may well be that some of the millets can replace a whole range of other things in products, but we don't necessarily know. I think the other thing that's really important in terms of crop improvement is we really need to think in terms of what fits where, and we need to think of that in a much clearer way than we do at the moment, I think. I think one of the things that is happening within this, certainly the CG system, is we are now starting to think much more about farming systems. It's not this crop or that crop, it's a combination of all of those and how it affects small farmers. And that combination also can build in resilience, particularly to climate change. And that means knowing breeding new material that has short duration times. It may be material which has other characteristics which relate to intercropping rather than monocropping. And I think many of these aspects can be probably looked at using modelling. And I think we will have to use a lot more modelling to understand what's possible, then test out the most likely combinations. Obviously, in many cases, and particularly in Africa, there's a lot of soil degradation because of the Green Revolution, and because it's been used without really understanding what was recommended. So that means we have to regenerate the soils at the same time as we try to save water and as we try also to provide sustainable livelihoods for farmers. So some of the targets we may be looking for in the future are not so much yield by itself, but things like resource use efficiency. If you can lower the inputs for a farmer, they get the same sort of yield, then economically the farmer may be better off. And I think in many cases, and certainly in Africa, where basically nitrogen fertilizer is always limited, taking a slightly different approach may be one way to actually get much more focus and to stop basically wasting a lot of resources, particularly nitrogen, which has all sorts of knock-on effects in terms of climate change. What do we have in crop improvement? Well, we have an enormous number of tools that we can use. So we have a huge amount of genomic data. We understand what genes are, where they're located, how we use them. We also have things like speed breeding. So for us, in our system in ICRISAT, we can do 6 generations of chickpea a year. We can couple those things together efficiently, then we can potentially breed very quickly. But we do have still the same registration system, still the same approach in terms of recognition of what is a variety. And one of the things that's quite interesting in many ways is some states like Orissa are now allowing landrace varieties from farmers where they're not purified, where they're not gone through quite the same processes. And I think we have to ask as well whether our standard of distinct, uniform and stable is the right one we should be using. Because even if we're targeting lots of geographies with the same basic environment, it means we're really generating material which is on average good, rather than specifically good in different areas. And that may be why we have quite large yield gaps in many cases, as well as obviously the agronomy, the management, where we can probably make very good progress in the next 5 years before the breeding starts to kick in, really. Because it's going to, even 5 years for breeding, which is very good, is still a long time in terms of climate change. So I think the key thing I would say is we need to stop thinking in terms of individual crops, and we need to think in terms of, if you like, agricultural or economic systems. What works as a combination? Where does it work? How does it link into the value chains that are there? And I think once we start doing that, we'll make a lot more progress. We do have lots of genes for variation, for resistance, for abiotic stress. We are starting to understand how those systems work. And we are obviously having things like gene editing, particularly in India, where it's permitted, where we can directly start affecting some of those traits. So we learn from one crop, but we apply in another crop. And that's one way where the major crops can really help us in terms of translating some of that understanding. So I think overall I'm reasonably positive about things. The seed system side of things concerns me at the moment because if it's not really reaching where it needs to reach before we really need to start rolling over varieties quite rapidly, then it's going to be a continual block on farmers getting the material they need. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sean. And I think the point that you bring about the variety release process is a very critical point these days. We ourselves keep thinking about it. Variety development is not anymore a 10-year process. We have cut it down very significantly, but then our release systems and the testing process still remains the same. And at the end of the day, if the whole process still takes 10 years, then the purpose is defeated. And I think it's a high time that we think very seriously as a group on how this can be, taken forward. On that note, I'll move to Dr. Sanjay Kumar, and I'll ask him to share his thoughts about it, and in particular related to seed science and seed technology in relation to climate change, and how that can help us, make progress towards addressing getting more stable yields. Thank you.
Thank you, Salam. Good evening to all of you. The topic of this session, the future of crop improvement and seed system program in response to climate change. I agree with Dr. Dadlani that with the climate change, the change in the seed system is not very much required. So what is the need of this designing crop improvement as per the requirement of seed system that in fact we have not even thought of, even we are not giving a trace. This just I will explain in the detail. Presently, major shortage in the production in our country is of the soybean. Reason is shortfall in seed. Shortfall in seed, but what is our crop improvement program of the soybean is yield increase, oil increase, quality increase, and problem is the loss of the seed vigor, loss of the seed germination, loss of the seed viability, and loss of the seed longevity. So these things are not even taken by any of the, or most of the breeder, or most of the improvement program. So these type, whatever the requirement of the seed system, that we must have to incorporate in the future crop improvement program, so that whatever we are doing the improvement, that must take care of the requirement of the seed. Another example is the direct seeded rice. We are using different varieties under the direct seeded rice. But under the direct seeded rice, the root required behavior is completely different from the puddle rice and whatever the other. So certainly these things need to be considered in the future crop improvement program. In the vegetables, for the vegetable, our requirement is completely seed or no seed. Then certainly the seed production program and that making impact on the seed cost total. So that's also because our aim is to reduce the cost of the seeds. So how can we get the middle way that whatever is the preference of the consumer, that should not be compromised. But again, the seed point of view, seed production point of view, that should be consideration. So my view is a number of the things, these types, whatever the requirement of the seed system must be incorporated in the future crop program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. This was a very, very important point, and I think in particular, I'm very happy hearing about direct seeded rice varieties because I handle that program at IRRI. Please.
In fact, these things, personally, I'm a breeder converted into seed scientist. So I know all the pros and cons of it. Another point, our institute of the seed institute, but we have more breeder than the seed scientists in our institute. And all the new young bird, this breeder who joined there, their aim is to involved in the crop improvement program or development of a variety. That is not mandate of our institute. So certainly we are working on the different the part of the seed genetics, and that's what I call it. The seed genetics is now very important, and they have to collaborate with the crop breeder, so that these both think of with the combining of the future crop. The design the future crop improvement program, so that we do not fall short in any the seed production.
Very well said. Thank you. So we will do this particular session a little different. So I will not wait till the end of the session to ask the audience questions. So what I'll do is I'll open it up now. So I see Rabe is raising his hand, and there are a few over here, Bansal, and so we'll go one by one. Rabe first, then the front here, and then back there. And then if we still have time remaining, we'll come back and continue some more discussion.
Yeah, thank you so much for walking us through all those perspectives. I have one question regarding the future of the crop improvements. And first, I'm not a breeder, right? But I have a dream. To tell me it's realistic or not, but the dream is the following. Can you imagine from now to have a kind of seed crop independent, but that can adapt to the soil condition everywhere, but also to the climate change. I take them seed from rice here, from India, I go somewhere, anywhere in the world, I want to plant it, it's go automatically. I know you know all those genetics and so DNA and all whatever it will take, and then it will adjust itself, in that condition, in that environment, and to produce at least a kind of selling. You may say, okay, there's a maximum. If we go to the conventional, how this seed is properly adapted to this type of climate or this type of soil, it will reach maybe 7 ton or 10 ton per hectare. But if we have a kind of selling globally, independently of the soil, and climate everywhere, to have a kind of seed in the future. Do you think this is realistic or just I'm dreaming? And I hand it over to you, scientists, seed breeders.
Thank you.
Thank
Robert.
you.
I don't know who wants to take that up. Sure. If I would want to add to that, Rabe, what you're basically talking about is if we can have varieties that are stable enough to perform in a wide range of environments. Of course, there are some that do seed. I'll take an example of rice. Most of the mega varieties, they are normally average performer across wide range of environments. They're never the best in a particular environment, but in some probably, but in most of the cases they do enough to give enough risk mitigating opportunity to the farmers, and that's why they used to be grown in such a large area of millions of hectares. But of course, we can't have something that is like good for the whole world or something. We could always have something that is suitable to a certain environment, and I think that's better, because you don't want to sort of have one thing spread so large, and then when it fails such a in a very dramatic fashion. So it's probably better to breed for specific requirements. Of course, these things can be subjective to crops and varieties and so on. I guess there are more questions, and I would really appreciate if you could direct your questions to the panelists, so it's easy for us to see who would be taking those questions. Thank you.
It's not a question. Can I make a comment? Okay. I just wanted to put out here, because as a seed technologist, where in the heart of my heart, I am a physiologist, I thought that it will be pertinent to raise this a bit. Tell the audience this particular point, that most of the seed giants, whether it is Corteva, whether it is BASF, Bayer, Syngenta, and so on, have been investing heavily on the R&D on seed treatments. Now, genetics is as important as applied technologies. We are talking about DSR and the varieties which are suitable because the seed has to establish very fast with very fast growth of root system. So the treatments are now coming and they are in the commercial range already, which gives the seed that additional advantage because everything you cannot perhaps get through breeding. And that's where the seed technology comes in. So you come up to this point through breeding, and then you add the applied technology to make it resilient to that kind of condition. It could be for heat tolerance, it could be for moisture deficit moisture tolerance or cold temperature tolerance, as the case may be. And this kind of seed enhancement technologies are now also available in some cases in biological mode because of a huge resistance against chemical use of chemicals on the seed. So that is a road forward. I think we should not lose our sight into. And combining the applied technologies with the breeding improvement, I think the problem of climate change can be tackled more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that comment. And just to add to that, I think I have always felt that that might be a very good value addition for anyone who is doing a small seed business. I think instead of selling a plain seed, something, added to it. So next, and then,
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a very good intervention by the panelists, but my question will be, or kind of comment to both Dr. Manjur and Dr. Son. See, we're talking about future of crop improvement. And if I give emphasis on future of crop improvement, and that too responsive to the climate change, as you rightly mentioned, that is already here. See, so far breeding efforts have been, if we talk of the presence, before we talk of the future, is high yield. I mean, I agree with Dr. Sanjay Kumar talking quality, more of more to produce, continuously doing that. Whereas, but that's not meeting the requirement for the climate change. So my question would be that are we really speaking, for example, in rice, thinking of, more carbon enriched in the roots, on capturing more carbon, for example, from the atmosphere, whatever the mechanism or strategy you use, conventional breeding or molecular breeding or genomic assisted breeding or genome editing, what all strategy you use, kind of traits we're looking for from the future crop perspective point of view. Can we try to, develop crops which are more efficient users of natural resources, like for example, nitrogen itself. Nitrous oxide is more potent, as you all know, 300 times more than carbon dioxide. So rather than we getting affected by the climate change, by the production of the crops, can we make these crops in future as a solution to even manage or, less of CO2, less of methane, or less of nitrous oxide, etc., etc. Can we think of that way as well as a part of the solution as the crop itself, as per the future of crop improvement? Seed system would certainly follow up, I'm sure, but what we need is a kind of a new seed. And we have not, I think important is that to discuss and more kind of add into our program of crop improvement. And what kind of program we're talking about in a comprehensive or a collaborative manner with both public, private, or all kind of systems, including city centers. So I think if we do that, that will be more, I believe, important. And then yield, we don't have to worry about it. I mean, this is my personal perspective as a scientist, that if I can capture more CO2, if I can manage my carbon, if I can manage my nitrogen utilization with half of the nitrogen, if I can produce the same, I'm happy about it. Because I'm taking care of the climate at the same time. That's very important. And of course, the quality will be together considered, both carbon and nitrogen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that's a very relevant question. I will leave it to Sean for improvement of, crop improvement about this. But as you rightly said, crop improvement in the context of climate change. I think this will also partially answer the question raised by Giri colleague about, one product for different ecosystems. To me, I think it has become extremely relevant that whenever we're doing breeding and for different target ecologies, we call them different TPEs, now product profiling, but I think it has become very, very relevant to also have a component of adaptability in this context. One of the reasons that we are not still able to replace the age-old varieties is not that they are highest yielding. Of course, the yield has been always good in those varieties, but I think they have the wide range of adaptability. If we talk about Swarna in rice, or for that matter, other varieties in different crops. So adaptability has given a lot of edge to those varieties because they have survived different ranges of variabilities and they are adaptive. So in that sense, I think it makes a big sense to have that, embedded in the breeding programs. I don't know how they'll do it, and mostly it will be also, not only the breeding, but also the testing. So it's extremely important. As you rightly said, sir, when I was in ERI, that time the concept of breeding for agronomy. So that would probably include all those practices, carbon and other things. So I think that's very important. Thank you.
So do you want to add?
Yeah, just sort of very briefly. I mean, absolutely. It's I'm not sure how much we can do in terms of mitigation, but certainly adaptation. So, I mean, a few examples. We are starting to look very seriously at perennial grains, partly because they respond a lot faster. They also don't obviously have an annual seed system cycle, but they will also cope in really harsh environments. And I think that's one area where that is specifically because of what's happening in terms of climate change. There are various other technologies where we're starting to understand how the plants work. So there's biological nitrification inhibitors, which basically are exuded by the roots and prevent conversion of urea through to nitrate, which is leached or lost. If that's combined with some very simple approaches, that has real potential to cut down the amount of CO2, and that coming from nitrogen. But also we've shown by using microdosing that you actually get a far better response if you do that. So a combination of different technologies, and we are screening material for these, will potentially allow us to cut down not only sort of costs, but also some degree of mitigation. We're looking at pigeon pea at different rooting structures, partly because that has a lot of underground root. So I think we are getting there. Some of it's always been there in terms of deeper rooting for drought tolerance and things like that, which obviously is relevant. But I think things are being looked at in a very different way now. And again, as I said before, if we start looking at systems, so we're not simply saying, well, I want to have a pearl millet that can do 101 different things, but actually we swap it out or we swap part of it out for another crop, particularly say a legume where we can look at, for instance, we can look at heat-tolerant rhizobia as one of the approaches. But we need to be thinking in a much more complex way than we are. The problem is the way disciplines work is they're built around crops, and that makes it harder.
Thank you, Sean. Sankalp, you had a comment, please.
Yeah, I think part of that is already captured, but I'll say a few things. I think most of the things are known to us, but I think the challenge is the disciplines, as you mentioned, Sean. It's a blessing and a curse as well, that keeps the results compartmentalized within the disciplines. An ideal solution is an integrated solution. I was taking an example of the progress in rice in Latin America. I think the genetic gains were pretty impressive. And some of the genetics still comes from the South Asia or Southeast Asia, which is really coming from ERI initially. So I think there are examples where some things were done right. There could be reasons such as mechanization. There could be reasons as they were early adopters of technology. There could be early evidences of integration. My strong belief is within the crop genetics space, you have enough diversity of all the traits that you need if they're ideally positioned, put out right in time to deal with all the existing challenges. I think there's a lack of the coordinated and shared information
and product knowledge or product reach. Shared product commitment is what is missing. So nobody gives a mandate at the national level that these organizations should work in this fashion. It's all voluntary. It's all subject to the silos. It's all subject to the individual interpretations. And you can see in the number of research institutes that currently are active in this space, or any discipline for that matter, for crop improvement. So there should be a shared product commitment if you have to have a shared impact. I think that notion of having national programs, I just mentioned that in one of the sessions there, really can bring these various pieces together. If we create a national program for rice across the states, I agree there's market segments, there's diversity of the TPPs, but the basic practices of integrating the valuable information or putting out their innovations right in time and making sure you have a shared accountability of delivering that product in a given amount of time is something we can really correct, because that's a basic practice. I don't know how to achieve that. There are administrators, there are agencies, can we enable that? But a shared space in this space for public programs is needed. And the challenge of that, today's generation is not finding newer diversity in gene bank. Because I promise you, with existing markers, existing traits, you can solve all your current problems with the climate change. It's just we want to keep it, unfortunately, as a moving slate, so it keeps us busy and others busy. So I think we have to be a bit more controversial in demanding for what we need at the national level and actually global level. Because also we don't have the systems which take this accountability, assess the level of stress, level, occurrence, frequency, the response required. We don't package them in that fashion. So the solutions don't appear workable, although they are there. So I think it's a little idealistic view, but if we admit that that exists, then we can start looking at various solutions. So I would stop here. And I think rice is the best example. Genetically, it's very easy. A lot of progress has been done. So I think maybe we can ask government's help to create a national program for rice where the facts can be aggregated. And they could then enable us to create protocols, processes, and put out the innovations right in time in an integrated manner. Otherwise, if it remains a prerogative of an institution, you hear that fragmented information. That's a challenge. So let's hope that Seed Congress can be a place where we can be vocal about it and accept that and move on. Sorry for taking it a bit, taking a different route to this, but climate resilience is not difficult, I think, honestly speaking.
Thank you, Santosh. Do we have any other? Yeah, please. And please direct your comments or questions if you have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. My one query, sir. Root idiotype or root canopy of high-yielding varieties, or maybe stress-resistant varieties or hybrids, playing very important role for reduction of mycorrhizal population, or maybe beneficial microbial load in the soil, which are playing very important role for climate change. So then, if it is true, then what type of strategy we opted for crop improvement program? Those are more responsive for microbes. Those are mitigating in the climate change.
I'm sorry, I'll have to repeat your question. Tell me if I'm getting it right. You're talking about what are the strategies we should take to promote microbial growth to help.
Yeah, breeding variety. Those are most
microbial colonization on
in the underground soil also means what type of root canopy. If you
what kind of roots?
Yeah.
Okay.
So idiotype is good, but what type of root idiotype is important part?
Sure. I'm sure it depends a lot on which crop you're talking about. But at the same time, I would let, I don't know, if anyone has any comments on that, otherwise I'll try to say anything about it.
No, certainly, in fact, whatever your objective is, it depends upon what your final objective is. So, what type of the root you want, because certainly for the different soil condition or different plant structure, different root structure is required. So as per requirement of the crop, as per requirement of that particular area, you have to go for the different type of the root system. And regarding this microbial, naturally, in fact, someone has suggested that we have a large number of the variability everywhere. So we are utilizing this variability. So how maximum some genotype can be, something can be improved, that they can maximize whatever the microorganisms are there, their use can be maximized. through their genetical modification in the plant structure genome.
Thank you, sir. I think, Dr. Bansal, you want to comment on that?
No, I just quickly would like to add that Eduardo Blumwald is a scientist at the University of California, Davis. He's really working on, kind of a system where the roots will, exude some kind of a chemical which will induce those, nitrogen fixers. Otherwise, they don't have to nodulate the roots. No, they will independently, free living will be enhanced in nitrogen fixators. But then, then he's doing genome editing and asking the plant to produce that very chemical in the roots, which will help these microbes to really make a biofuel, and will be able to get more nitrogen fixation right in the soil without affecting. And that kind of work is already actually going on. And that's really wonderful, innovative piece of work, which is very important for a crop like which are non-nodulators, like I'm talking about, particularly rice in this case. So that could be one of the ways to induce these microbes in the soil with this kind of treatment system. Thank you.
Okay, we've got around 5 more minutes. I don't know if there are any other points that our audience wants to talk about, or otherwise, there were 2 points that I wanted to talk about. I think, which is kind of a summary that we were talking about. I think one is the seed systems, the basic framework is there. We just need to basically direct it in the right direction in terms of whether the crop improvement, we need to find the right targets. We need to have the right product concepts, whether it is about seeds, seed genetics, or better seed production traits, and so on. And at the same time, as a plant breeder, I feel, and I think it was something said by Dr. Hans this morning in one of the sessions as well, we always say that as long as we are able to breed with the speed of climate change, we should be able to adapt quick enough to any sort of changes that are coming our way. And I think in that space, the point that was earlier brought up was, while we are able to do that in terms of from when we cross 2 parents until the point when we produce a breeding line, we are still not doing enough in terms of that release process. It still takes 4 years. And I think that's a space that we really need to address, because otherwise, it still takes 7, 8 years, and it basically kills the whole purpose. And, some of the other points that Dr. Davlani and Manzoor have brought up are extremely critical in terms of how we address the smallholder farmers, how we sort of empower the local communities, and so on and so forth. And I think, in terms of overall, how do you say, in terms of genetic variability, in terms of the capacity, in terms of, I think we are on the right track in terms of most of the crops. It's just that we need to sort of come together, bring things together, and tie up in a framework that directs us and keeps us on track and on time. And I think with that point, I would also like, or any of our panel members, if they want to add something more to this particular topic before we close the session. Please.
See, when we are talking about future of crop improvement, what Dr. Bansal said is that what are the traits we will be focusing on? And very rightly, he said that yield is probably may not be the whole thing. The thing is that, say, there are various traits, and I personally feel that no extra direction for breeding would be required. And that's my feeling. I'm not a plant breeder, I'm sorry.
Sure.
So, but then, yesterday, those of us who represent here would have known that Dr. Ashok Singh, the former director IRI, he mentioned about Pusa 44. He said it was released for Delhi climate or something, but then it was not doing too well. But when it went to Punjab and Haryana, it started doing very well. So maybe there was something in the environment there, and that's what gives us the idea that if there is a climate change and we get a situation where those can perform well, the existing varieties, see, we have chickpea varieties which are for the rain-fed areas. We also have heat-tolerant varieties. In wheat, for instance, we have early sown varieties and late sown varieties. Because I remember once I was talking to a farmer from Haryana, I think he was from Haryana, and he said, "Ki main 2285 or something like that, which is a late sown variety probably. वो लगाता हूँ जी, वो heat को अच्छा देती है." तो मैंने कहा कि फिर ज़्यादा गर्मी पड़ती है तो क्या करते हो? Kataji wo 3385 है something which is the early sown variety. वो लगा लेता हूँ. Now see the thing is that varieties are available with us, and when do we use it and where do we use it? See, that is what is more important. We don't need to really breed new varieties which are climate resilient. And climate resilient varieties would only say that they are resistant to stress conditions, whether it is biotic or abiotic salinity condition. So the thing is that salinity conditions exist in our country where farmers are growing crops. We can give to them. They'll be able better off rather than breeding new and then clubbing it with climate change alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make one comment, which is about seed systems for smallholders. So I agree with the panelists that we may not necessarily have to have a different seed systems as far as new, improved, or climate resilient varieties are concerned. And the point about genetic gains that was raised, I think. I don't know how many of us will agree to that, but there has been already a saturation irrespective of crops, how these genetic gains are being realized, at least in the real world, if not in the experimental fields. But the point what I want to make here is about the seed systems in these vulnerable, fragile areas where farmers are very small and their land sizes are very, very small. So the seed requirement for those farmers is not very huge. It's very small size of packet that they require for this one. And having genetic gains ensured for those crops still does not make it a big difference for them. If they have 10 kgs, 20 kgs extra from an acre or so. So in that sense, if farmers can really, see the value of new varieties, that can, to some extent, give them, mitigation, for the risk associated with climate and other variabilities. Probably that could become a way how farmers can afford to buy seeds. I don't see farmers buying seeds for genetic gains, except for the fact that there is a lot of education about using new seeds and benefiting from using new seeds. So if climate variability can be addressed by seeds, I'm sure that demand can be generated, and private sector is very smart in addressing to those demands if there is really a good product. Thank you.
Thank you, Manzoor. And I think that's really great, thought that you've shared. I mean, we also believe, at least in our RISE program, we have, I particularly look into 2 or 3 things besides yield. That is, one is, lower input so that, we don't spend that much growing per acre or something. And then, of course, quality, so it can be sold in a certain price rather than. So I think it's not only about yield; it's about the income that the farmer has to make at the end of the day. It's business for them. So I think that's the key point. So I mean, Dr. Hans used to put up a farmer's equation in some of our meetings. There's a breeder's equation. He also puts a farmer's equation, which is basically helping us understand why something is adopted and something is not adopted. So thank you so much, Manzoor, also for adding. And our other panelists, I believe we have had a very exciting session, and a lot of good thoughts were shared from both from audience as well as our panelists. I would want to now hand it over to Musharraf for the next part of the program.
So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being on time. It was truly enlightening, and several thoughts came up. So before we conclude the day, I would request Talab to felicitate our esteemed speakers who have brought in so many good thoughts, perspective onto this topic. So yeah, so we'll start with Dr. We can clap for them. Then Dr. S.K. Dadlani. Dr. Chian Mays. And Dr. Sanjay Kumar. Now I will request Dr. Dhar to felicitate Dr. Saurabh. He has moderated the session very beautifully. A clap for him also. So I thank you again, all the panelists and the moderator, Dr. Saurabh. So this was the end of the day 2. So we have one more day. So we have plenary sessions, technical sessions lined up for third day. That will be the concluding day, and also we have the closure ceremony tomorrow. So we'll call it day 2 now, and I wish you all the panelists, all the audience, and others who are following on online a very good night. So thank you.